Alrighty, so I wish that life would figure itself the fuck out. And I mean, what I mean by that is, the more I engage with different government agencies on behalf of my child, the more I realize that nobody actually gives a shit about their government job. Like, literally nobody gives a fuck about doing their job. Like, there's a handful of government workers that I know that actually care about their job, and the rest of them don't give a shit. My daughter had her phone call today for her state aid. Now, my daughter suffered a trauma when she was a child. She can't acclimate to normal society. My daughter is a bigger recluse than I am. And like, my daughter can't function. Like, she can go to the Dollar General that's behind her apartment, but she'll wait, and she can see the parking lot, and she'll wait until there's like maybe one car, and she'll run in, and she knows the store. She'll like zip around, and she'll grab what she needs. If too many people come into the store, she'll either freak out and leave, or the manager will just be like, come on, let's get you wrung out. Let's get you wrung out with what you have. You can come back later for the rest of the stuff if you need it. Like, because he's a good dude. I've talked to him. He knows who my kid is. He's a good guy. Had a phone call with the state this morning. Well, first of all, the state says we'll call you at 9 o'clock. Do you know what it's like? I have anxiety, and my anxiety makes me unable to really function. My anxiety is normal compared to my kids. My kid was flipping the shit out because we got to about 9:08 and they hadn't called yet. It's kind of like you want to say to them, hey, look guys, I know that you have a lot of clientele. But you can't have somebody who suffers from crippling, debilitating anxiety. Well, then, a very nice lady gets on the phone. She's the supervisor. And she says, well, because your kid is taking full-time college classes, but not working at all, they don't qualify for food stamps. And I'm like, hold on. This makes no sense to me. So what you're saying is, if you're working a little and you're going to school a little, then you qualify for food stamps. If you're not working at all and you're going to school a little, you qualify for food stamps. If you're working a little and not going to school at all, you qualify for food stamps. If you're not doing either, you qualify for food stamps. But if you're not working at all and you're going to school full time, you do not qualify for food stamps. So the lady says, no, I'm sorry, you don't qualify. I said, ma'am, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I believe that you have an exemption in your policy for disabled individuals, for individuals that have been deemed unable to work. For example, if you're on if you're on Social Security, you're exempted from having to work while you go to school full time. And her first response is, well, if you can go to school full time, you won't get Social Security. I said, well, do you make that determination on behalf of Social Security, or does Social Security make that determination? And the lady was like, well, I said, ma'am, what you don't understand is that my daughter isn't attending school as a normal student. My daughter has like 13 pages of accommodations. Yeah, this depends on the disabling condition. My daughter, the best way to classify my daughter is that my daughter has agoraphobia. One of my daughter's conditions is agoraphobia. She is fine if she is in her house. she needs to stay a full-time student to keep the health insurance to treat her condition. Then this woman says, oh, well, it's okay because she gets Medicaid. Lady, Medicaid won't cover my daughter's condition. And she says, how do you know? I said, because TRICARE barely covers my daughter's condition. Medicaid, Medicare, TRICARE. If the one up here is barely treating the condition. Yeah, and that's the other problem. Melly Umpkin is almost legally deaf, almost legally blind. And the problem is getting a 20-year-old declared legally blind is a bitch and a half. Like, she's one tick away, one click away from being legally blind. But they don't want to declare her legally blind. Because once you're declared legally blind, what they've told us is, well, we don't want to declare her legally blind because once we declare her legally blind, she'll have to go through a lot of steps to get undeclared legally blind. Doc, is her fucking vision gonna suddenly get better at age 25? Well, we don't know what... Based on current medical technology, is her vision gonna suddenly get better by age 25? Is there any procedure you could do? No. Is her vision gonna continue to deteriorate in her left eye at the pace it has been since she's been 2? Yeah. So declare her legally blind, would you? Could we get there? Yeah, as opposed to all the steps to get her legally blind in the first place. Like, this is... I hate the fact my daughter is going through this, but I love the fact that I can go through this with my daughter, because now I can better advocate for the changes the system needs. We can't have one set of standards for the VA, one set of standards for Social Security, one set of standards for state aid, one set of standards for this, one set of standards for that, one set of standards for the other. It needs to be a singular set of standards. If this is your, like, right now, what we have is we have the person, and the person has to reach out to all these agencies. So this is Social Security, and this is ABE. In my state, it's state aid. And then from there, you know, you go to the school to get your accommodations, right? This is the Medicaid office. We need to change the fucking way we do this, because this person shouldn't be having to touch all of these touch points. We need to change this so that the person interfaces with one agency. And then that they go down the pipe and they say, like a flow chart. Here's the state, or here's the federal aid agency. Do you qualify for Social Security? Yes. So now you're going to qualify for Medicare. Do you qualify for Social Security? No, you do not. So you don't qualify for Medicare. But do you qualify for Medicaid? Yes. Do you qualify for food stamps? Rent assistance? We've got to go down, like, what does this person need? Now I see, I forgot to load the chat program. I'll get that loaded. But I saw Carthos say, in his state, Social Security is the benchmark for most state agencies. If you qualify for SSI or SSD, you qualify for every other benefit, or most at least. Right. And that's how it should be. Because it should be a system for the care and feeding of the person. It shouldn't be like, and what angers me so much is that we don't take care of the people. So you're permanent and total, but you're denied by Social Security. Now, this is a big, yeah, that's common. But that means we need to get the VA and the Social Security into a room to talk about, one, is this right? 2 doesn't need to change. And for people that don't understand this, Social Security is you and your ability to not work. Because people say Social Security disability is you and your ability to work. It's you and your ability to earn and provide for yourself. Because when we say, earn a living wage, and that's the key point, because people say your ability to work. Well, if there was a magical job, like in the book 1984, if there was a magical tube in my home office that work came in, I never had to interface with anybody, never had to talk to anybody, never had to communicate with anybody, and every time the tube hit my office, I had 24 hours to get the job done. I could do that. I have some productive periods in every 24-hour period, but so I can work, but where can I earn the wage? Where can I do that? And the answer is nowhere, because the career I could do doesn't exist. The VA, on the other hand, is when you go into the military, you are considered 100% of a whole person. Now, in my case, I had a waiver. So my waiver said, you are 100% of a whole person except this condition for 6 years. If you have, if something happens with your legs for the first 6 years in the military, you can't get a medical retirement. You can't get compensation for it. We're letting you in under the understanding we don't consider your legs to be whole. After the 6 years, though, we made you whole. We're considering you whole. The VA, then when you retire, they say, we broke you 30%. We broke you 70%. We broke you 100%. Now, my chief complaint with the way these two systems interlock together is that if you are determined to be 100% disabled, which is permanent and total, I would like to see the rationale between these two agencies for why a person is determined 100% disabled in the VA, permanent and total, but they don't meet the criteria for Social Security. I'm not talking about a person who's 90% disabled. 90% disabled is we broke you 90% of the way. You can go get a job. There's lots of things you can do. This is the money we're giving you because of how much we damaged you. I don't give a shit about the 90% person. I mean, I do. Much love, but not for this example. I'm simply talking about if the VA says you are 100% disabled, permanent and total, you're never going to recover. But then how does Social Security say, we recognize that, but... Oh, so... Wait, hold on. Are you talking about having... Literally, I'll talk, showing how things could get better, but nothing happens. I'm sorry, did you, over there on Kick, did you mistake me for the king? You work on making me the king of America, I'll get this shit done in a 45-minute TV show with 2 breaks for commercials. So, the same thing with the VA when they say individual unemployability. The VA makes the determination you can't get a job. Why is the VA's individual unemployability different than Social Security's? You would think that if they're both government agencies, the VA would say up to this point, we have our own system. Social Security would say, we have our own system up until your guys get here. Once your guys are 100% permanent and total or individual unemployability, then you fall into our silo, because that way, once you've been through one silo, the agency contacts the other agency and says, hey, we process this, but we share the same standard. Or when you hit 90% and you still have more to go, they say, pause. We're awarding you 90% from the VA, but now you have to go into the Social Security silo because only they can make the determination of 100% permanent and total individual unemployability. But we have two different systems, and numerous times I've sat there because I occasionally, when I have nothing on the agenda for a while, I will go to the VFW and I'll kick around with the guys and see if anybody needs help. I help write I'll help write their appeals packets. Yeah, and that's where we run into the really big problem, and that should tell us something about that should tell us a big giant something about our government. If the Social Security Administration doesn't trust the Veterans Affairs process, there's a problem. If the Veterans Affairs Agency doesn't trust the Social Security process, then we have a problem. And that's what we need to fix. We need to fix this in a lot of different avenues. But this is just the talking point for today. Why do we have two different standards? And who does it hurt and who does it help? And why do we have double redundancies? Because I truly believe, and I hate to be negative about this, but I truly believe that there's this double standard convoluted thing because they want to see how many people have to give up and go to work. You know what the problem is with 90% of social media and politics and the actual government that irks me? Oh, so it's all talk. Well, yeah, but the problem is most of the people that are doing social media politics, they're biased. I'm not biased. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm an independent. I don't support candidates. I support ideas. I think we need to get behind the ideas. I would love for a candidate to come in and say, I want to do three things. My presidency is going to be based on these three things. The rest of it, I'll address as it comes up. The VA operates like an insurance company, determining the amount of damage your car received after an accident. Yes. I don't know if they wanted to fix it, they would fix it. I'm pretty sure there are reasons they're doing things the way they are. You're right. I will tell you the reason. You are absolutely correct. There is a reason why they're doing things the way they are. And having spent almost my entire adult career in the government in one shape, form, or the other, the reason why things happen the way they happen is because that's the way it's always been, and bureaucracy makes things impossible to change. That's the problem. They literally have access to the brightest minds in the world, geniuses, rocket scientists, you name it. True. They absolutely do. That is absolutely true. But here's the false part of that. They have access to them, but those people don't want to work for the government. I think if they could find out how to fix things if they wanted. Well, here's the problem. Let me smart people rarely go into the government. I'm saying this as a government worker. Karthos is a government worker. Smart people very rarely go into the government. They go in for reasons. They go in to get that pension. I know lots of people that won't work for the government because working for the government is a pain in the ass. You are like very low paid, very, very low wages. The GS pay scale is hilariously poor. I'll show you the GS pay scale for, when I pull up Illinois. Okay, I'll pull up the general table then. Here is the GS pay. Oh, sorry. Didn't need to bleach your eyeballs on that one. Here's the GS pay scale. A GS 11 makes $63,000 to start. Most of the time, when you start with the when you start in government work, most people start in what's known as a 7, 9, 11 developmental position. How many people do you think want to go work for the government to start at $43,000 a year? Why do we have a problem getting why do we have a problem getting people into the government? Because the position descriptions are written where the higher your GS rating is, that's management, that's leadership, and you're expected to start rating on people, leading people. GS 11, no. GS 15, GS 15s are about the equivalent of an 06. And then above GS 15, you have SES, and these are considered on par with the flag officers. MAGCOMs usually have a lot of SESs running around. GS 14s are about on par with an 04 at billeting. But the reason why we can't get good quality people in the government is it doesn't pay dick. Who wants to work for the government making a fraction of, like, the good people at their job can make 8 times as much as they could in the government? That needs to be the other way. We need to have the best and the brightest coming to work for the government. Yeah, GS 11 is closer to a lieutenant. I saw somebody mention, if you lost your legs in a war, you're entitled to that because you fought for your country, and I don't say people are entitled to much. But, like, you look at the people signing up for the military, our recruitment numbers are so low. Like, if you're not going to take care of me when I'm broken, why would I sign up? That's an unfortunate big problem they've had in the last 20 years in the military. I saw it the last part of my time in the military. The quality of the enlisted that we're getting is going down. Because who the hell wants to go serve their country for 20 grand a year? For people that are from an impoverished neighborhood, who even some of the people that I supervised were smart. And I always knew which airman I wasn't going to have in 4 years. One airman came in, smart as a whip, quick as a whip. Literally, and their first feedback said, "Sir, this is my plan. I want to finish my 5 level as fast as possible. I want to go to school at night using tuition assistance. I want to finish my bachelor's degree while I'm on active duty. And then I'm not, unless something magical happens, I'm not staying in the military. I'm going to get out. I'm going to use my GI Bill to get my graduate degree, and I'm going to do this job in the civilian sector. I'll have 4 years of experience from the military. I'll do my graduate degree full-time 1 year using my GI Bill. I'll be right back doing this job as a GS employee, and I won't have to deal with deployments and shit." That's the person we need to stay in the military. That's the person that we need to be able to say, look, you can only wear the rank of a sergeant, but we're going to pay you the pay of a master sergeant. But we can't compensate our best people because your paycheck is tied to promotions, and your promotions are tied to minimum times in grade. So, what's up, Blue? So yeah, we've got to take better care of people in the military. We got to take better care of people in the government. We have to, and the problem is we have government workers who don't give a shit because they know they're not going to get fired. It's a double-edged sword. You get low pay, but typically better retirement pensions that require only 20 years in and get better health benefits. To be fair, the quality and the potential pool of people to sign up has also gone down. Lower literacy rates, higher obesity rates. Yeah. Like, our society doesn't want to help itself. There's one person here in our community who's going into the, who wants to go into the military, so they're working out. It's a great plan. Go into the military, 20 years, get your pension, get your skill set, get your GI Bill. If you have kids, you don't have to pay for their college. It's a great idea. It's a great plan. It's how you get ahead. The problem is if we end up at war again, it comes with inherent risks. There should be no reason you guys aren't getting paid. Like, wasn't your military budget 1.5 trillion? Like, your 20 to 45,000 a year is nothing compared to 1.5 trillion. Well, a big part of that, you're right, but a big part of that becomes if you start paying everybody really well, then when they retire, their pension is really high. Like, the government, I will make probably another 4 million in pension before I die. I'll probably be in a wheelchair, but the US government will, over the time that I'll be retired, the US government will pay me probably another 4 million in pension. That's a lot of money. All in all, my pension will be worth, I will end up being paid about $5 million in pension. So yeah, that's part of the issue. But I agree. But yeah, when you have, like, this supervisor doesn't even know the exceptions. Like, you say, the supervisor's like, well, I'm sorry, then there's nothing. It's like, excuse me, ma'am, isn't there an exception? And she's there for a long time reading, and she's like, oh, yeah. Oh, but what I'm going to need is, I'm going to need proof. Okay, well, what a note from, what? I said, do you need a note from the doctor and the therapist and the psychiatrist and the social security packet? She's like, no, I just need one. Okay, I'll have that for you right away because I have it. Like, don't try to just pawn people off on the appeal. Actually, like, what I would have expected from that woman to say is, after listening to your story, yes, there's an exemption, but I'm gonna need this. Like, she was ready to hang up the call and get to her next call. The system shouldn't be about how many cases you clear in a day. It should be about how many you get right. How many you get correct. How much of that budget goes to the salaries, though? Doesn't that budget cover contractor payments and everything? Yes, it does. It is what it is. I see. My problem is that you got to that problem in 2 seconds. I'm sure they ran into that problem as well. And because money is involved, they probably gave up on it and closed that door forever. You're right. That's the problem. 100%. Because that worker doesn't get an incentive. See, when you're at the aid office, you're operating in a hostile competitive system. You, as the worker, are supposed to want to help. So if it takes you 2 hours to take care of somebody, that should be seen as celebrated. Hey, you heard somebody's case file. It took you 2 hours. It only took you 2 hours to take care of the person. Instead, you have a 9 o'clock call. You have a 9:10 call. You have a 9:15 call. You have a 9:25 call. And you're supposed to get all these people taken care of. Well, there's no 2 hours to help this person. So, because you called us at 9:15 and we were the 9 o'clock appointment, I already know that you're 2 people late or 1 person late. Yeah, we don't have a meritocracy in America. In that we need to get to a meritocracy. If we were a true meritocracy, very few of our politicians would be our politicians. Very few of the people serving in our government would be serving in our government because they're not the most qualified people. The problem in most of these systems is they started off with good intentions, but over time they've been convoluted in order to try and combat misuse of the system. So now it's a 200-page document of waivers, exemptions, and nitpicking qualifications. Yeah. Yeah. And that's a huge problem. The system shouldn't be designed to deny as many people as possible. The system should be designed to care for as many people as possible. For example, 20 years ago when I was a poli-sci student, I said, why don't we have mandatory drug tests for people on benefits? Why don't we have mandatory drug tests for people that are receiving any sort of benefits? And they said, well, then that would discriminate against drug addicts. Okay, so when the person comes in and they piss in the cup and they piss hot, instead of kicking them off benefits, why don't we put them into rehab? There you go. Why don't we put them into rehab? Why don't we say, great? Why don't we look at it as you came in for these services and you peed hot in the cup, so now you qualify for this service. Then let's put you in an inpatient facility to get you unaddicted from drugs. And if you say, no, I don't want to go to inpatient treatment to beat my addiction, then we say you don't get benefits anymore. Like, for example, not trying to sound mean, not trying to sound ignorant, not trying to sound callous or cold or condescending. But when you have paramedics in Oregon giving Narcan to the same guy for the third time in 10 days, they should treat drug addicts on the street like they treat feral animals. They should tip their ear when they've gotten free Narcan on behalf of the government. So I come up to you on the street, you're ODing, we give you Narcan, we also fucking tip your ear. So the next time we come up to you in public, you have a tipped ear, you don't get Narcan again. Well, this person is a habitual fucking overdoser. What are you gonna do? Let him fucking die? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let him fucking die. What is politics? It's just talking and trying to ignore all these problems. These problems have been around for eons. They aren't new, they have solutions. Well, the problem is they don't have solutions. Why is it we could ignore politics before and now it's the biggest thing ever? You couldn't ignore politics before. The only reason why you could ignore politics before is because you were living in good times. And that's where the problem... life is cyclical. History is cyclical. And people don't learn from the mistakes of history. When I was born, we were living in good times. My father's generation was full of strong men. And those strong men created good times. But, however, I was fortunate. I was raised by a grandfather and a father who remembered the hard times. So my father and my grandfather created in me a strong man. So I saw the decadence of the good times. What are you supposed to do? My vote isn't enough. Literally half my family is dumb and starving. The answer is, unfortunately, nothing. You can do nothing because the system is broken beyond repair. Either America starts Either America mans up, big girls up in the next election, or we just slip closer to the next revolution. We slip closer to the next civil war. We also didn't have instant access to the entire media of the world. Newspapers and news broadcasts were time constrained and made little money, so they only reported the most important things. Yeah, the only news that got reported in newspapers was things that sold column inches. And this is what I did 30 fucking years ago now. When I was a desktop publisher. I'm an award-winning desktop publisher, by the way. When you're a desktop publisher, you're using like Quark Express or Adobe PageMaker. You have the page up, and as stories start coming in, the editor is standing behind you, telling you what goes where. And then people are dropping off their diskette. This is the old school. Their diskette and their story. And on that disc has to be all the artwork and the story, and it has to be written in the inverted pyramid. So then the editor is sitting there digging through. It's like, okay, I want this one. This is the other half of, this is the bottom half of the front page. This is the gutter on the front page. And you're laying it all out. I don't need to read the stories. That's not my job. I just need to start doing and cutting and laying out. But sometimes an editor would come to a page in their section and they would say, hey, why is this ad in my section? I said, because I put it there. Well, it's my section. Yeah, but the advertising department gets that space because that's the page that was bought. The person bought inside, they bought page 3, bottom right. So you got to work around it. Now newspapers, media has gone to digital. They sell banner ads and clicks and pop-ups. So they don't give a shit about the journalism anymore because people chase headlines. TikTokers make TikToks based on a headline. They don't even read the fucking story. Nothing. So I can just talk and hope I'm heard. Yes, that's really the only right now. This is let me grab this and put this on the screen because this unfortunately is the same dilemma I have. The only thing I can do right now is talk and hope I'm heard by enough like-minded individuals that spread the message. Because I think everybody would agree with my platform. My platform is the yellow column. All I can do is speak and hope that I start to change a few minds. One of the things that I said when I was a school teacher was I used to tell my students, I can't change the world teaching 7th grade, but I can change you, and you can change the world. Because I make 30 lives better by being their teacher. And the next year I make 30 lives better by being their teacher. Now I've got, and I don't mean to be blasphemous, but I'm going to use a religious term here. Now I've got 60 disciples. I've given 60 people a better view of the world. If they all go out and they share that with 10 people, that's 600 people, and then 6,000 people. We have turned politics in America into an us versus them. Yeah, tuning in from the UK, reading the yellow column, honestly, common sense stuff. The problem is the Republicans don't want to make deals with the Democrats because then they feel they lose, and then the Democrats turn it into the Republicans lost. The parties don't lose, the parties don't win, the people lose, or the people win. The population benefits, not the politicians, but the politicians are too busy getting sucked off in coat closets, doing cocaine, like having their male escorts, having their underage escorts, like the whole name me king of America, and the first thing I'm doing is releasing the Epstein files. Well, if you release the Epstein files, society will collapse. then it's not a society worth saving. If we have to save pedophiles, then it's not a society worth saving. Then I'm not interested in the slightest of maintaining that. Then let that shit burn. There's too much short-termism in modern politics. Yeah. We oftentimes care too much about how much investing on our society costs and how much it will make us back. Yeah. We worry about the stupid things, not the return on investment. We kind of tag on, we have these running cameras on corners of streets and you could just see purchases go on. It's disgusting, but we let it happen. I think it's happening, really strong backup plan, but it's there to witness. When we were talking about the Narcan. I don't think drug addicts are inherently the problem. I think the idea is getting as many of these people to become functional adults, because each one of these people has the potential to pay taxes and contribute, and each drug addict that recovers can go on to help other drug addicts recover. Yeah. The parties win by keeping the voting population on their side, which keeps them in office and keeps them in a cozy spot with a high paycheck and legal insider trading. Yes, I agree with that. Your 17-year-old nephew literally sat in the kitchen crying for hours, unable to read a novel for school. He's acting like a 9-year-old would back in the day. That's because we lower the standard, we lower the standard, we lower the standard, we lower the standard, we lower the standard. Oh, the school looks bad, so we lower the standard. If I was in charge of school reform, kids would not be able to promote to the next grade unless they read at the grade level that they're in. So when you're doing a reading, when you do reading in school, when you're in 7th grade, in the first month of 7th grade, you should read at 7 TAC 1, because what this stands for is 7th grade first month. By the time you're out of 7th grade, you should be reading at 7.9 or 8.0. 7th grade month 9 or 8th grade month 0. My problem is, how do you send a kid into 7th grade when his reading score is a 2.7? And this was my life. I was a 7th grade homeroom teacher, so I had this kid for social studies, religion, English, literature, spelling. That year I taught. Yeah, because I didn't teach phonics. They went to another teacher for phonics. So I taught social studies, religion, English, literature, and spelling to my kids. What the hell do I do with a kid who reads at the 2.7 level when he's in 7th grade? What do I do with that kid? A lot of it is parenting. Yes, a lot of it is parenting. Parents think the school is responsible for 100% of the kid's education. My daughter, she did one thing wrong on Sunday. It was a really minor thing. My daughter and her friends play Magic the Gathering at lunch. The school cop came along and told them they weren't allowed to play Magic the Gathering. My daughter came home and she complained about that to me. And I said to my daughter, okay, what does the handbook say? My daughter says, it doesn't say anything about magic. I said, what does it say about playing cards? She says it doesn't. I said, what does it say about gambling devices? She says it doesn't. And I stopped and I said, you're full of shit. I said, don't lie to me. I know full well you didn't look up the phrase gambling devices. So why are you lying to me? Because now you and I have a problem. Don't lie to me. Just say you didn't look up gambling devices. Just say you don't know what it says. And then we're good. But why are you going to turn this into an issue between you and me? And she's like, well, I want you on my side. I'm like, I am on your side. You're not on mine. What does the handbook say about gambling devices? So she goes and she looks it up. There's nothing about gambling devices. She was right, but she didn't know that. She said, well, why gambling devices? I said, because unfortunately, Magic the Gathering in the little rule book has a section called playing for ante. Ante is a gambling term, which means Magic the Gathering cards are technically gambling devices. She said, oh. I said, but because your middle school, the high school handbook says no gambling devices, they don't want the kids in the stairwell playing craps or dice. They don't want the kids playing poker. But the middle school handbook doesn't say anything about it. So she sent an email to the principal saying, I've been informed by the school liaison officer that we can't do this. The handbook doesn't mention it. Here's some relevant state law. She sent it. The only thing I corrected my kid on was, you address the principal by his legal name. You're a minor. You're my child. You address him as, Mr. You're Mr. whoever. I said, because until you're 18, adults are all Mr., Mrs., or Doctor. Mr., Mrs., Miss, or Doctor. Your brother and him are living with you. He has no time to parent because there was a separation. He has to work 2 jobs to pay for 2 separate households. Well, how's he paying for 2 separate households if he's living with you? Yeah, kids have changed. Oh yeah, or you could address it as principal last name. Boomer, I don't want to pay any taxes. These kids are so entitled. I can't believe I have to invest in the next generation. Whoa, hold on. Now there's no one to hire. I think we got to stop beating up the baby boomers for that. We keep saying the baby boomers don't want to invest in the next generation. What are you talking about? The baby boomers have invested in the next generation. Very much so. Baby boomers, people keep forgetting there's a really important thing here. There's a really, really important thing. People keep saying the baby boomers this and the baby boomers that and the baby boomer whatever, but what they never can talk about is in 1973, the US government moved away from a silver gold standard, a hard currency standard, and we moved to a fiat currency, right? This right here is why prices rose ridiculously. When you're on a hard currency system, I give the bank $1. The bank can only reasonably loan out 30 cents. Because you at any time in a hard currency system can go into the bank and instead of getting these, you could go into the bank and get these. And the bank doesn't want to have to start giving you out hard currency. When we move to a fiat system, you give the bank $1, the bank is allowed to loan out 90 cents. That means there's 3 times as much money in circulation. Up until 2008, we were giving loans to everybody who asked. And then in 2008, the housing market crashed. And now, the pendulum is swinging back the other way, and people are saying we need mortgage relief. We need to be able to get mortgages. Well, which one is it? Do you want to go back to the days where a stripper had 5 houses because everybody could get a loan? Or do you want to have the real estate market stable? Because remember, the bank has to charge you interest when the other asshole doesn't pay their mortgage. If I remember correctly, it's even worse. 90% is not 90%. That they put the 90% in the bank and then they loan 90% of that. No, you put 100% of the money hits the bank. If they have $100,000 on the ledger, they can make $90,000 in loans. But here's where it gets worse. I give the bank $100,000. They have $90,000 in the pool that they can loan out. They loan out $90,000 to somebody for a house purchase. The seller then takes that $90,000 and puts it into the bank. The bank can now take 90% of that $90,000 and can loan out 81 back out. Yeah, they can do it until they're out of money. They can stagger it down because each one is a deposit, because each one looks like a transaction. When in reality, if everybody went to the bank to try to get their money, nobody would have it. That isn't my problem. My problem is I don't remember kids coming out in droves and able to read a novel without their phone reading it to them. Well, they did. Back in my generation and my mom's generation, there were lots of people that left high school in their senior year because they got their job at the factory. My generation, not so much. But my mom's generation, my mom's friends that would kick it around and we would see them like on a holiday party. Guys in my mom's neighborhood, they dropped out in senior year because they were working afternoon shift or night shift at the Tootsie factory, and their position became available full time, so they took it. And those guys were there for their whole life. Well, now we don't have factories. And we don't have factories because people don't understand what a universal basic income gives versus do you have enough money to live, or do you have enough money to live the quality of life you want? Be right back. The trick here is people don't work hard. People feel like they're working hard. I have a friend, great friend, probably one of my best friends, says to me one day, best friend says to me, I'm so tired all the time. Okay. Says to me, I just worked a 10-hour shift. You're motherfucking dead ass tired after a 10-hour shift? 10? A 10? You're belly aching over a fucking 10? 10 used to be the deal. At least the 9. See, what this modern generation doesn't get is we used to get 8 hours pay. Plus we got 2 15s off the clock and a 60 off the clock. 8, 9. We used to have 9.5 hours minimum. That's what we worked. We were at the job site for 9.5 hours. We got paid for 8 of it. No. You don't always get a 3-day weekend on 10s. Sometimes you work 5 10s. If you're working 5 10s, what are you complaining about? That's 10 hours of OT. People say to me, oh, I make this much money. Yeah? Then why the fuck are you poor? Plus a 30 to 60 minute commute. No. Let me stop that shit. Let me stop that. The commute, I don't give a fuck about your commute. You don't want to commute? Move closer to your job. I'm sorry to sound like a dick. I'm sorry to sound old school, but people got to stop complaining about the fucking commute. You choose where you work and you choose where you live. If the commute is killing you, take public transit, read on the bus, read on the train. I'm sorry. It's fucking bullshit. What, baby boomers in the beginning of the rat race didn't have rush hour traffic both ways? If you're going to say, oh, the baby boomers had it better. Yeah, it's 100% your own fault. Let's see. The thing is, there are plenty of jobs, but the kids can't learn. There's some kids I have to train that literally take months to be passable, and they still make dumb mistakes. I literally have to go through every situation 20 times with them. Yeah, that's the problem. Because we have watered down school. We have watered down school, so school is not producing teachable kids. School is supposed to teach you and make you teachable. Why do rich people no longer have harems, like the samurai? Someone like Elon Musk has 14 children, but could afford 10 wives. Until 1550, even the Pope and the Christian clergy had harems. If rich people still had harems, perhaps more people would be motivated to get rich. Have you ever been with a woman? You want more than one in your life? Are you fucking serious? You want more than one in your life? Look, half the time the one I have, I wish somebody would make me an offer for. The Blues Brothers, I have all daughters. You think that I haven't dreamed of the day that I'm sitting in a restaurant and somebody leans over and says, I want to buy your women. How much for the women? You're like, you talking to me? Fuck. $1, take them. Shit. Why don't we have harems? I got bad news for you. Lots of people do. Lots of rich people have multiple partners. Nick Cannon. How many kids does Nick Cannon have? I love when the wife goes on a woman's trip because they get to relax. Yep. How many of these are trying to come to your site high or drunk? I have such a hard time with people empathizing. Yeah. The trick is this current generation has a lot of gripes. This current generation has a lot of bitch. The one thing they do well.
Look at this.
Is bitch.
How much did you?
Where is this? I've got this. I've got this wonderful clip because this is the modern generation.
Taylor, it's not your job to make excuses. That's all you guys do good. It's either a leg thing, or a spiritual thing, or a psychological thing, or a heart attack.
Who used heart attack?
Me.
That's the problem. They're getting social assistance. Come to the site high and drunk, get fired, go back on the government's tit. How does that make sense? Well, it does. First of all, let me stop you there. If you get fired for cause, you don't always get unemployment. I assume if you own a mansion with 30 bedrooms, you could just invite 5 to 10 women to move right in. They can hire nannies to make raising children easier. Well, if you have enough money, then why do you need women who work at Starbucks? I mean, gotta remember, you're projecting that every man wants multiple women. I don't want multiple women. You're assuming that every man wants to be polygamous. As far as what you said, if somebody comes to work high or drunk, they get terminated for cause. They don't get unemployment because that's misconduct. The issue is a lot of employers don't spend the time to contest don't want to contest the unemployment. Of course, not everyone, or at least some random Bitcoin millionaire would want to have a harem or not. Well, right, and this is what I'm telling you. Lots of wealthy people have what you're calling a harem. They have multiple sexual partners. So I'm confused as to like what your talking point is. There are many wealthy people who have multiple sexual partners. Why don't we hear about it? Well, let me ask you a question. There's 906 billionaires in the United States. How many of them can you list? Maybe the top 10 known handful. What about the other 900? Okay, they do have multiple fucking pregnant partners. Many of these billionaires have children with multiple partners. Again, there's 906 or 908, 904 billionaires in America. In America, not worldwide, in America. Most of these people live very private lives, and you hear about them in little side articles. You hear about them in books that people aren't mainstream. But yeah, if Chet over there was a millionaire and had a harem, nobody would ever know about it. You only know about it when it becomes exposed. Shit, Arnold Schwarzenegger's son with the nanny looks like him, and his son with his wife looks like 200 pounds of chewed bubblegum in a 125-pound sack. So, yeah, there's people living on bento beans and super noodles that live in polygamous relationships. Okay, Sam, you're not going to derail my show with your stupidity. Obviously, the other people in the fucking relationship know about it. So either commit to some other line of thought on my show or hit the X in the corner, or I'll just take away your ability to talk here. You're not going to derail the show with your stupidity. Like, I've made this as clear as I can to you. Let's see. This is how Donald Trump describes America's most important Gulf ally. He didn't think he would be kissing my ass. He really didn't. And now he has to be nice to me. He better be nice to me. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. The same Saudi Arabia that coordinates OPEC oil production decisions, whose energy infrastructure sits within Iranian missile range, whom the U.S. needs to keep oil markets stable, whom Trump is asking for military and diplomatic cooperation. Diplomatic relationships are built over decades. Trump described the Crown Prince as someone kissing his body parts on camera while asking for military cooperation. The isolation of America is not a policy failure. It's a daily practice. Donald Trump has set the whole world back, in my opinion, 75 years. Has set the U.S. back 75 years in diplomacy.
He didn't think this was going to happen. He didn't think he'd be kissing my ass. He really didn't. He thought he'd be just another American president that was a loser, where the country was going downhill. But now he has to be nice to me. You tell him he better be nice to me. He's got to be. But it was really something. He didn't think this was going to happen.
Can we please impeach that guy? Can we please impeach this fuck by now? Can we please, for the love of God, get rid of this guy? And JD Vance. I don't want JD Vance as the president either. I'll take Mike Johnson as the president. Can we impeach JD Vance and then impeach Donald Trump so that Mike Johnson becomes president? I'd rather have a fucking idiot in charge who's slow and makes methodical decisions. Like, you literally said the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is kissing your ass. What is wrong with you? What in the blue fuck is going on here. How is this not like Donald Trump has American Catholics fighting the Pope? How did Donald Trump brainwash such a large population of America? And now you see everything they've said for 50 years is true. They want to keep the average American stupid because a stupid individual is easier to manipulate. The president is not supposed to be taking pot shots at the Pope. But he is. Statement by Donald Trump. Based on the fact that the government of Iran is so seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister of Pakistan, we have asked to hold our attacks on the country until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded one way or the other. They're not disorganized. They didn't show up. They told you they weren't coming to the negotiations. They literally said, we're not interested in dealing with you. And Donald Trump thinks that that's a win for him. Because Donald Trump is not an ordinary president. He's a citizen, not a politician who became president. As such, he has no prior political experience and therefore appears more liable to incorporating emotion into his decision-making process rather than political diplomacy. That is one view of it. I don't share your view. What I believe is more accurate is that Donald Trump wrote his book, The Art of the Deal, which is a terrible fucking book, by the way. People who employ Donald Trump's Art of the Deal quite often boondoggle their own deals. People who approach you after having used the Art of the Deal quite often piss away business opportunities because the Art of the Deal teaches you keep going until they say yes. The problem is sometimes not right now is the best I can do for you. But the Art of the Deal says not right now means keep pushing. I'll tell you right now, if you're doing business with me and I tell you not right now, I don't have the ability to act on this right now. I will circle back to you when a window of opportunity arises and you push me again. When the window of opportunity arises, you won't be sitting at the table as one of the potential vendors. Period. Dot. I'd rather pay a little bit more or wait a little longer to go with your competitor than go with you. I don't think Donald Trump has business acumen the way everybody has claimed he does. He filed for bankruptcy 6 times. He filed for bankruptcy on 3 casinos. Casinos literally print money. How do you file for bankruptcy 3 times on casinos? I don't believe Donald Trump is a good president. I don't think Donald Trump is the best president we've had this century. I don't think Donald Trump is the best president we've had. I don't even think Donald Trump is the best president we had in the year 2025. Because in the year 2025, we had 2 presidents, and I think Donald Trump is the number 2 of 2. What do you think he's trying to do to the country? He is actively trying to bankrupt it, even if I don't think that is possible. Well, no, we are bankrupt. We are bankrupt, and that's important to realize. We have more debt than we have income. Our country is now insolvent. But our debt can't go away. Well, a portion of it can. We've always been in debt. Yes, but so what people have to understand, we're in debt. Some of it is future projections. the way our national debt is projected is sometimes an unfair projection because people that don't understand that when we project out debt, we project it out knowing that some of it's going to fall off. For example, I said earlier in the show, somewhere in a ledger, I'm a line item in the military retiree ledger that says we anticipate having to pay this asshole $4 million more. If I die tomorrow, the debt drops immediately by $4 million more. If I die tomorrow, that $4 million obligation disappears because it's a projection that they're not in debt yet. And that's a big part of when you start talking about the national debt. A slice of that national debt is projected Social Security payments. Well, this shouldn't be in the debt because the Social Security Trust pays all but this sliver of it. And this sliver is paid by the general fund, but we're reporting on it. But if Social Security got all of its money back, it would remain solvent forever because it's a pyramid scheme. More people pay into the Social Security Trust than are receiving money from the trust. So if you just left it alone and stopped borrowing against it, it would take care of itself. The other one that you have is pensions and retirement. Well, again, this is a projection that as people die early, this number gets smaller. Some of it is T-bills, some of it is foreign investment. Some of our debt was designed to make other countries spend money with the US. If you make sure they have American dollars, they spend that American dollar with America. Yes, I agree. But what I'm saying is he's trying to put us further in the hole, but there is no bankruptcy like he knows. Or is there a way to bankrupt a country without destroying the economy? You can't bankrupt a country without destroying the economy. Remember, where we're at right now today, between 18 and 19 and a half cents out of every tax dollar goes to the interest on the national debt. Not to the national debt, to the interest on the national debt. What Elon Musk was warning about is you pay $1 in taxes, but 18 cents of that goes to interest. That means 18 cents didn't go to feeding the homeless or feeding the hungry or housing the homeless or to anything. It went to investors. At a certain point, you're going to be at a point where the economy collapses. And it's when you're like playing SimCity and your income is negative and you can't get your income positive. You cancel all services. The kids stop going to school. You have no police. You have no fire. You have no nothing. And you still can't get positive. If we don't correct this boat here soon, we're eventually going to get to a point where we can't fix the boat anymore. It goes back to what I was saying about short-termism. By the time the problem arrives, I'll already be out of office, and it'll be someone else's problem. The spinsters on my side can say it was started by them, not me. Right. But is the boat still correctable? Yes, the boat is still correctable, but you would need somebody who actually understands economics to go in. You would need somebody that actually understands economics to be given full control over the budget outside of this bullshit that we have. And this is what would have to happen. So I'm going to type this because it'll show up cleaner. So in 2025, we took in 5.25 trillion, but we spent 6.5, give or take. In 2026, we're going to bring in XX trillion. Well, what we need to do for the next 3 years is 2025, we brought in 5.25 trillion. So we're only going to spend 4.25 trillion, and then we're going to make 1 trillion to interest and pay down. 2026, we don't know what we're going to bring in, but we're only going to spend 4.25 trillion. And then we're going to do another 1 trillion to interest and pay down. 2027, we're going to do not know what we bring in. We're still going to do 4.25 trillion. 1 trillion to interest and pay down. Now, what happens in 2028 is that we are going to work on the real number from 2026 minus 5.25 plus 5.25. Our real number, the real, I shouldn't say the real number, the real difference plus 5.25. Until we have 3 years of consistent spending and buy down of the national debt. But right now, the way it works is our government spends money it knows it doesn't have, and it knows it doesn't have a debt ceiling for, because it knows that the government will shut down and then the future government will have to pay for it. It's like if my kid came into my office right now, if my kid was home from school and my kid said, "Can I go to the gas station to get lunch?" I would say, "Here you go. There's $14. Go get lunch and bring change." And if my kid gets to the gas station and says, "There's nothing I can get for lunch for $14, I would say, "Well, you're shit out of luck, my friend, because you don't have a credit card. You have $14 in hand. You need to make it work." See, where our government is failing the people is that instead of sitting around $4 trillion worth of pie and divvying out $4 trillion the best they can, everybody is saying, "My thing is important, my thing is important, my thing is important." And so we go into debt for it. And they use problems as a shield and use the media to show irrelevant problems to distract us. The people with the most political viewers have insane takes that will make things worse, because all our society cares about is entertainment, and it's more entertaining to doom the country and revel in the drama. Well, you're spot on. And unfortunately, I have to criticize my peers that do political commentary. Legendary bad takes are the 10-word answer. The same way like Bernie Sanders gives a 10-word answer. Universal basic income is important. Great. How are you going to do it? What does universal basic income mean? If you feel universal basic income is so important, then why are we still taxing people, right? Why are we still taxing people when they make below $31,200 a year? We tax people back into poverty. We just need to stop taxing people back into poverty. If 31,000 is your magic number, so Bernie Sanders says $15 an hour is the magic number, times 2080 is your full-time work hours. So we do 15 times 2080. That gives us 31,200. Then you should pay $0 in taxes, Social Security, FICA, FUTA, state or federal. You should pay nothing out of pocket on 31,200. But everybody knows if we did that, The whole system would collapse. So why are you taxing people back into poverty? Bernie Sanders says, is universal health care a radical idea? Yes, it's a radical idea. If you have no kids going to school, you shouldn't get school taxed. You should get school taxed. You absolutely should. Let me tell you why you're incorrect on this. First of all, if you don't believe in the value of educating us, living in an educated society, then you must want no services from anybody ever. If you don't want to pay for schools, you don't want to go to a doctor or a dentist or a lawyer or an accountant. Because where do those people come from? They come from the schools. Educated citizens benefit the society. I will go a step further with what Jimmy Carr said. In fact, I think I have Jimmy Carr's video. I was just saying on the basis of not being taxed under the tax bracket. No, because 31,002, nobody should be taxed on the first 31,002. If we're going to say 31,002 is the poverty line, which it's not. It's not. Not even close. The problem is we have a country that's the size of a continent. I know exactly how much you can live on. I run my daughter's whole household out of my pocket. My daughter does not work. My daughter cannot work. I'm hoping she gets benefits. My daughter, to just come here this morning, contextually for this, my daughter lives less than a mile away. It took over an hour of check-ins, prompts, encouragement to get my daughter to leave her apartment, go to her car, drive here, and this is her childhood home, to make a phone call. Well, to receive a phone call. So I have to pay all her bills. My kid costs me less than $18,000 a year. Apartment, car insurance. Well, the car's paid for. $18,000. $18,000 doesn't move the mercury in New York City. But should we be paying for people to live in New York City? See, when we unpack that, there's a lot there. Bernie Sanders says we need to have $20 an hour minimum wages. Yeah, because that works so fucking well in California, right? That worked so well. I think what we need to do is we need to understand, and I'm sorry, neo-millennials, not millennials, but I'm sorry, neo-millennials and Zoomers, we might have to give up on you. Yeah, you heard Facebook Instant Messenger. I generally try to give the show 100% of my attention, but I take care of 3 people. I take care of 3 other individuals. The individual that I'm helping take care of her and her kids, the fucking piece of shit husband that rapes her every night. Yay, that's an awesome thing to have to talk somebody through every fucking day. The husband didn't come home last night, so didn't bring the van home, so the mom couldn't even get the kids to school. The state is bordering on taking the kids away because the kids miss school so often. And the problem is, society can't fix its own fucking problems. Society can't fix its problems. So, although I do agree with one thing, I think we should get rid of the American public school system. It doesn't fucking work anyway. 54% of American school kids, 54% of America, 54% of America reads at the 6th grade level or lower. Racism and sexual orientation and identification. These are 2 of the biggest talking points instead of education and economy. They get right into the nitty-gritty of the first 2 insane specifics I wish I didn't have to hear about. Yeah, let me... what you see here on the Enough is Enough party, on LGBTQ views. Stop caring about relationships as long as both partners are 1, of the age of consent, and 2, consenting. I don't give a shit what you want to identify as. I do not give a shit what you want to identify as. I don't give a shit what you want to be, or what you want your partner to be. I don't care. I care that both people in that relationship are of the age of consent and they're both consenting to what you're doing. Look, I don't give a shit what your gender identity is, but I'm not going to play the fucking stupid game of, and this is why I don't get into transgender debates, because they lose every fucking time with me. Biological sex is a matter of DNA and genetics and science. Gender identity is a matter of social sciences and societal constructs. It works like this. Until we can completely rewrite your DNA, if you were born a man, your body produces sperm. You are the pole. If you were born a female, you produce the eggs. You are the hole. You put the pole in the hole, both sets of genetic material, you have a baby. If after your gender reassignment surgery, we grow you a genetically modified penis, and you could do that. Are there people not born who are born as none or both? There are people who are born as both or none. And although this may not be the politest term societally, we're not talking about their identity. We're talking about what they are. They are a genetic anomaly. Human beings are mammalian. We are supposed to come in 1 or 2 flavors. We are supposed to come in the male variety or the female variety. I fully endorse the people who feel they are in the wrong body. No problem. We need to accept the people that want to cut off the pole and have a hole, or close up the hole and have a pole. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that in the slightest. What I do have a problem with is when you want me to play a game that says we're going to change the science. Because when you die, in 1,000 years from now, archaeologists find your bones. They're going to dig into your bone marrow. They're going to do DNA sampling, and they're going to come up with, this is the body of a female. This is the body of a male. They're not going to know what the fuck your gender identity was. And that's all I'm saying. I will 100% support whatever gender identity, societal, sociology roles you want. But tell me what the problem is. What is the problem with Trump's education and economy right now, though? Trump's education, what's the problem with Trump's economy? That's real simple. The problem with Trump's economy is he cost every American household between $1,700 and $3,400 last year, more on items that they would have bought anyway through his tariffs. And now he's been ordered to give refunds. Oh, the Trump card, not him. What is the problem that Trump's education and economy? Nothing Trump's education. Not even the economy Trump's education. Until we educate people, we will have a dumb as fuck society. Like, there's people who, like, I encounter, and they'll encounter me reading an academic book. And there are people that will ask me fool-ass questions. They'll be like, are you in school? No. I'll be reading, like, von Clausewitz. I don't like being in public. Most of the places I go, they put me in a room. Like, I go to the doctor's office, they don't leave me sitting in the waiting room. They know that I'm uncomfortable. They just bring me into a room. But sometimes, I get stuck in the waiting room. Woman comes up to me, she's like, what you reading? I'm reading von Clausewitz on war. Are you in school? No, I'm retired. Well, then why are you reading that? Why aren't you reading something entertaining? I do find this entertaining. Well, that looks like an academic book. I'm a fucking academic. Imagine that. I don't use the internet for porn. Then why isn't the thing on the news? Then why isn't it what people are fighting tooth and nail, screaming at the top of their lungs? That's easy. I'll tell you why education isn't the thing people are fighting tooth and nail, because it doesn't help them. Because here's what needs to happen. You've got the baby boomers, you've got Generation X, you've got the millennials, you've got the neo-millennials, you've got Generation Z and Generation Alpha. Generation Z and Alpha. The problem is, these people are basically near retirement. These people are basically nearing retirement. These people, and these people have a really long road left to get to happy ever after. These people are still in school. And all of the changes we need to make, if you want to be completely honest, all of the changes that we need to put into play will only benefit these people. We have to give up on the millennials, the neo-millennials, the Zoomers, and Generation Alpha. We have to give up on 4 generations of people. Well, 3 generations and a subset. We have to give up on everybody born between about 1985 and about 2020. About 2020. All of them? Yeah, we have to give up on all of them. Those generations aren't going to vote for that idea. That's the problem. That right there is the problem. In order to fix the society, we have to basically exterminate. Why is it going to take so long? Because 54% of this group is deficient. 54% of that group right there cannot read above the 6th grade level. 54% of that group doesn't value hard work. They say so themselves when they're polled or when they're surveyed. They say, I'm not saying these things about them. They say these things about themselves. My daughter is 13. She can read anything she wants out of the school library, the high school library, the library, because she's no longer tracked for reading because she reads at the 12.9 level. Like, not that I think that this is healthy reading for everybody. So this is a giant ass book on the tarot. And my daughter brought this home and spent weeks studying the tarot. My daughter's teachers and my daughter's friends, the teachers called us and said, we don't think that's appropriate reading material. And I said, why? They said, well, the subject matter. So all I had to do to get to the school to solve their reading material problem is I walked in, I rolled up my sleeve, and they said, meeting's over. Good call. Good call to end the meeting. Why would we ever tell a kid something is inappropriate to read? The only thing we should do is encourage kids to read things just a little bit harder. But if a kid reads one thing at their grade level, one thing slightly below their grade level, then motivate them the next time to read one thing slightly above their grade level. But at the end of the day, if they're reading, leave them the fuck alone. Leave them alone because they're reading. Which is why the founders made the right of the people to vote so limited. You had to have a tangible stake in the country, like owning property or committing unpaid service to the country, not merely existing. You're right. More and more, I am believing that we need to have guardrails in place for who we allow to vote. When I was a younger man, I used to think that the right to vote was paramount to a free society. And now I've come to the conclusion that if the Constitution is written at the 11th grade level and 54% of people in this country read at the 6th grade level, maybe we're completely fucked. You've moved from Locke back to Hobbes. Yep. The founding fathers drafted the Constitution with the belief that people with their liberty would pursue education. We didn't. We pursued decadence. I am not an individual that supports shutting down porn shops, strip clubs, titty bars, gangbangs, OnlyFans. This whole fact that we're trying to remove porn from minors. Ladies and gentlemen, which of these two alternatives do you want? Do you want young boys going home, watching porn and jerking off? Or do you want young boys not having access to porn, being pent up and frustrated, and finding girls and having sex? Because I'll tell you, in the 80s and the 90s, early 90s, that's what we were doing. So, if your kid is running around, if your kid is watching porn on your home network and you don't know about it, then you've given your kid the equivalent of a loaded gun. Long time ago, in a land far away, I'm up late one night, and the routers, the internet's being slow as shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I click over to the router, and I'm like, who the fuck is even awake? Like, I'm seeing my PC is using 54% of the internet, and the other person awake is using the rest. And I'm like, okay. So I click on it, and my daughter, she's watching porn. Like, whatever. She's watching porn. The next morning, all I said to her was, hey, let me see your phone real quick. And she turns all beet red. I said, let me see your phone real quick. She hands it to me. I said, watch this. There you go. She says, you're okay? I'm just like, look, you're at the age. I don't. This isn't a conversation I'm gonna have with you. So let me just play it out. If you're Googling how to give a blowjob, I'm already gonna kill every boy that comes near you anyway. Have at, yo. Have at. You'll also notice that as of this morning, there's a box of condoms in your bedside table. Do what you will. Don't give me any grandkids yet. All of my daughters have been told, because I have 5 daughters. All of my daughters have been told, when you get to the age that you want to have intimacy with your boyfriend, I don't want you running around having sex in cars. I don't want you running around having sex in the locker room at school or in the library or any of that shit. I don't want that shit. I said, if you want intimate time with your partner and you have been with your partner for a significant length of time, then you tell me you don't want to go to family dinner on Friday. We used to go to family dinner all the time on Friday. It was said, you say to me, I don't want to go to family dinner on Friday. And I say, why? And you say, Starfish. Great. Operation Starfish. Operation Starfish means, right? I'm going to know your boyfriend is here. I'm going to go to dinner with my wife and whichever siblings aren't staying. You're the one that's staying. You're going to have your intimate time with your partner. I'm going to then spontaneously take the family out for ice cream. And then I'm going to need to stop at Lowe's because I'm going to need to pick something up. And then while I'm in Lowe's, I'm going to call you. Now, I don't need you to pick up. When you hear my ringtone, I need you to finish up. When I get home, you both will be in the living room watching a appropriate age level movie. And when I open the trash can, we're not going to make the mistake of having the used condom right on the top of the fucking trash. Appreciate the follows, guys. Well, you're not going to be staying long. And my kids were always respectful like that. Yeah. You will freshen up. You will light some candles. Yeah. You will freshen up. You will light some candles. I don't want to smell like I'm coming into a whorehouse. And my girls were respectful about that. They said, I appreciate that. And then generally, I would, the first time Operation Starfish occurred, I would say to the boy, I say, hey boy, give me a hand outside. With what? If you ask me that fool ass question again, I'm going to hand you a shovel and tell you to start digging. Now give me a hand outside. And I would just say to the boy, look, I know what happened. You didn't pull a fast one over on me, but you will respect my daughter. You're not pulling, I'm not a senile old man that you pulled one over on. So are we good? You will respect my daughter, you will respect her reputation. You're not going to go out bragging. You're not going to tarnish her reputation. Because I will remind you that I have a shotgun, a shovel, and 5 acres. Like, I know how to bury a body and you'll never be found. The boys usually turn a little bit fucking stark white then. And I was like, but take care of my daughter. Good stuff. But you don't have good parenting like that anymore. You have absentee parents. It's easier to watch people get brutally murdered or tortured and actually cause real trauma. Yeah, porn is available everywhere. And you're right. As long as people come to my show and want to talk about racism, but they're not being racist. They want to talk about sexism, but they're not being sexist. I think I create an opportunity. Where people can voice their opinion and we can refine a plan. Remember, a plan is never going to be universally accepted by everybody. A plan has to be palatable to everybody. Parents are on their phones just as much as their kids. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's like I watched some woman make this big deal about if a man takes his phone and puts it face down on the table, he's hiding something from his wife or his girlfriend. I put my phone face down, and I put when I'm with my wife or if I'm with my kids, I click the button on my watch that puts my watch on Do Not Disturb, and I put my phone face down so that you have 100% of my attention. Unfortunately, I can't put stuff in my pockets when I sit. If I have like a coat pocket, I'll put it in there. But I can't have my phone and my wallet in my jeans pocket. I mean, I probably could, but I don't like it. Most parents are on their phone more than their kids since the kids are only allowed X hours, but the parents are on it all the time. Yeah. A good plan is where everyone concedes something, but they're willing to concede it in order to receive the pros of the plan. Yeah. And so what we have is we have content creators like Asmongold who are really, really popular. But when he says something, half of the audience agrees with it, half of it doesn't. Half of them don't. But then he says some out there shit. I think in a world where we have an idiot like Hassan advocating for what he advocates for. You may not agree with this, but the world needs a counterbalance to Hassan. And Asmongold is certainly a counterbalance to Hassan. But I don't know if you saw the Asmongold thing. Asmongold owes $400,000 in additional taxes. If you owe $400,000 in taxes, you made between $1.3 and $1.8 million. But that means if he said that's 1/10 of what he owes, then it's 11 million to 13 million. No, he doesn't. It was an IRS error. I don't know if it was or not. He literally has a clip where he says, I owe $400,000. And the IRS makes mistakes. That happens. But either way, if he owed $400,000, and he said previously he makes 6-figure quarterly tax payments. That means he's making some bank. Okay, I didn't watch his stream yesterday. Believe it or not, I don't have time to watch every minute of his streams because I stream a lot too. And I haven't seen a clip of it where he said it was an IRS error, which is why he has an accountant. But either way, he's making millions of dollars a year. I wish I was making millions of dollars a year. Then I would be taking care of people. I'm already looking at starting a charitable foundation so that people that are fucked can get taken care of. That is another strange talking point. How much people pay in taxes? The government already gets so much, why give them more? Well, you don't give them more. You have to give it to them. You owe it to them. Remember, you live in a society. What happened to less tax? When did it turn into more tax? Because people want more socialist programs. Socialism is great until you run out of money. Socialism is awesome. Socialist policies are amazing until you run out of money. I'm going to take my 60-second walk around. I'll be right back. No one would have any issue paying taxes if the taxes produce tangible benefits to the people paying them. Not trillions going to other countries or benefiting. Well, first of all, we need to stop saying that. We don't send trillions of dollars to other countries. We spend a very little amount of foreign aid. We do send large aid packages, but because ignorant people in journalism don't report correctly, a lot of times money that we're giving other countries is debt that they owe us. Is the country really that deep in the shitter that we have a majority are so down bad we need even more social programs? Yes. Yes, the country is that bad. I did this a couple of weeks ago, and several people thought that I was showing pictures of Palestine. Oh, must have been even further back, huh? I didn't think it was that far back. Holy shit. I have so many old screenshots. Anyway, I don't think I'm going to be able to find them because I've got a ton of stuff in this. Oh, yeah, here we go. So, a couple of weeks ago, I was just throwing pictures up on the screen, and I was saying, yeah, look how bad this is. And people were all like, wow, that's pretty terrible. And I'm like, yeah, it really is. And they're like, is that Palestine? And I'm like, no. They're like, is that Lebanon? And I'm like, no. And they're like, where is that? America. That's fucking America. That's East St. Louis. That's 20 minutes from my house. We have, no, it's East St. Louis. It is literally some of the most lucrative land in Illinois because it is just on the other side of the river of St. Louis. Yeah, but how many of those are historical blah blah can't be torn down? Well, right. That's the problem. We make things historical buildings, we can't tear them down, but then the people who live in the community don't take care of the area. We have, this is going to be dicey to say, but we have people in this country who don't understand. It's not a race thing, it's a poverty thing. Poor black people need to stop screaming at white people about reparations. Instead, poor black people need to look across the fence at the poor white neighbor and say, I'm going to stop calling you my poor white neighbor, and I'm going to just call you my poor neighbor. And now all the poor people are going to get together and say, holy shit, our lot in life is terrible because we're fucking poor. We're going to stop making it about poverty, or stop making it about race, and we're going to start making it about poverty. Because that's what needs to happen. That's where we need to get to. What we need to get to is that, as you can see in that little itty bitty tiny bottom piece, the blue bar at the bottom of 2025 is 2.5% of the wealth, but it's 50% of the population. Yeah, we're buying up farmland because it's cheaper to buy farmland because you don't have to tear down the buildings. You don't have to deal with existing code. You don't have to retrofit existing sewers. You don't have to tolerate existing power restraints. You can just buy land and completely develop it from clean. But what people don't realize is if we keep developing farmland, we're going to keep having what my town has, and we have flooding all the time now. An acre of land can absorb 40,000 gallons of water. My town has developed about 8,000 acres of farmland over the last 10 years, and now we get massive flooding. And we ripped out 10,000 trees over by the highway to extend the airport. It's the people still living in those terrible places that cry so loud and make it a headache. Just let us tear it down. Yeah, but here's the problem. It's the people living in those places, because the piece you're missing is, where are you going to put them? Where are you going to take the people living there while you tear it down? Because they sure as shit aren't going to be able to afford whatever you build there. Remember, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. They're asking for too much money for what it's worth. What it's worth to them is the only thing they have. There's not a mechanism to give them enough to go start a new life somewhere else. Self-sacrifice like 4 generations, you're sacrificing for the greater good. Right. What's the countermeasure to gentrification? There's not. There's not. What you have to do is for example, where I lived, Cabrini Green and the Robert Taylor homes were torn down. I don't see gentrification as a bad thing. The problem is every gentrification project neglects what do we do with the poor people living there. So let me bring up a map of Illinois. So many years ago, what happened in Illinois, I gotta go about right here. What they did was, in the inner city, we had two big projects. And what they did is, these projects were like Judge Dredd. They were like peach trees. We had like 20,000 people living in these buildings that were just crime infested. So what the city of Chicago did was reach out to Kankakee and reach out to Joliet and say, can you build some smaller affordable housing? Because what we'd like to do is we would like to break up the density of this poverty. If we send some of the poor out to Joliet, we send some of the poor out to Kankakee, that'll hopefully break up the centralized poverty, and then these people can be more easily integrated into your local economies. And Kankakee and Joliet were like, fuck no. And then the city was like, but we'll pay you. And they were like, maybe. They said, and we'll transfer you our federal funding for those. They said, we'll do it. Well, then what happened? All along the 57, they started busting drug dealers, right? All along the routes out to Joliet, they started busting drug dealers. What'd you do? You moved their fucking customers out, so you gave them new distribution lanes. Even in the movies, it's big corporations' fault for wanting to build a mall or something. The thing that movies don't show is these places should be condemned. A tent would probably be healthier. Okay. That's probably true. But they own it. If you're going to take somebody out of a living, functional house, why don't we put them in a living, functional, better house? If we're gonna bring in gentrification into a poverty-stricken, rundown area, what do we do with the people? Because remember, they're people. If we don't see them as people, we see them as a problem. If we're not going to take care of them, who's going to pay that? Who's going to pay to buy the property to build the mall? What you're saying is, business should have the right to take somebody's home, but not set that person up. That person should just be allowed to become homeless. Even if their house should be condemned, it's still their house. It's still meeting their base hierarchy of needs of shelter. But it's worth more if we let the businessmen come in and build a mall. And by the way, we build a mall, or we build condos, or we build whatever the next thing is. Then they will keep buying farmland until there's none left. Well, that's okay. They'll keep buying farmland until there's none left. Because that's the farmer's choice, right? It's the farmer's choice to sell their farmland, right? Because it's not like the government is selling them farmland. The government doesn't own any. I can't tell the farmer that I know whose 3 sons all decided to not go into agriculture that he can't sell his land for $70 million because we need him to sell it to a farmer for $700,000. Guy just sold all his land for $70 million because they're putting in a bypass, they're putting in commercial stuff, they're putting in houses. That developer is going to make $1 billion. 70 million is peanuts to the $1 billion that they're going to make. Because now they don't have to deal with pre-existing shit or buying out the last couple of people. If you don't want them to do that, then eminent domain the shit out of all the condemned houses, but put those people somewhere reasonable. I don't think anyone is going to offer much more than the land is worth. Okay. What's the land worth? Remember, people forget this about value. You think it's worth X. I think it's worth the replacement. And this is where we run into a big problem with car insurance claims. My wife's car. I bought my wife a car for $20,000. She had it for 1 year. She got into a car accident. The person destroyed the rear passenger tire, door, everything, bumper assembly. They said because the damages were $11,000 that exceeded 50% of the car's purchase price, they were going to write the car off. By the time they got done writing the car off, I got $14,009, give or take, for the car. That's not what the car was worth. The car was worth $20,000 because that's what I paid for it, and that's the function it was serving. What I needed was a replacement vehicle, not a dollar amount. But what's it worth? See, your opinion of what something is worth is different than what they think it's worth. The problem is we want to buy the land and get rid of the thing on top. Nobody wants to put up extra for the thing on top. You're right. And the person living in the thing on top would be okay moving if you gave them another place to live that they didn't have to pay for. Do you think people live in the fucking slums, in the ghetto, in the rundown neighborhoods? Do you think there's people barefoot in the trailer park eating mayonnaise sandwiches, fucking their sister because they really want that life? Or is it because there's roadblocks and obstacles and locked doors? Also, you've got people that win $50 million in the lotto, and 3 years later they're broke because people don't understand the value of money. If you want to move somebody out of a house, why the fuck not incorporate affordable housing? If you need to get let's say you got to get 6 people out of an area so that you could develop 1,000 rental units. Why not just give the 6 people a unit and have it non-transferable? Now your fucking problem is taken care of. But it's the squeeze. We gotta squeeze every penny. The offer is going to be whatever gets them out of the land. For instance, if it's worth 280 and profit, you have to have that space in particular. Are you really going to have that many qualms about paying 1.2 million for something that's valued at 420,000? Yeah, exactly. But they do, and then they try every other trick in the book to get those people to move out. It's like when my dad had to negotiate with the state over a strip of his land. My dad ended up getting like 20 times what the strip of land was worth because my dad outright said, I'm going to tie your project up for years. For years. And they're like, well, we'll do eminent domain. And he's like, that's fine. He's like, and then I'll appeal it, and then I'll appeal it, and then I'll appeal it. I'll keep you tied up in appeals that you'll miss the window for doing this improvement. He's like, I don't have to win. I just have to not lose by the date of the expansion. And when they do the rest of the expansion, they'll either do the rest of the expansion and then bring the lanes narrow here, or they won't do the expansion at all. So they ended up giving my dad 20 times their initial offer because he outright said, I am going to make you pay for every inch. I have no problem rolling this out. And somebody with a checkbook said they've got every other homeowner for 6 blocks willing to sell their little strip for exactly what they were offered. We can pay 20 times what we're asking on one because we've already bought all the other pieces. It doesn't make any sense now for us to not buy the last one. That's why my dad didn't jump at the offer to sell. My dad waited to see what all the neighbors did. Everybody else just took the face value number. They wanted to expand a highway, and they needed like only 6 inches of our land front. They were extending the lane, and they needed They needed 6 inches of our property for the curb. Well, they needed to encroach 6 inches because if you're familiar, the sidewalk has to be X off the curb. So they needed to move the sidewalk 6 inches into our property. My dad got 20 times the value. My dad didn't give a shit if they didn't extend the road. Let's see. Good conversation so far today. Oh, wait, I'm not even on this part. I'm not even on this part of the show yet. Let's see. Iran doesn't want to open the Strait of Hormuz. Closed. They want it to open so they can make $500 million a day, which is therefore what they are losing if it's closed. They only say they want it closed because I have it totally blockaded. So they merely want to save face. People approached me 4 days ago saying, sir, Iran wants to open the strait immediately. But if we do that, there can never be a deal with Iran unless we blow up the rest of the country, their leaders included. I write this off as more shit this man just says. He says an awful lot of things. 1 second. He lied to me. He lied to me. She said she had medication on the porch. Let's see. I don't know. There's work everywhere. No, there's not work everywhere. I think there's a problem you need to remember. There is not work everywhere. You say there's work everywhere. I don't know what people are talking about saying there's no work, no way out of the slums. There's not. When I was teaching, when I was counseling, I have to say teaching/counseling because I wasn't the counselor. I was working under somebody. I was working with the pre-diversion domestic violence offenders. And some of them are on probation. And so some of them are required to be employed. There were guys that were coming in, they just can't get a job. They just literally cannot find employment. There's lots of people who are somewhat good people and they're just fucked. I'll do the UK smoking ban thing here in a minute. What we have is we have a society of a lot of people want to have an opinion about people who aren't working, but they don't understand the story. Like, for example, I had a graduate degree and 2 undergraduate degrees, and I couldn't find a job. And this was in the year 2004. I had my teaching certificate. I'm a master teacher in 6 things. I couldn't find a job. Sent out over 500 applications. Couldn't find a job. Ended up getting a job as a mall security guard. Finally, somebody at one of the places was willing to tell me. They said, look, I can't tell you that the reason we didn't hire you is because you're a reservist, but we didn't hire you because you're a reservist. If you weren't a reservist, we would have hired you. And they said, I'm only telling you that because it's probably why you're not getting a job. Because we've heard about you. We've heard your name mentioned. Lots of schools probably interested in having you, but we can't hire you because we can't risk the year's 2004. We can't risk you getting activated. And I was like, you know that that's a violation of the law, right? Do I need to disclose I'm a reservist? Yes, it is a requirement because you are required to disclose you're a reservist because you have specific protections under the law. It's called USERRA. If you don't disclose you're a reservist at the time of your hiring, you can't later then claim those protections. And what I told them was, I said, hey, if you want to hire me, I'm in a medical unit. There's no way I get deployed unless I agree to go. If I do get forcibly deployed, I'll have more than 18 months notice because that's our lead time on our deployments. The guy said, well, nothing I can do because the powers that be. So it sucked. But every road works out for a reason. But there were lots of people that were like, you have a master's degree and you're a mall cop. Yeah, I have a master's degree and I'm a mall cop. It sucked. It's just because there's jobs out there doesn't mean everybody can get one. Like, for example, I know people that they don't live where there is a functional they don't have a functional vehicle. And so people would say, well, if you don't have a functional vehicle, you should live close to public transit, which I agree with. But they had a functional vehicle and they got in a car accident that they didn't cause. Now they don't have a vehicle. Now they can't get to work. Now they lose their job. Now they're going to lose their home anyway. Right? We've got to start looking at we have got to start looking at the overall picture, and we have to ask ourselves, why is this situation this bad? And the situation is this bad right now because Donald Trump's tariffs last year punished the American citizens to the tune of $1,700 to $3,400 per family, per household. And now the companies are getting the money back. So Walmart raised the prices to cover the tariffs. And now Walmart's going to get the money back. How the fuck is that fair? Because you know damn well Walmart's not going to lower their prices for a year. Every company that pushed along the costs must be happy to be able to double dip. Yeah. It's free money. It's free money. And that's where people that like MAGA fans that are like, Donald Trump is amazing. I have to say to him, by what metric is Donald Trump amazing? Like, you started a war with Iran with zero clue on how to deal with the Strait of Hormuz. Mega corporations are a cancer. So I guess I'm going to offend everybody right now. Mega corporations are a lot like women's sports. You had the opportunity to not shop at the mega corporations. You had the opportunity to go to women's sports, but you didn't. Women should make the same amount of money as men in sports. No, they shouldn't. Women should make a percentage of the overall take, and they should make the same percentage as the men. It's about market value. It's about market value. I'm way too biased. I started from homeless at 16, literally washed up at pools and stuff to go to work. Not my fault they don't have the drive to go deeper into hell in order to get out of their current hell. But the problem is you're biased and you're not understanding that not everybody has that option, period. I know people that, for example, I'm going to lay it out for you. I'll lay it out for you. You tell me where this person could do better. Mom of 4 kids, husband, after having 4 kids, decides to step out on her, start fucking prostitutes, then moves out altogether. So he has to maintain his own home, sends very little money back home, doesn't leave her with a working vehicle, doesn't send money reliably. What's she supposed to do? What is she supposed to do? Like, if we're going to say it's not, because I get it, it's not your fault people don't have the drive. You tell me what she's supposed to do, because she's not a statistic. She's not a big picture. Like, she is a singleton. She is an individual case study. She makes $2,000 to $3,000 a month. Can she give her kids to someone else temporarily? No. How does that solve her problem? That doesn't solve her problem. She doesn't have a functional vehicle. She works from home. She makes $2,000 to $3,000 a month, but she only had 4 kids because they were a double income family. He doesn't work reliably enough to have health insurance, so she makes $2,000 to $3,000 a month. But out of her cut has to come the rent, the medical insurance, the car insurance. And by the time she's done with that, she's bumming $4 from people to buy lettuce. If the system worked, the dad would get picked up, taken to court, and said, hey, shitbird, 40% of your pay is going to go to your wife and your kids. And 40% of your pay is based on what you're capable of earning. Another individual, my godson's mother, hasn't gotten child support in 4 years. Now, she's a professional, she's a teacher. Her new husband is a lab tech and he's becoming a BMET like I was. So they're okay. But he still has, the system says take care of your kids, but the system doesn't have enforcement. That's bullshit. We live in a decadent society. We live in a corrupt, evil, immoral society. I posted something a while back where all I posted was this is all I posted. I posted 11 million kids in poverty, 14 million facing food insecurity, not in Palestine, not in Iran, right here at home. Should our kids be America's #1 priority? There is people who are literally saying, what part of illegal immigrant don't you understand? We're not talking about illegal immigrant children here. These are American citizen kids. These kids, 10.2 million of the kids in poverty and 13 million of the kids in food insecurity are Americans. That's tough when there are kids and no family. You can legally give your kids to someone else temporarily until you can get it done. Again, let me stop you. Who? I've already told you. She doesn't have somebody she can give her kids to. The solution can't be something she can't do. Right? Is that a tattoo of the big A? That? No. That, no. So how many of those kids are you doing something for? Do you just give money or do you give them housing and resources? I give resources. I don't have the ability to provide housing for them. In a pinch, I told her, if the spousal rape doesn't stop, you can come here for a short term, but I'm going to need to know your unloading, your offload plan. I have a 4-bedroom house. 3 of the bedrooms are occupied. I could, in theory, give up, my office. I could box up my office and I could put 2 single beds in here. I still have to come up with a place to put 2 more kids if I were to take her in. So I could flip my bookcases in the loft and create that. See, those are the people that need help, though. It's not all of them. You're right. But the system, and that's my problem with the system. The system isn't doing anything. We have this statistic that there's millions of kids in poverty, millions of kids in food insecurity. But we're not altering the school lunch program to ensure that the kids get 2 meals a day at school and then a take-home box so that they get fed. Because people will say, you're right. I'm giving examples of people that need help. There are a ridiculous amount of people that can fix their problems, though, that they don't. And that's, you're absolutely right. But when we write solutions, we can't write solutions that dismiss the problem. We can't say these people can pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Some people can, and some people should. And the people who can and aren't willing to should be cut loose. Like, again, if you're a drug addict, if you go to get state aid, you should have to piss in a cup. Because to piss in a cup is, like, people are like, well, we don't need to spend hundreds of dollars in order for them to, we don't need to spend hundreds of dollars doing the tests. It's not hundreds of dollars. It's not hundreds of dollars. It's $5. If you buy them in bulk, it's less than $4. You can get one of these for less than $4. And if you buy them wholesale, no, you pee in the cup. Like, this is what you pee in, this particular cup, and all those strips are for different tests. You have to have somebody, and you have to have a process, and you have to have order, because this particular cup, you cannot read until 5 minutes, and you must read before 10 minutes. So you can't be, you need somebody paying attention to the cups as people are peeing in them. But we want to talk about fixing things. You go in to get your state benefits, you piss in a cup. If you pop hot, you're given 2 choices. Number 1, you go into rehab. We pay for you to get rehab. Number 2, if you don't take the rehab, you don't get state aid. Are there really no programs out there for women going through abusive relationships where they can live temporarily? There are. But here's the problem. Let me take you to the next step. A lot of these shelters aren't safe. They're not secure. Because she has a 12-year-old boy, now she has to be separated from her boy, because you can't bring the boy in of that age into a lot of shelters. Some of these shelters require you to leave during the day. Like, your kids go to school, you're supposed to be out at work, but she works from home. So where the fuck is she supposed to go work? Now she has to get a completely different job. We don't create solutions that are flexible. Yeah, the 12-year-old boy precludes a lot of shelters. If she had 4 daughters, she'd be able to get into every shelter down there. And of course, right, now you're talking about a mom with 4 kids, 1 boy. The boy's the oldest. Yeah, no dongles allowed. So the 12-year-old is socially homeless. So now she needs to find a way to have somebody take care of her boy. Now, I could take in the boy, but now here's the problem. If I take in the boy is going to be what? A member of my family, a member of my household, which means he's going to grow up with my values, my ethics, my virtues, my morals, my morality. Within 6 to 8 months, he's going to, even though he's 12, within 6 to 8 months, his life is going to get so much better. He's not going to want to reestablish bonds with mom or his sisters. He's going to say, I'm not cold at night. I'm not hungry at night. I haven't been shuffled around. This guy parties like it's 1999. He goes to Disney and I go with him. He goes to Universal and I go with him. Like, I'm not treated like a second-class citizen. So you run into the problem. You run into the issue. Yeah, it's a shame the church doesn't take in kids anymore. Churches shouldn't be tax exempt. Churches should be taking care of people. I should see multiple church like soup kitchen food drives. I should see a church doing at least 1 or 2 a week. But we don't have that. But yeah, I'm sick of drug addicts being high in public spaces. And I agree with you. As I said, if you get, if the paramedics have given you Narcan recently and you're ODing again in public, paramedics shouldn't give you Narcan. They should let you die. The first time you're given Narcan, they give you Narcan, they put you in the ambulance, they take you to the hospital, you pee in the cup, we figure out what substances you're on, we offer you to go into a drug rehabilitation program. If you refuse, we tip your ear, and the next time that you're ODing in public, we don't provide Narcan. You have no idea how many people are high while working. Well, yeah. And here, I'm going to take this and I'm going to expound on this a little bit. For those of you that are new to my show, thanks to the United States military, I am a recovered pain pill addict and benzodiazepine addict. The military didn't give a shit what meds they were pumping me full of. The military gave a shit that I was able to go to work and do my job during Operation New Dawn, Operation Vigilant Protector, and then my subsequent assignments. I was on more and more mental health drugs to cope with my PTSD. As you can see, I finally had a good mental health day. Felt good. Felt I could bust out the razor this morning. About the last week and a half, I haven't felt that I should have a razor in my hand anywhere near my face. I'm feeling pretty good today. I was high every day at work. I was fucked out of my gourd mentally every day at work. And those were on drugs they gave me. This will shock some of you. My Percocet prescription was 2 to 4 pills every 4 to 6 hours. Thank you. 2 to 4 pills every 4 to 6 hours. So that was 4 pills every 4 hours. I was Dr. House, but my was Percocet. I had someone argue with me and tell me that they work better under marijuana. I said it's fine to smoke in your own time, but on the job site you can kill people, and if you're fucking high and kill someone, and I let you, that's high. Did you want to know something interesting? I'm high most of the time, or residually high most of the time. But obviously I don't work on job sites. But again, I don't smoke. I take it in pill form or capsule form. It does better than being on pain pills or benzodiazepines. You have Narcan in your bathroom, but we just had a homeless person sue a person who saved their life, so I'm not going to be risking that shit. Yeah, like, you don't go OD in my neighbor's yard. Don't OD in my property. And isn't that fucking sad? Like, years and years and years ago, I was coming out of my girlfriend's parents' home, and a guy was on a bike, and he fell over. And we were all coming out the front door, and my girlfriend's mom ran over, and they're looking at me, and they're like, well, you know first aid. And I looked at the guy, 911, yeah, you have a corpse in the courtyard. And I was like, don't touch him. Don't touch him. Get away from him. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, he fell over, he's bleeding out of the mouth, and his bowels and his bladder have let go. Get away from him. Don't touch him. And I'm on the phone with dispatch I'm not touching him. Why? Because he's bleeding from the mouth and his bowels and his bladder have let go. I'm sorry. Good Samaritan my ass. I'm not touching this person. Because I don't have a barrier with me for the mouth. I can't administer CPR properly because I don't have gloves. I'm fucking sorry. There is urine, there is feces, there is blood, there is saliva. We've got all the bodily fluids here. I'm not touching shit. The cops show up in a minute, and the cops are like, fuck that. The paramedics get there like 30 seconds later, and the paramedics start doing their job they're required to by law. And what the paramedics do? The paramedics were like, nah. They got a sheet out, covered him, called the coroner. The police needed our information. The cop came back about 2 weeks later just to give us an update. And it was like, good job not touching him. Guy had hepatitis and HIV. And there's my girlfriend's mom, wanted to be like, hero of the day, save his life. I never found out what he died of. But they were like, yeah, he had multiple bloodborne illnesses. I'm touching that shit. I'm sorry, I'm not going to. I had someone fall off a scaffolding, walk right off, and they were on pain pills and they didn't know what they were doing. Yep. Watch somebody do that in a fucking hangar. Somebody thought that they had clipped on their safety harness. They had clipped on their safety harness to nothing. So when they were working and they were leaning, they fell off, and then it was like a fucking cartoon. They were like leaning too far. They fell off, and then you just see the cable go. The cable followed them to the floor. Be like, who tied you off? I don't know. You're gonna fucking die. I think I had a couple of more. Oh, yeah, the smoking ban. This is great. Smoking ban for people born after 2008 in the UK. Children aged 17 or younger will face a lifelong ban on buying cigarettes. The Commons and the Lords have settled on a final draft that aims to stop anyone born after 1 January 2009 from taking up smoking by making it illegal for shops to sell them tobacco to create a smoke-free generation. It is about fucking time. It's about fucking time that they did this. It's about time. Although I agree with Mr. Valentine, laws made for thee, not for me. I agree with you. I agree 100% that is what this is. I agree. But if secondhand smoke wasn't more dangerous than firsthand smoke, I would say, all right, maybe we raise the age to 25 and we let people get to full maturity. But, yeah, Big Tobacco wants a word with you. I don't think we need to have people smoking. Yeah, all smoking does is kill. It should have been banned a long time ago. Your smoking affects me. And this is what I said to my mom. My mom smoked like a chimney. My aunt smoked like a chimney. I said, hey guys, this shit, I hate this shit. I said, I can't be around you guys. You smoke like chimneys. I end up stinking because I'm covered in secondhand smoke. I was like, no offense, I'm not coming to family functions anymore. I'm getting a little older. I have a really nice collection of leather coats, and your guys is smoking. I have to like clean my leathers like every week, and the rags coming off of them are just gross and yellow. So I just stopped going around it. And then ironically, my mom died of lung cancer. I think what they're doing is good. Here's why. The people that really want to smoke will just leave the country. UK finally got the new Smoking Act to the step before royal assent. As long as it doesn't get shut down by the monarch, 2027 will be the smart of upping the smoking age by 1 year every year. Well, yeah, they're just going to ban smoking. It's a good thing. We socially shun people in Denmark by saying you have to go behind the outhouse, over the hill, behind the creek, in the next town over to smoke. Yeah. Now, the occasional cigar. I would love to give you the pass on the occasional cigar. I would love to. I'd love to give you the occasional pass on the cigar. But I don't think you need those either. Cigars are a little bit different. You don't exactly inhale cigars the same way you inhale cigarettes. All that aside, we don't need that either. We just don't. We don't need pipes. We don't need that. My uncle used to smoke a pipe. That shit stinks. We don't need it. Now, what about personal choice? What about personal choice? That's where I have the big piece of heartburn. Yeah, it's all fine until someone tries to do the same thing with alcohol, as long as the smoke is contained and not affecting non-smokers. Get rid of drinks next. Okay, so here's the problem with getting rid of alcohol. And this is why the UK can do it. We don't need alcohol, recreational weed, and cigars and cigarettes. Yeah, you're right, because we don't need recreational weed. People like me that need it medicinally would get it medicinally, and I'm fine with that. But what do we do? Here's the problem. I want you to think about something real quick. And that's something that I want you to think about is we don't allow smoking in most establishments now anyway. How many touch points are you going to damage if you ban alcohol? If you ban alcohol, bars, clubs, casinos, strip clubs, sporting events, restaurants, breweries, all out of business. Why restaurants? Restaurants serve a lot of alcohol and they make a lot of profit. We normalized it too much. We did normalize it too much. But when you normalize something and it becomes an ingrained part of your economy, it's really difficult to roll back that piece of your economy and not damage your economy. Like, for example, there are some strip clubs that I know of that have self-serve liquor licenses. So what that is you bring your alcohol into the club, you give it to the bar, and then the bar serves you back your alcohol. If there wasn't alcohol, there'd be no strip club. It will affect the GDP too much. It will. It's just like right now. And I'm not, guys, notice that I'm not saying I'm pro-alcohol. I don't drink. I quit drinking. I'm a recovered alcoholic. I do not drink. I haven't had a sip in years. I don't mind. I think we can recover. I don't think we can. I think that if this is our economy, and I truly believe this, if this is our economy, and we want to cut out what is a rather large piece of our economy, which is alcohol, then we need to shore up all these other sides of the economy before we even start approaching alcohol. The first thing we would need to do is we would need to take the first shrinking step for alcohol. Like we did the first shrinking step of cigarette money. It would get filled, the money would still be there. No, it wouldn't. And that's what I don't think you understand about economics, and I'm not trying to be a condescending prick. It wouldn't be there. Because, ready? The 19-year-old girl at the strip club who makes $2,500 a night makes that because guys come to the strip club and they drink and they tip. No drinky, less tippy. So now, that 19-year-old girl who was making $2,500 a night is now making $300 a night. Now, some people would say $300 a night is more than enough money, blah-diddy-blah, fucking blah, blah. That's a different discussion. That's a different discussion point. If she's making $2,200 less a night, she's paying less tax. She's putting less money into the economy. Those guys would be putting money into the economy quite possibly in other places, but you have impacted people. So now where does she get filed in? Which new job does the party give her? She's obviously a stripper. Well, I guess she would need a day job. Right, but where does she get that? Where does she get that? It's not like we have it's not like we're sitting in a situation where we have 0.5% unemployment and we have more jobs than we have people. We don't have jobs right now. Some of those women are paying for their college. Yes, some of those people are paying for their college. Some of those women are paying for kids. Some of those women are paying because baby daddy stepped out on them. Now, some of them only have one kid and they got knocked up and it's the only thing they have. They dropped out of high school. It's a road to recovery. It is what it is. Blah-dee-dee fucking blah. Some of them have master's degrees in speech pathology, and being a stripper because they're fucking 5'11" and they're goddamn beautiful pays more than working as a speech pathologist, which is a completely different economic problem that we have. Being a stripper should not pay more than being a speech pathologist, but it fucking does. I know a girl in the Air Force. She went to the club one night. There's a wet t-shirt contest. And although in my opinion, if you're in the military, you shouldn't be able to participate in the wet t-shirt contest because I don't think it brings honor and glory and fame to your name or your service. She did. And she made about $3,000 from guys throwing money on the stage because she had giant fucking knockers. A lot of people just had a silly amount of money free up. I am sure she could find a way to get that money people don't know what to do with anymore. Well, right, but she doesn't know how to get that money. That's why she's a stripper in the first place. Well, you could argue there's a higher demand for strippers than speech pathologists. You could absolutely make that argument. There's a flop house around the corner from my house, so we get a steady stream of these people, high as fuck, kicking over mailboxes, being a total fuck. And I get these bleeding hearts running around saying, we need to help our houseless neighbors. Fuck you, lady. Those people can shit on your lawn. Go back to the suburbs where the worst thing you deal with is your HOA measuring your grass. Right. We don't need to help everybody. We need to figure out a way to get the system to stop fucking over people. The other problem you have is, remember when they gave stimulus checks out? A couple of years ago, they gave these big fucking COVID stimulus checks out. And it was fucking glorious. It was amazing as a Twitch streamer because I was making $1,200 to $1,500 a month because people had all this money. Well, those people should have paid down their debts. They should have made payments on their credit cards. They should have made payments on their mortgages. If it's money that you weren't expecting and you have a mortgage, every dollar that you have that you don't expect goes on your mortgage. Do guys have an equivalent outlet of the undignified money of stripping OnlyFans? There are male strippers. There are male escorts. But no, there's not really. There's no other. If there are no drugs, no drinks, the sex trade actually might flourish. Right. But do you want to have legal prostitution everywhere in the country? Because I don't. I don't want a corrupt, immoral, slutty, decadent society. At the same time, I want a little bit of smut in society in controlled doses, in controlled locations, so it's not everywhere. It happens anyway. That is correct. So because I know that sex is always going to be a thing, I want it controlled, I want it accessible, I want it contained. I don't want a strip club being down the street from the kid's school. I want a strip club on the off-ramp from the highway. There's also a generation of kids who in a few years will have access to their classmates' mom's OnlyFans. Correct. Like the teachers in Missouri who were fired because they had OnlyFans. And the one teacher's response was, I will never get out of debt from my college debt with what I make as a teacher, so I was doing OnlyFans to get out of debt for college so then I could focus on being a teacher. It's sad how tempting that access to quick cash for women is. It sucks. Well, let me stop you there. It's not tempting for quick cash. Sometimes it's their only option. My daughter knows I tell the story. My daughter became a stripper. My daughter was so embarrassed about failing in life, at life, she didn't want to come home again and tell dad she failed again. So my daughter went to the strip club, and the first time she tried it, she couldn't even get through her audition. 2 days later, she went back and she said, fuck it, I need money. First couple of nights, she made a couple of $100, which was more than she would have made as a waitress. And then she started making... no, let me stop you. There's a huge barrier to entry and there's a huge skill requirement. And that is something I didn't know until I talked to my daughter. There is a huge skill requirement to be a stripper. There is a huge barrier to entry. 25 girls may show up for interview. And I didn't know this. I mean, I kind of knew this, but I didn't know it detailed. 25 girls may show up for the open interview. The way the strip club owner does the first interview is strip down to your bra and panties. Let me see what you look like in bra and panties. You, and you can all go away. Because I don't need to see any more than this. Go away. Go away. Okay, so now we're down to 19. Let me see them titties. Take off the bra. You, and you can stay. Everybody else, fuck off. You don't have stripper tits. Go away. Wait, hold on. You, flat chest girl, we're going to keep you. We don't have a flat chest girl on staff. We're going to keep you on the end. Why? Because guys are sickos. We're keeping you. That's the barrier to entry. Physical appearance is your barrier to entry. Do you have any idea how fucking hard it is? And I didn't know this. I'm not joking. I had no fucking idea how hard it is for those girls to pole dance. Without bars, so many of these kids would probably succeed. So far, every failed stripper, which I don't think will happen, there will be one more successful blue-collar worker. No, there won't. What are you talking about? No, there won't. Do you really believe that statement? Do you really believe that a woman who has the option to be a blue-collar worker or a stripper. I mean, can we identify with the level of humility that these women go through, and these men? I don't relish the thought of being a Chippendale. These women are out there being felt up on, having guys grabbing everything. Oh, the men that are going into debt at the bars? Well, yeah, but remember, some of those guys, they don't have anything else in their life. Now, the pole aspect is very calisthenic intensive. It's very calisthenic intensive. I also didn't know this. I didn't know the pole spins. I didn't know that. The men, why do some, here, I don't think I've done this in a long time on the show. This is where, this is the societal thing where we run into a problem. Yeah, some spin, not all. This is the societal thing. So in high school, right? In high school, you have the slut. And the slut is chased by Tommy Toolbox, Mikey Motorhead, or Alex Athlete. And this is who the slut gets chased by. But Tommy Toolbox, Mikey Motorhead gets chased by the good girl. Because the good girl wants the bad boy. And the good girl is chased by the nerd, the dork, the dweeb. And what girls are doing, what young ladies are doing in high school, is they are educating young men on the way society should be. Now, they get out of high school. Some of them get through college, some don't, but they get into their mid-20s. And then here's the problem. The nerd who never got any play in college doesn't give a fuck about having a meaningful relationship. He's going to the brothel, or he's going to get escorts, or he has fucking money because of some Napster, Facebook, some other bullshit that he created. He doesn't have to chase anyone. So now the good girl who went to college, who has somewhat of a career, who'd be a good housewife, is chasing him. And Tommy Toolbox is chasing the good girl that he once had a shot with when he was in high school. Meanwhile, the slutty girl is looking for anybody she can get, but she has one or two rugrats chasing around because she thought that she couldn't get pregnant if he pulled out, and then she lives with the lifetime irony of he didn't pull out on a pull-out couch. So now, this is where guys are being taught it's better to be a bastard and get play than it is to be a nerd and work hard. Now they're all potatoes with their brains burned out from iPad screens. A lot of them are. A lot of them are. It's like societal norms are really, really funny to me. They're really, really ironic. I was in college at 16. I was a college graduate at 20. It's been acceptable to be dumb now. It's not only acceptable to be dumb now, it's unacceptable to be smart. Your buddy spent $500 in a single night on lap dances while making $14 an hour at his job. He said it took him a while to pay that debt off. Yeah, people used to bully the dumb. Now people bully the smart. Both men and women sell their bodies when it's their only option. Thing is, men sell their body for physical labor, they sell their health, they sell their joints and spine. Women sell their bodies sexually. Society has just shaped our opinion on which is more wholesome. You're right. You're absolutely 100% correct. Men join the military, they sell their bodies. It's considered noble. Women sell their bodies at the strip club or on OnlyFans or at the brothel, and it's considered immoral. What I don't understand is that I know lots of strippers that aren't promiscuous. I know some strippers that are fucking hoes, but a handful of my friends have been strippers in their lives. They're not promiscuous. They follow the Coyote Ugly rule. At all times, they appear available, but they're never actually available. It's kind of like that line from Showgirls. You give a guy a lap dance, no touchy. Well, what if he whips it out and comes all over you? Well, it depends on the size of the tip. If he gives you a big tip, you wipe it off, and you go on with your night. We live in a society where everyone's opinion is equal, even if you're a moron. I'm gonna put this up on the fucking screen because this is really, this right here is where our failure as a society is. We live in a world where we've said everybody's opinion is equal, and no, they're not. I've got this wonderful little image. I keep it on my desktop for when we get to people and beliefs. And Patton Oswalt didn't say this, but I like the image. You've got to respect everyone's beliefs. No, you don't. That's where we get into trouble. You have to acknowledge everyone's beliefs. And then you have to reserve the right to go, that's fucking stupid. Are you kidding me? That's what we need. We need more of that. No, you're right. You can show a lot of examples of the elite being dumb. But here's the thing. Just because they're the elite doesn't mean that just because they're elite doesn't mean they're smart. For example, I got a really great story about this. There was, and I can talk about this now because it's old enough. There was in the early 2000s when I was a baby airman and then I was a baby sergeant. I was sitting in a meeting. I was for those of you that don't understand the military, when you're in 06, you usually have an XO. You usually have an executive officer. This person is really your administrative assistant, and this person is usually a captain or a major. And this is only when you're at like the MAGCOM level. Your XO at the squadron level is the second in command. But at the MAGCOM level, the major command level, or the Pentagon level, this is your executive officer, your admin staff. They take all your notes. Well, my colonel's XO got deployed, and while they were looking for a new one, he said, "Hey, I was the librarian. I was the file clerk. I didn't have really any other job responsibilities." He said, "Hey, I need you to fill in for the XO until we get a new XO." I said, "Roger that, sir." He's like, "Are you trained?" I said, "Yes, sir. I'm backfilled for that." So we went to a meeting, and I'm in a meeting, and I'm taking notes, and I'm really interested in the system. They're talking about ECSS, the Expeditionary Combat Support System. Now, this is in the year 2007. They're talking about it, and I'm making notes, and if you've ever seen my note-taking style, I write down things on the left-hand side of the page that are verbatim. On the right-hand side of the page, I write down my questions. Well, my boss knew that, and my boss sees me writing an awful lot on the right-hand side of the page with my questions, and so after the meeting, he said, "Hey, Jay, I want to take you to lunch, because I want to teach you. You obviously have a lot of questions." Well, as we're sitting there eating lunch, I'm asking a lot of questions. And he's like, "Oh shit." He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Type all those up. I want to get answers to those." So in 2007, I brought up questions. And then in 2012, $1 billion program was scrapped. $1 billion fucking dollars. A room full of really, really smart elite people, and $1 billion project got shut down But a guy who's only an E5 asked all those questions 5 years prior. We've got this really, really bad fucking problem in society where we don't count people, we don't gauge the merit of a person based on the merit of the person. We gauge it based on the merit of their position. If I had been in 06, my questions 5 years prior would have saved 500 million or more. But because I was only a staff sergeant, I must be stupid. I was in a room with the general one time, and the general knew me. I was a second lieutenant. All these people are talking, and the general said, "What do you think?" And I gave an answer. And somebody said, "Well, he's only a second lieutenant." And the general said, "But he's the most educated guy in the room." And everybody kind of looked, and the general said, "Is there anybody in the room with a doctorate?" No hand went up. He said, "Is there anybody in the room with a master's degree?" My hand went up and two other hands went up. The general asked the first guy, "How many undergrads do you have?" He said, 1. Other guy, 1. Me, 3. General said, "What else do you have?" 8 associate's degrees. The general said, "This guy's a fucking walking book. Don't discount him because he's a second lieutenant. We commissioned him for this." I obviously, look at me. I'm that one comedian that says, "Yeah, I'm a little bitch. You think I'm gonna play football?" Yeah, I joke and I teach because I'm not gonna huff and puff and blow your house down. But we discredit smart people because smart people tell you why your life has to suck. I like Stone over on Kick because Stone is like, yeah, your life is gonna suck before it gets better. We need to normalize that statement. Your life is going to suck before it gets better. Because to improve your lot in life means sacrifice. You're going to have a lot of sacrifice before things get better. Oh my God. More out of this administration. This can't be real. You've got to be screwing with me. You've got to be screwing.
Do you know what it President Trump has a different way of calculating. If there's two ways of calculating percentage. If you have a $600 truck and you reduce it to 10, that's a 600% reduction.
Do you know what it
President Trump has a different way of calculating. If there's two ways of calculating percentage. If you have a $600 truck and you reduce it to 10, that's
There's two ways of calculating percentages. What? 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 What the motherfuck? Yes, I just double checked. Yes. That's a 98.33% drop. No math besides make-believe math makes it 600%. Yes, a 600% reduction would be you paying us 500% of the cost. Yes. Yes. That would mean they would be giving you $2,400 because a 100% reduction would take you to 0, and then 500% more reduction would be them giving you $2,400. He knows he's full of shit. It's disgusting what they're doing to protect this idiot. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that... Oh, this is... Hold on. This isn't it. I want you to know that this wonderful thing was presented to me. Oh, you can't see it up. This wonderful thing was presented to me on the occasion of my retirement, and it's signed by Donald Trump. It's signed by the Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump. And honest to God, I wish that, yeah, it's auto pen signed, but I have one thing signed ink from Obama, President Obama. But it hurts my soul as an American that our president is literally this dumb. Our president, you have a signed birthday card from Bill Clinton. It's only slightly stained. Nice. We're in so much danger, ladies and gentlemen. We have I don't know. I'm gonna switch gears. I'm gonna play this. This is Louis Rossman. This one is on the parents decide will ruin personal computing. I'm gonna let him cook for a second. I'm gonna walk out of the room and then I'll be right back.
How's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to today's episode of How You Getting Fucked. I'm your host, Louis Rossman. Today we're going to be discussing H.R. 8250 in the 119th United States Congress. This is a bill that came out a week ago. It says to require operating system providers to verify the age of any user of an operating system and for other purposes. And the part that is the scariest is the part where the requirement is to require any user of the operating system provide the date of birth of the user in order to set up an account and to use the operating system. Now, if A was an issue, whatever, I don't set up a Microsoft account. I don't log in online if I were to set up Windows, and I haven't set up Windows a long time anyway. But B is the one that's of most concern, to use the operating system. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to go over this from the legal point of view. I'm mostly going to go over this from the philosophical point of view and the thing in my gut that bothers me when I see this and what I think should bother you. When you talk about age verification, it just sounds like whatever. I mean, I have an ID. I show up my ages. I have a passport. What's wrong? What's wrong with the people wanting to know what your age is, right? You have to know people, but that's not what this is about. When you have a check in an operating system where there is another party involved, an authority figure that gets to decide whether or not you are eligible to use the operating system, you've essentially created a point where somebody can decide whether they want you to be able to use the operating system or not. And when you put that infrastructure in place, it is then easier to now create step number two. And step number two would be, well, we don't want these people to be able to have access to a computer. And here's a great way to do it. Now, you may say that that's a slippery slope fallacy, but we also live in a world where cops are utilizing cameras that were put up to deter crime and deal with red lights and parking infractions that are now being used to spy on people as they go across the country. And it's just kind of being normalized. And a lot of the stuff that I've talked about in the Flock playlist that I'll talk about below, it happens when this type of stuff is snuck through. A lot of the stuff is being snuck through over the past few years. You're literally creating the infrastructure that would allow this type of stuff to go on. I'm not going to go into how ridiculous it would be to try to get open source servers and operating systems to comply with this, because this is not what this is about. What this is about is not parents deciding what happens to their children. It's about a third-party provider getting to potentially decide who is allowed and not allowed to use a personal computer. And the reason...
See, and this is where we don't need to keep passing legislation that takes parenting out of the hands of the parents. There are immigrants coming across the border fleeing death without being able to speak our language, doing better to get their lives on track than some of these kids nowadays. Well, right. But you're not wrong. But the problem comes in is that a child's education is equal parts school and parent. My father didn't even have a GED. My father eventually got an American GED. My father had no choice. He had to drop out of school to provide for his family. My father was smarter than most of my teachers because my father was an old school founding father type individual. I had a rule growing up that I had to bring my school books home every day, even if I didn't have homework. And I would bring my books home, I would do my homework, I'd leave my school books on the formal dining room table. That's where I had to do my homework. I'd leave all my books there. I'd leave all my homework there, which I thought was funny because at one point I said to my father, I said, I don't think you're qualified to be cross-checking my homework anymore because I'm further ahead in school than you ever got. And of course, he looked at me and he said, shut up, boy. And I went on my way. My father wasn't checking my homework. My father was using my school books and my homework to supplement his education. And there were several times where and keep in mind, my homework had to be done before my father got home from work, unless I had a school activity, and then immediately after dinner, I had to be working on my homework. There were a lot of times where I would have my homework on the table, and then my father would come along and get me and be like, hey, I looked at your physics homework and you have a mistake. And I'm like, how the hell do you know that I have a mistake in my physics homework? And then he would show me and I'd be like, fuck. I think what Lewis is bringing up here is that if you buy a PC, it's up to you to decide if you want your 8-year-old child to be using it, not a third party. Like, for example, we have rated R movies. I took my daughter to see The Purge, The Forever Purge, and one of the Saw movies, Jigsaw, Spiral from the Book of Jigsaw. I took her to see that, and both times I took my kid, Melly Umpkin is my 20-year-old. I use all code names for my kids. Melly Umpkin looks younger than my 13-year-old. Melly Umpkin looks like a tween. She's 20 and she looks like a tween. So when 6 years ago, she looked like she was 8. Went 2 tickets. They were like, are you sure you want her to see this? Yeah, she's fine. She's seen all the Saw movies. She's good. Davey saw The Purge. Sure you want her to see this? Yeah, she's seen all the Purge movies. That's it. That's it. Period. Now, when we get to NC-17 movies, I respect the right of the Motion Picture Association of America to decide there's movies that they don't want kids to be able to see at the theater. But I'm still going to show that shit to my kids at the house after I watch it. NC-17 movie specifically, Dad's going to watch. Dad is going to watch that movie before the kid sees it. Period. I need to know, why is this NC-17? How much ass is there in this movie? Like, there's one, due to Melly Umpkin's situation, there's one movie she wanted to watch. I watched it and I said, hey, I would recommend you not watch this movie. If you're dead set on watching it, I can't stop you. You're a grown-ass adult now, but I would recommend you not watch it. And she said, why? I said, it's going to trigger you. And she said, okay, I trust you. That's having a good relationship between your parent and your kid. I think you're right that there are immigrants coming across the border fleeing death without being able to speak our language, doing better to get their life on track than some of these kids. Because they're coming from have-not. Poverty in America is fucking better than poverty anywhere else in the world. I also want to remind you, Americans will complain when there's no ice in their drink. It floors me about these parents bitch and moan about cameras and stuff monitoring their kid, but they buy their kids a device to carry around that records their location, their conversations, and monitors their online activity to sell to companies. Yeah, all these people complain about cameras. I'm like, well, I don't need the government to have my picture. Well, holy shit, lady. What about the DMV? Your kids have no access to the internet that's unmonitored. You can see what they're going. They have no access to the internet outside the home except at school where they might have their own monitoring. Yeah, my kids, nobody gets on the internet in my house without me knowing what they're doing. Now, as I said before, I don't care if my kids I don't care at what age my kids start looking up porn. It gives me an insight. My being able to see what websites they're going to gives me an insight into what's going on in their life. But I don't weaponize that insight. I allow that insight to guide me. Like, when we were kids, when we were hanging out with the older boys, the parents would confront the older boys. The parents would confront the older boys about what they're doing and what they're teaching. Like, as I said once before, when we were growing up, I'm a child of the 70s. When I was growing up, we were the feral children of America. We were out and about all day long. We went skinny dipping. Not a fucking big deal. Boys and girls went swimming because you were all buds, you were all pals, you were all everything. But when the girls started developing, the parents of the girls would say, you're not allowed to skinny dip at the pond anymore with everybody else. You can swim with them, but you have to take your bathing suit with you. So then, you know, you got your real life education. And then pretty soon, everybody in like the one group caught up to the same level of maturity, and then we started doing other stuff because we were all latchkey kids and we all knew who was going to be home and who wasn't. Also, by the way, to all the baby boomers who had latchkey kids, let me tell you, this double and triple checking on us so we didn't fuck up was great. So you got home from school at 2:30 and on the fridge was a note that said, take out the chicken. And so you'd be there with the girl that you're going to mess around with and fool around with, and she'd be like all shy and red-faced, like, well, what if we get caught? And you'd be like, don't worry. At 4:25, the phone's going to ring. 4:25, the phone's going to ring, and I'm going to be reminded I'm going to be asked if I remember to take out the chicken. So 2:30 to 4:25, that's 2 hours. 2 hours is more than enough time for a young boy, a young teenager couple to go a couple of rounds. And then sure as shit at 4:25, the phone's going to ring. Hey boy, did you remember to take that chicken out? Yeah, I'm on my way home from work. I'll be home in 10 minutes. I used to think, yeah, your mom used to call 30 minutes before she got home to see if I remember to turn the oven on to warm it up. I used to think that my mom was calling to make sure I took the chicken out of the fridge. My mom wasn't calling to make sure I took the chicken out of the fridge. That phone call was to wrap that shit up, make sure the condoms got thrown out, and to light the damn candle to get rid of the fucking latex smell. That's all that shit was. They just didn't want to be open about it. And now, unfortunately, and I'm only mildly joking with this one, my generation, we thought we were getting one over on our baby boomer parents. My generation then raised our kids with like understanding and creating situations. But now the next generation, and I'm seeing this more and more, moms are walking in on their daughters having sex, and instead of like blowing up, they're like, go best friend, and they're leaving. I'm like, what the fuck? Why are you allowing your house to be a whorehouse? Have some morals, have some values, have some standards. Like, you know your kid is going to be having sex, but if your kid is getting railed, right? If you know your kid is getting railed, they should be more intelligent to not get caught. How do you think your baby boomer parents produced you? I know how my baby boomer parents produced me. I am the product of a bottle of brandy and a snowstorm in 1978. What the fuck you got? I know my conception date. My conception date isn't in question. 14 inches of snow. I know what day I was conceived. I'm more successful than my brother with stricter upbringing, the ideal sports, bringing sports, going on trips, time to the ski resorts, the pride and joy, but oops, he didn't have the drive. Well, that is also true. That is also true. Parents can influence their children, but there are people with drive and people without, people that will give up and go into the embrace of drugs and alcohol, and those that will push to make their lives better. You're right. But let's lay that out for a second. So let's look at this kid, right? And his paths. If he has good parents, the odds are better that he's going to be on a good path rather than a bad path. If he has bad parents, the odds are more likely that he'll be on a bad path rather than on a good path. Yes, there are kids that can pull themselves up by the bootstraps. Absolutely. And I'm not saying there's not. But if your parents didn't raise you well, if your parents didn't reinforce, you're so far behind the power curve. For example, codename Stripper, my dead middle daughter. I didn't get custody of my dead middle daughter till she was 10 years old. I got custody of her, I think I got her the day after her 10th birthday. My wife got her on her 10th birthday and was traveling back with her because I couldn't leave the base. Got custody of my daughter on her 10th birthday. When she went to school, I got a phone call the very first day she was in the school, and they said, Mr. J, can you come to the school? We need to talk. And I was like, okay, now or? They're like, no, at the end of the day. I said, okay. One day in school, and they already identified Stripper was deficient in everything. And I said, how the fuck can she be deficient in everything when she has straight A's? So the next day I called the school district in Missouri and I said, hey, I got a question. I'm Jay. I'm the legal guardian of this girl. They're like, oh yeah, Mr. J, how we saw that you picked her up, signed her out. She's in her new school. How's she doing? I said, the new school says that she absolutely sucks and she probably needs to be retained, but she's already been retained one time. I have a big question for you. How the fuck does this kid have straight A's? And they said, well, due to the horrific way that her mom's died, we've been given her pity grades. Pity grades? This fucking kid can't read. She can't fucking read. She's 10 years old. She doesn't understand the concept of negative numbers. That whole summer, I had to take a bunch of leave because I had to do remedial education with her so she'd be ready to do 6th grade. Holy shit. She worked hard. But let me tell you, when you're 10 and you have a functional 3-year-old reading level, that's hard. I like to use the example of fat people. Anyone can do it. You can shake in your chair. You can stop overeating. If you are overweight, you can't move. You can do it. The only thing stopping you is drive. People will give themselves every excuse when they could save their own lives by just not eating that donut. Okay, I think you need to be careful with that one as well. Not everybody who's overweight. You're right on your back end of that. You're absolutely right on the back end. But you're not right on the front end. Not everybody who is overweight because just being a lazy piece of shit. Some medications cause retention. Some people have a malfunctioning thyroid. Now, yes, if you stay under your caloric number and you stay active. The people that are like 700 pounds, when you're calling the construction company before you're calling the ambulance, those people, I absolutely agree with you. 100%, $1,000,000%. Yeah, yeah, and I gotta lay out everything. I think you're absolutely right. For the people that have to call the fucking crane to put them in the back of a dump truck to take them to the hospital, there's a fucking problem there. But that's also why, in my world, if you're obese, if you're obese and you're on government health care, we should be building tracks and indoor walking facilities that you are required to report to every single day to walk under supervision X number of miles. You are required to do X number of workout. Otherwise, you don't get free treatment for anything else. We spend of the 4.5 trillion we spend on medical care in America, 1 trillion of that is on obesity, and 800 billion of it is on conditions secondary to obesity. Why do other countries manage to have fewer overweight people? 1, they have less disposable income to spend on junk food. 2, their countries give a shit, so their countries don't allow American companies to pump them full of garbage and shit. Like, for example, you look up Doritos in America versus Doritos in Europe. Radical different ingredient list. Soda, radically different ingredient list. Bread in Europe can't be from Subway because in America, bread from Subway is a dessert. They don't give the Subway an exemption because their bread isn't healthy. High fructose corn syrup versus cane sugar. Cane sugar is more expensive. You seen the Hershey thing? Hershey has been maximizing profits by using chemicals. Chocolate should turn into a liquid. Chocolate should melt. Yeah, RFK and the department at least working on that. I would love to see RFK Jr. taken out of the secretary position of Health and Human Services because he's not qualified to do that. And he should be put in charge of the USDA because he'd be really good at that. He'd be really, really good at that. Now, before this one gets too far lost, something I find interesting is good students does not matter what teacher they have. Bad students, it does not matter. But everything in the middle depends on the teacher. Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Can't we give people a $10 Planet Fitness membership? They won't go. Quantum Traveler, in the military, in the Air Force. I can only speak about the Air Force. In the USAF, you are required to test on physical standards. And you are required to test once per year. If you get a 90 or above, you test twice per year. If you get an 89.9 to a 75.0. When I was still active duty, the Air Force PT test was 4 components: push-ups, sit-ups, 1.5 mile run, and your abdominal circumference. I could do my 1.5 mile run in somewhere between 9:20 and 9:40. I could always do 60 push-ups in a minute. Sit-ups were difficult for me, not because I don't have abdominal strength, but because my shoulder blades don't V out at the same time. No, when I was active duty, it was only 1.5 miles. It's since changed, but when I was active duty, it was 1.5. You are correct, it is increased. My sit-ups number was always bad because I have damage to this shoulder blade. So your shoulder blades are supposed to work like this, in tandem. My shoulder blade works like this. One of my shoulder blades doesn't point. So I have to slam my back all the way on the ground, or I have to roll. And if I roll, they don't count it. So I had to do 37. I usually did 39 to 41. And then my abdominal circumference was always a pass. I always got max points. We had so many fat bodies failing their PT tests. One quarter, my boss calls me, said, hey, we've got too many fat bodies in the PT program. I said, how many do we have? 60. My boss, I was like, holy hot damn. We have 60 people in a squadron of 282 that have failed a PT test. And my boss was like, well, you understand why I'm calling you. I said, let me guess. I'm on the Fit to Fight. I'm running the Fit to Fight program. He's like, you're not just running it, you're leading it. My very first day, I showed up. Everyone knew me because they were all in my squadron. This wasn't base wide. This wasn't 60 out of 3,000 people. This was 60 motherfuckers out of 282. The first day I showed up, the guy that was normally running the rehabilitation had them all lined up, all a fucking jerk off clusterfuck. I walked up to him and I said, I don't know what this is, but this is a fucking goat rope. Get this shit in order right now. He's like, well, this is my detail. I said, nope, you're relieved. It's my detail now. You can go complain to the commander. So there I am. I'm taking attendance, and here's people trickling in 15 minutes late. You're fucking late. You're fucking late. I said, all right. Since apparently we're all fat bodies, this is the path all the way to the gate, all the way back. Go. I passed them all, went back to the bridge, which was 3/4 of the way. I did the whole damn run there and back and then still went 3/4 of the way out, and there were people just getting there. When we got back to the field, there were people fucking laying on their backs. There were people that, holy shit, I don't think they'd run 3 miles in years. And I was like, all right, now we're going to go to the soccer field and we're going to do my favorite activity, which is kamikazes. You don't know what a kamikaze is? You're on the soccer field, or it's a football field. So you start at the back of the end zone, you go to the front of the end zone, you do 1 push-up. You go back, you do 1 sit-up. You go to the 10, you do 2 push-ups. You go back, you do 2 sit-ups. We did that. And so finally somebody puts their hand up and they said, sir, how long is PT gonna go today? Until somebody vomits. Sir, are you serious? Yes. We are going to work out until somebody boots into a trash can. And that's how we're gonna do things until people start passing PT tests. Fucking amazing if people didn't start working out on their own. People, you think anybody on my fat body program was eating McDonald's or Burger King? Fuck no. They're all on the, I don't want to throw up Burger King. I don't want to throw up a chocolate shake. Water, rice, chicken, broccoli. You're in the goddamn military and you don't know that you need to be fit to fight? What do you think about Pete Hegseth and the Department of War changes? Okay, I love this question. Calling it the Department of War is bullshit because we aren't supposed to be at war with everybody. I do like some of the things Pete Hegseth is doing. Number 1, get rid of the mandatory flu shots. Giving people a mandatory flu shot every year, a mandatory one, is garbage. The flu shot doesn't make you immune to the flu. The flu shot may make you immune to the flu. It may make you get a less severe case of some of the strains of the flu, or it may do nothing for you. If you want the flu shot, get the flu shot. If you don't want it, don't get it. Now, when you go from having an organization that used to have 100% flu shot inoculation to 32% of people getting it, now maybe that'll give you feedback from, well, we used to have a captive audience that had to take the shot, and now they don't. Why aren't they? So now we can start asking people, why aren't you getting the flu shot? Well, it doesn't work anyway. Oh, okay. That's fair. So then maybe we can drive to make it work. Flu shot used to work really well. It doesn't anymore because it's their best guess. Wouldn't the idea be that you cannot serve if you're sick with the flu, and if you take the shot, you have a better chance? No, because you know how I take it you don't know how the flu shot works. So out there in the wild, there's all these strains of the flu. And all the flu shot is a group of people making a decision that this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one are going to be put into the cocktail. Well, if you get any of these non-circled strains, the flu shot does dick for you. Shit. The flu shot is like putting a condom on before dinner in the hopes that you're going to get laid. Doesn't really work. It might work 1 out of 10 times. I think that we need to get, I think the United States, does the flu shot hurt you in any way? Not that we know of. Not that we know of. Now, the COVID vaccine, on the other hand, we've got about 5 more years of research and case studies to see if the COVID vaccine hurt people. Then why are people complaining about it? Because it's a pointless shot. If, for example, you get the flu shot and then 75% of your base is out with the flu. What the fuck was the point? Why did you get it? Why did we go through the cost? Why did we go through the rigmarole? What did it accomplish? Doesn't everyone end up finding their drive when they have no choice? No, there's lots of people. We didn't have 100% out with the flu. That's true. We didn't have 100% out with the flu. Had nothing to do with the flu shot. It's just like you can get the chickenpox vaccine and still get chickenpox. You can get the pneumonia vaccine and still get pneumonia. Due to what I have going on with me, I have to get the pneumonia shot. As far as the Department of War, though, Donald Trump renaming it the Department of War puts you on an aggressive footing. I don't know why we needed to be on an aggressive footing. I don't trust Big Pharma. I don't trust Big Pharma. Chris Rock said it best. You can't trust Big Pharma because there's no money in the cure. There's money in the treatment. Why don't we... How is it that we spend hundreds of millions of dollars researching cancer, but all we ever do is come up with better cancer drugs? Because the money is in the treatment. We cured fucking polio. We cured polio. Also, we basically eradicated measles. And now we have dickhead anti-vaxxers who don't vaccinate their kids, and they're getting fucking measles. The problem is, if everybody who's eligible for the measles vaccine gets the measles vaccine, then the likelihood of spreading that shit around goes down. Western America has outbreaks of measles all over. Yeah, we had it eradicated. And then anti-vaxxers started saying, we're not going to take these measles vaccines. And where are you seeing all these clusters of measles outbreaks? They're starting in areas full of anti-vaxxers. High density of anti-vaxxers, well, that's a place that measles is going to crop up. But then you got fucking our RFK Jr., like, we're sending them vitamin A. What? Colleges mostly? Not necessarily, because a lot of colleges have immunization policies as well. A lot of colleges, you have to be inoculated or you have to apply for a waiver, and they don't even let you in. Yeah, you can get waivers. You aren't even allowed in public without some vaccinations. No, you're always allowed in public. You are not required by law to be vaccinated. Now, some of the things that can happen, because tuberculosis is a health crisis, you don't need to get vaccinated. You're allowed to be completely anti-vax, but tuberculosis is so contagious and so such a fucking pain in the ass. If you test positive for TB, they will quarantine you inside your own house, and if you break that quarantine, then you will go into a sanitarium. We still have handfuls of those around because we have to have somewhere to shove people. But yeah, you can choose to be anti-vax. Now, my university, you couldn't go to anti-vax because I went to a Catholic university, and there's nothing in our doctrine that says we don't take inoculations. So a couple of students tried to say, well, getting inoculated is against my religious beliefs. And the school said, well, it's not against our religious beliefs. And on this campus, only our religious beliefs matter. It's fine to keep training the human body to fight off some stuff. All it takes is for us to cure stuff, then it builds up on some pig, and then boom, the entire human population gets wiped out by something we thought we cured. Well, yes. That is a great statement, because that is ultimately what people don't understand. COVID-19 and all its variants are basically variants of the common cold. But one variant of the common cold is SARS. And one variant of the common cold is MERS. And SARS and MERS will beat the fucking shit out of you and turn your organs into liquid shit. What people said was, well, I'm not going to trust a vaccine that was developed in 9 months. But it wasn't developed in 9 months. The vaccine for COVID-19 was a derivative of 10 years of research of SARS and MERS. Prior to the vaccine in 1963 in the US, measles resulted in 400, 500 deaths per year, 48,000 hospitalizations, and 1,000 cases of encephalitis. Given the population has doubled, you could probably double the impact. Yeah. Also remember, the more people that saturate the healthcare system. Yeah, do you want 100,000 kids in hospitals every year? Remember, we have a finite number of hospital beds. For every hospital bed taken up by a child who has measles when it could have been impacted, that's a hospital bed not available to somebody else. Yeah, COVID and SARS are the same thing. SARS-14 is the one we were researching. SARS-19 is the one everyone got big dead about. Also, those 9 months were 9 months of clear, clean work, no tape or lack of funding holding them back. I bet those 9 months were like years of regular work. Yeah, they were. But now, let me say it to you this way. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not a tinfoil hat nut. All I can do is give you... all I can give you is my facts of my anecdotal story. Up until I got the COVID vaccine, I was a runner. Long distance runner. My heart was good. My lungs were good. No problems. I got the vaccine, and since then, my cardiopulmonary system has just been shit. I'm not saying the vaccine did it. I'm saying that either the vaccine did it, or the COVID that I got did it, or something happened, and I have no problem being a guinea pig to the doctors while they try to sort out what the fuck happened to me. But all the people that are saying the vaccine is totally safe, I don't know that. I know that almost immediately after getting the vaccine, my ability to run depleted. Almost immediately after getting the vaccine, my panic attacks elongated to the point where my heart feels like it's a cannon gonna beat my heart out of my chest. Some people have said, well, that's COVID. And it very well may be. I know that I got COVID last year. I tested negative for COVID from 2020 to 2025. Every time I was ill, my doctor tested me for COVID. I never tested positive. So is it possible that I had COVID or a strain of it that I never tested positive for? Yes, absolutely. And I'm not saying it's not. But am I also saying I know for a fact I took the inoculation and I believe 2 boosters? Yeah. I don't know if it was something bad. I'm sure something would have come out by now. People love unearthing bad things for the entertainment value. We don't know. Well, the problem is we don't know because, like, I'm in a case study now because of what's going on with my cardiovascular health. Like, I have to carry this thing around with me. And this is not a rescue inhaler. It's a rescue inhaler, but it's not albuterol. This is albuterol with a steroid because my airways narrow and close now. And they were like, oh, well, a bunch of things. And I was like, guys, I used to run 7 to 10 miles for fun. Like I was fucking Forrest Gump. I'd look at the time and I'd be like, gonna go do 10 miles. But it's a Wednesday, yeah, after work. And I have nothing else to do. This shit's gonna take me like an hour and a half. Yeah, it's Air Supra. How did you know? Do you have Air Supra? How the fuck did you know that? Fucking stalker, you looking at my medical records again? I didn't trust the vaccine because the government were trying to convince me to take it, and I know they're full of shit and they don't care about my health. I don't blame you. Let's see. The U.S. nuclear chief caught leaking sensitive national security information to stranger, reveals Army chemist was exposed to U.S. chemical nerve agent, confirms U.S. strike killed children in Iran, discloses U.S. plans to kill Iran's new supreme leader. The U.S. chief of chemical nuclear surety was caught on hidden camera casually revealing sensitive information to a stranger in a public restaurant. Hug is in charge of the nuclear and chemical safety, was caught on hidden camera releasing information regarding U.S. nuclear information. He claims the U.S. still possesses nerve agents and says a U.S. Army chemist recently died from exposure. Well, yes, we do possess nerve agents. We do. But we possess them in research form, not in weaponized form. This is being poorly reported. He's not the U.S. nuclear chief. He is head of the Nuclear Chemical Surety Program. He's being investigated for getting honeypotted by undercover media, where he was claiming to let his date know state secrets, which sound more fabricated stories. The timing has nothing to do with the war. His seniority and what he oversaw are being overstated. It's bad, but not that kind of bad. No, dude, motherfucker, it's bad. It's bad.
He might kill the next guy, the son. If he does the same ways, then everything kills. We're gonna shoot missiles and destroy some stuff.
Yeah.
But if you want to like win, if you want to like make the country do what you want, you have to put people there.
I was hearing something that we killed kids in the car. Did we actually?
There's been some collateral damage, yeah, for sure. They always die in wars, too. So nerve agent is a chemical weapon. It's like Pandora's box.
Nuclear and chemical safety.
Okay. Can we make news boring again? Can we make people decent again? So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. has chemical agents. We have nerve agents. We have these things. We have these things because we research them so we can research counter agents to them. But why is he answering those questions in the first place, but also on a date, and that's not a red flag? Yes, that's a giant red flag. Like, for example, I never told people what I did. When I was active duty, people would ask me, like, we would, because before all my PTSD and shit, we used to go out. And people would be like, oh, you're military. Yeah, I am. Well, what do you do? I'm a box kicker. Be like, no, really, what do you do? I move people and stuff from place to place. It's really not all that interesting. And I used to just play it off with like yeah, I go to work with a lot of guys and I know a lot of them and they get to fly jets and I get to fly a desk. And then I'd be like, yeah, my job is really boring, but what do you do? And I'd always turn it back on what do they do? I know a guy, he's a cop. He's a narcotics detective. Nobody knows he's a cop. Nobody in his personal life knows he's a cop. He doesn't have cop memorabilia on his car. Nothing. He has to carry his badge and his gun with him, but he doesn't go to work in a uniform. If he has to wear a uniform to like a formal event, he goes to the station, changes. People used to ask him what he do. He used to say, oh, I'm a garbage man. People are like, you're a garbage man? He's like, yeah, I get garbage off the street. Yeah, we have nukes and people are worried about nerve agent. Sometimes it's just funny what people are worried about. I have some extra time today because my daughters are being spoiled on my credit card. Lovely children. Let's see. We talked about this the other day. And we talked about explaining indoctrination through media. We talked about indoctrination through like childhood movies. Listen to this wonderful theory about the Thundercats.
Theories that will ruin your childhood. The Thundercats were never heroes. They're refugees who invaded a planet that was already inhabited, and Mum-Ra isn't the villain. He's the original inhabitant trying to defend his home. Watch the opening. Thundera explodes, the Thundercats flee in a spaceship and crash on Third Earth. They didn't ask permission. They arrived uninvited. On a planet that already had civilization and a ruler. Mum-Ra had been there for centuries, documented in the series' own history. He's ancient. He's native. Now observe what Lion-O does after arriving. He builds the cat's lair, a flag, establishes territory, and declares the native population as enemies. This sounds exactly like countless historical cases of colonization documented since the year 1500. And here's where everything fits. Mum-Ra attacks the Thundercats. Why? Because he wants them to leave. Disney and Rankin Bass present this as evil, but remove the animation and observe the story. A group of aliens with advanced technology arrives on a planet and starts building military installations, and the local ruler tries to stop them. This isn't villainy. This is territorial defense. And you never notice the most obvious part. The Thundercats have the Sword of Omens, the Eye of Thundera, technologies that Third Earth had never seen, and they use this against the population that was already there. Mum-Ra doesn't have alien technology. He uses the power of Earth itself, of his own ancestral spirits. He fights with what Third Earth gave him. Mum-Ra was never the villain. He was the last line of defense of a planet that never asked to be colonized.
Damn. Look, damn. Is wow. Like, if you think about it, we only ever present one. Yeah, let's muck shit up, damn colonizers. You watched a video about how Scooby-Doo was propaganda to turn kids against landlords. It was always the owner of the theme park or the curator of the museum that was the bad guy. Right, and then, Scooby-Doo, everybody, Fred is actually an escaped mental patient, and all the other characters are in his head. That's why Fred always has to drive, because he's the only real one. The interesting thing is, I don't know for sure or not if the intention was to portray the Thundercats as colonizers. But I can't find a fault in the way the person says, the way we did that story. Like, when I was growing up, it was always the commie bastards that were the bad guys. It was always the Russians or the Chinese. And then I noticed as time went on, it became the Muslims and the Middle Easterners and the terrorists. And then Fred was the blonde. Shaggy is the stoner friend. Fred is the blonde, played by Freddie Prinze Jr. in the TV show. Yeah, Rocky IV, America versus Russia. You have, which one is it? Red Dawn, the Korean army invading. And then you get to Top Gun Maverick, unnamed, undisclosed country. I think Top Gun Maverick tells an amazing story without having anybody be the enemy. Iron Eagle, clearly a Persian Gulf enemy. We wonder why kids grew up filled with hatred. Yeah, I Am Legend. Great one. All he's trying to do is get his mate back. True Lies, that was the first movie I noticed it in. The bad guys were from the Middle East, but the Air Force One came out 3 years later and still had Soviet bloc villains. Right. Pro Wrestling Russians and the Iron Sheik. Right. The Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks in WWE were always were always the bad guys. They were always the heels. Iron Sheik was always the heel. Sergeant Slaughter, the American, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, the hero, the American flag, always got to be the good guy. I'll tell you this, if an advanced civilization moved in and were willing to work with me peaceably, I would take that route. Okay, so I saw this and I spit my tea out everywhere. Like this one, because I loved these two growing up. Are Pinky and the Brain still trying to take over the world? Because at this point, I'm willing to hear the Brain's platform. At this point, I'm willing to hear Pinky's platform. Like, in that movie, in the movie Blade 2, where Norman Reedus says, I'd rather be a pet than cattle. If aliens showed up right now, I would meet my overlords in the field and I would say, well, where the fuck have you been? I have been waiting. Look, there's a big white building in DC. It's got a Cheeto poop with a toupee and a spray tan. He tastes like chicken and cheese. Go eat him. I'm willing to hear Wile E. Coyote's platform at this point. Yeah. Yeah, Thundercats would probably give me a nice place to live. No shit. Thundercats would come to my house and they'd be like, excuse me, we're colonialized. Oh, you have 7 cats. And you have 7 cats and part of your logo? The Thundercats would say, hold on. The Thundercats would say, look at this guy. They'd say, we'll keep him as a pet. And why would they do that? They'd say, look at this guy go. Part of his logo is a cat. We're hearing Pinky's platform? No, I don't think we're hearing Pinky's platform. I can't believe we have a system that doesn't allow us to remove a president that's this corrupt. It really hurts my soul that the Constitution allows this asshole to stay in power. Let's see. How the fuck do you have a tax return so fucked up?
So I have a question for you. Have you ever accidentally thought that you were a multimillionaire? Well, Ilhan Omar says she is not a multimillionaire. And look at this headline from the Wall Street Journal. She thought she was, though. Omar was standing down. Look at this headline. Ilhan Omar says she isn't a multimillionaire, blames accounting error. Okay, so an accounting error led her to believe she was very wealthy. Well, Omar was staring down a potential investigation after disclosing that she and her husband's assets were valued between $6 million and $30 million on a financial disclosure form. Now listen to this. That was an astronomical increase in wealth from her last disclosure, but she has since amended her filing, now saying that her assets are valued between $18,004 to $95,000. So 6 to 30 million to under 100,000. How in the world does that happen? Well, according to the Wall Street Journal, quote, aides said that Omar looked at the form before it was filed in 2025, but that the error did not jump off the page for her because she isn't involved with her husband's businesses.
Okay. I always try to figure out where the person's mistake could be. Now, my wife isn't involved in the family finances. My wife doesn't want to be involved in the family finances. My wife can come to me at any minute of any day and get the most recent, up-to-date spreadsheet of the family accounting. Or if she asks me for it, I'll say, give me 10 minutes, let me update it to current, I'll give it to you. Not long ago, my wife came to me and she's like, hey, I need you to fill this out. It's for Gizmo's school trip. Okay, I'll fill it out. Sometimes we're places and they ask us the question, and my wife and I have an arrangement. She doesn't answer the question about our family worth or our family value or family income or any of that, because there's some nuance to that question in our situation. When they say, well, what's your annual income? Well, first of all, why do you need to know? Like, that's private information. Her updated filing was being worth 95, like 95,000 cash on hand, 95 in assets. I don't believe she doesn't own a house. So that's bullshit anyway. My wife will just say, you gotta ask him. Because they say, what's your income? And I'll say, earned income, nothing. And then they'll say, well, how much money is in your house? How much money does your household bring in? And I'll say, I have no idea why you're asking that question, so I'm not giving you an answer until you explain what it is. Because remember, I get disability money that's for my care and feeding. I get money from my child for my child's care and feeding, right? What are you asking me for? And then the one lady got upset. She's like, well, I need to know what your means are. I said, for what? I'm not asking you for anything. Why are you talking to me about my money situation? You got to help me help you. Well, we need this information. For what? And see, where we failed as a society is people will give up information about themselves because somebody asks. right? Why should predictive markets be regulated by the SEC? I'll answer that question in just a moment. And so what's interesting to me is, like, you go to the doctor and the doctor says, we need your social security number. No, you don't. They always get mad at me. I said, no, you don't. They said, we do. Are you the Social Security Administration? No. Then what do you need my social security number for? Well, it's our policy. I said, are those filing cabinets behind you full of social security numbers? Yeah, that's where patient records are kept. I said, so you're going to put my information in there? Yeah. I'll be calling the Social Security Administration and letting them know you're improperly storing social security numbers. Why? Because they have to be in a locked room separated against casual pass-through. And since I can walk up to those filing cabinets, they're not properly stored in accordance with federal regulation and table and rule. I said, you don't need my social security number because I have a DOD number and I have a Medicare number, neither which are my social. I had an office manager come out once and say, we need your social security number in case we have to file a collection against you. How's my social going to help you do that? Doesn't help you. You have my name, you have my address. And then one doctor's office is like, well, if you're not going to give it to us, you can't be a patient here. And I said, cool. Just so you know, my next stop is to go back to the base and tell them to take you off the referral list. You won't be getting any more base patients. And she kind of got this look on her face, and I said, yeah, you fuck over one, you fuck over all. I'll let them know you're collecting service members' social security numbers and storing them in an unsecured filing cabinet. But people are just so used to giving me that, giving that information. You had a company ask you for your number over the phone. I laughed at them and said they're either a scammer or dumb and hung up on them. Right. The problem is, you will get a phone call and you will give name, address, phone number, date of birth. If I call you, I'm willing to give that information because I'm calling you. If you call me, I ain't giving you dick. If you're calling me, you must have the problem, not me. But that's the problem with our society. We teach people to be compliant. People should not be compliant. People should be respectful. Now, there's some people, sometimes, some spaces, people should be compliant. Police officer pulls you over. License, registration, proof of insurance, please. Yes, officer. Do you know why I pulled you over? Not a clue. That should always be your answer. Never say, oh, I was speeding. Oh, it's on fucking body cam. Now you're getting the ticket. But we teach kids to not rock the boat. Rock the fucking boat. The fucking boat is a boat to hell anyway. Rock that shit. Dump some of the lazy people out. Now, why should predictive markets be regulated by the SEC? I'll give you a great example. So, my company has 10,000 shares of stock. So I get Carthos to buy a share of stock for $100,000, right? And I get Phelan to buy a share of stock for $100,000. And I get Suiza and Supra. So now all of a sudden, I've gotten 4 people to buy shares of stock at $100,000 a share. So now what happens is, on paper, this looks like $1 billion company, right? On paper, it looks like it's $1 billion company because I've got numerous transactions of 1 share of stock being sold for $100,000. Well, now you buy a share for $100,000. Well, since you're an outsider, I give each of these 4 people back $25K. And then the next person buys one for $100,000, and I give these people back $25K. And then after the 4th one, these people give me back the 4 shares of stock, or maybe the 6th one, whatever the number is. but they give me back the share of stock. They've made money. Now I sell another 100 shares, right? Make $100 million. And then all of a sudden, poof. Where's the company gone? This is exactly what happened with Haley, the Hawk-Tuah girl. Her Hawk-Tuah coin the Hawk-Tuah girl, after she opened it up to public sales, all the people that initially invested took all the money and ran. What is the point of crypto now? I think it has lost its true purpose completely by now. Why does it still exist? Crypto never had a purpose. Cryptocurrency never had a purpose. It was a lot like NFTs. Cryptocurrency doesn't have a value other than somebody saying it has a value. That's it. This is worth $50 because I say it's worth $50. If I can't get somebody to buy it for $50. Criminal organizations love it. No, they don't. Criminal organizations don't love crypto. They don't. Criminal organizations don't like crypto. That's why they immediately convert their money back out of crypto. They like the existence of crypto in order to cleanly pass their money through, but they don't hold on to crypto. They don't. They want it to be untraceable. Yeah, they use it a lot. They do. But they don't keep their money in it. It's faster for them to be able to move bricks of $100,000 quickly. If you think about it, crypto is only as valuable as the USD it can be traded for. Right. Which, if you remember, at one point crypto had fallen to under $10. I don't trust anything that a very small group of people can dictate what the new value is. That's it. No different than fiat currency. Limited quantity might make it more enticing, but it has no tangible real-world value. It's a less popular dollar. Cryptocurrency is a less popular dollar. It's a less useful dollar. On a scale of usability, cash money is more usable than anything else. Why don't we get rid of it by now if it's only used for criminals to move money and people to rug pull scam? But it's not. See, the problem is cryptocurrency has value. There are other people that like using it than just criminals. It's a useful exchange internationally. It's a useful exchange when you don't want a bank to be involved. And there's lots of reasons why you don't want a bank to be involved. How does it have more value than our dollar? Because you realize the US dollar isn't the dominant, the US dollar isn't as dominant as it was before Donald Trump took office, right? Not everybody on the planet is holla holla the almighty dollar anymore. Lots of countries are moving away from the US dollar standard. Also remember, bank transfers create an electronic record. Cryptocurrency transfer does not. Not every time somebody transfers money is illicit or illegal. Sometimes people just are private and they don't want records of what they're doing. Sure, but I think it's used by criminals and people wanting to make a quick buck. It's used by people wanting to make a quick buck. Absolutely, 100%. Because people say it has more value. Why does a bag of 100 plastic pennies cost $3? Because somebody says it does. I would use crypto to avoid losing money on exchange rate that would occur using USD to euros, for example. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. It's a speculative investment, so if people make money on it, it will be popular by a segment of the population automatically. Yeah, absolutely. It's also, I want to remind people, we talked about this yesterday, talking about Ashes of Creation, but it's also, it's also the standard in banking. If the only place you have to get money from is me, then you either accept my terms or you don't. That's it. Like, when I was younger, I held collateral from people. And I didn't want bullshit collateral. I wanted meaningful collateral. For example, guys would need money to, cover a bet they made. And I don't know if this was big for you guys, but we had our class rings. And our class rings were several $100s. And guys would be short, and I would say, they'd be like, I need $50 to cover a bet, or I need $100 to cover my bet. Be like, I need your class ring. And they'd be like, I'm not giving you my class ring. Then I'm not giving you $100. They're like, well, I need it. I'm gonna get the shit kicked out of me. Okay, well, it's like the Joe Pesci, my cousin Vinny. Do you want the shit kicked out of you? Or do you want to give me the ring? Well, why do you want my ring? Because if in 2 weeks you don't have my money plus the interest, I'm just going to go to your parents and say, I have your class ring and you owe me this amount of money. Because I need collateral, because I'm not going to take your I'm good for it. It's like when people wanted to borrow a CD of mine, I used to make them give me, like, back in the day, I had a large CD collection. Be like, hey, let me borrow your CD. I was like, great, give me 2 CDs. Well, why 2? Because then I can take them to the CD recyclery and I'll have enough to get my CD back and a little extra. Well, what's the little extra for? For the fucking ass pain of having to do this if you don't bring me my fucking CD back. Initially, it was anonymous, but as people moved from crypto to cash, the crypto hash now has a record that the person sold crypto and the bank account the cash went to is this. Yeah, and there are anonymous exchanges that take a percentage. Because what happened was crypto was great to stay ahead of the U.S. federal government at first, but then the U.S. federal government started saying, fuck no. Like, remember, I hate to say it this way, but this is the truth. Yeah, the IRS got involved. I hate to say this, but the IRS literally does not care if you're a prostitute. The IRS doesn't give a shit. The IRS cares that you're paying your taxes. That's it. The IRS doesn't give a shit if you're taking it in the ass or sucking a dick for a 5-pound bag of coke. They don't care. All they want is their cut. Remember, Al Capone orchestrated the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, but he went to jail for tax evasion. That's why even Mr. J, even the Joker himself, will fight the Batman. But the IRS, no thank you. Beanie Babies, Lubus, Funko Pops, Pokemon cards, they all have had 5 value because people say they do. Yeah, back there. I have... It's in a hard case for a reason. Keep all the edges nice. This is a collector's edition Apprentice Mickey, a Sorcerer Mickey. And then next to that, I have Apprentice Mickey, PhilharMagic Mickey, and Fantasia Mickey. The one in the case costs $30, and I've had an offer on it for $1,500. I'm pretty sure most companies in the government don't care about you. Our laws don't care. That is true. Our laws in America, our laws do not care about you. Our laws do not care about you. Let's see. What'd you send me? In an effort to try and ban transgender Americans from entering the restrooms of the sex they ID with, Missouri has just banned parents of the opposite sex from taking their children into the restroom with them, meaning that parents who want to protect their children will now not be able to. A young daughter entering a men's restroom with her father would violate it because she is not male. A young son entering the women's restroom with their mother would be breaking the law. Okay, so... I have had just about a fucking enough of this transgender movement bullshit and this transphobia gender, or this transphobia bigotry bullshit. Okay. You have the right to go to the fucking bathroom in public and not worry about anything other than did you wipe enough. Look, I have been in the men's room and I've had a woman walk in and drop her panties and piss in a urinal. I've been in the men's room and a woman walked in and walked right into a stall and she's just like, sorry boys, the girls is too long. I don't care. And most men aren't gonna give a shit because men, everybody knows that we have the man rule. We all know we have the man rule. Here's the bathroom. You walk in, all 5 urinals are empty. You can take this one, you can take this one, or you can take this one. You may not take this one or this one first. Because you can't take that one first because it only allows for one other male to start pissing before we've got competing swords. So the first guy comes in here, the second guy comes in here, the third guy comes in here, the fourth guy comes in, he's gonna go there, unless he sees this guy shaking and zipping, then he's gonna just wait the 2 seconds to take that one. And we all know this. All men, no, I don't know how the fuck we all know this. We don't get taught this shit. We figure it out. We figure it out. Always one space unless absolutely necessary. Always an empty unless something. Right? Yeah, exactly. This is what I've never understood. Your girlfriend is fascinated by men's West room protocol. And I think anyone running around saying guys are doing shady shit in there has never pissed in a public restroom. We don't even make eye contact. There is no talking at the urinal. There is no talking at the urinal. If you're talking to your buddy, you're supposed to pause the conversation when you're a man in the bathroom. And I can't believe we have to have this conversation. If you're a real man in the bathroom, when your hands are on your dick, words aren't coming out of your mouth. Yeah, it's not even protocol, it's just what it is. Conversation can pick back up when you're washing your hands. No guy in the history of guy has ever had a problem with a guy bringing his little girl into the bathroom. And if a dad has to do that, the dad's gonna walk in. The dad's gonna walk in like this. Here's the little girl. Hey guys, bringing a little girl in. And then he's gonna wait like 3 seconds. And every bathroom I've ever been in, guys, you hear a guy say, hey guys, bringing a little girl in. He says that before he's in the bathroom. Every bathroom I've ever been in, if it doesn't have the shields between urinals, I've watched every man almost in lockstep take 2 steps closer to the urinal to make sure their shit is inside the urinal while the little girl comes in. And men, even if there's a line for a stall, I've never not seen the guy in the front of the line for the stall say, come on up here, sir. Go right ahead. Because honestly, we want the little girl in and out of the bathroom as quickly as possible because anyone that's been a dad knows we don't want to be in that uncomfortable situation. Like, every dad knows we can't control when the little girl needs to go to the bathroom, but somehow every dad feels like he failed because his kid has a full bladder. So guys will literally walk into the bathroom and be shouting the shit, and the instant a zipper sound is heard, you can hear a pin drop. Exactly. Everyone wants to go in and piss. There's always going to be weirdos out there, no matter if it's law or not. We need to get past this bullshit. Okay. Are we having sexual assaults in bathrooms? I don't know. I do not know if we're having them. Missouri bill, nothing in the section shall be considered construed to prohibit a covered entry, adopting policies necessary to accommodate persons. Yeah. It says young persons in need of assistance. The problem is we're making shit up because of people's feelings. Look, King Jalan of the new American Empire, I'll do you one better. Here's the women's over here. Here's the men's over here. And here's the free-for-all right here. If we want to go this stupid route, we'll go this stupid route. Women go in there, men go in there. If you have a vagina, you go in there. If you have a penis, you go in there. And if you don't give a shit and you just want to get your business done, you go in there. Period. Gotta be honest. The biggest abusers of no talking rule in the restroom are the creepy old guys who would be exempt from the law. Yeah, that's also true. I mean, we gotta, like, don't you think we have bigger fucking problems than where people take a piss? And like, fine. Then let's take this opportunity to recognize that bathrooms aren't laid out very well. There are some bathrooms that, due to whatever bullshit safety previous incident, you can see over the tops of the doors. Yeah, education and the economy, but we can't talk about the education, and we can't talk about education. We can't talk about the economy because we're fucking worried about bathrooms. Look, ready? I said this a bunch of times, and it used to get chuckles and giggles. If I can take a dump and see the door in the restroom from 3 stalls over, what's the safety gap? Then what's the point? Right. There's still public men's room that are still just one long trough. Yes, but in most places, the troughs are, if you remodel that bathroom, you can't put the trough back in. They're grandfathered. We should be talking about the cost of living. I feel like we are going in the direction of the 2008 recession. Yes, but we're worried about the fucking bathrooms. We're worried about people go to relieve themselves. When my daughter was a tween, I took her to the BTS concert. Went middle of the show, I went to use the bathroom. Got up to the bathroom. There's like 80 women in line for the bathroom. I go into the men's. The men is completely empty. As I came out, I just said, hey ladies, the men's is totally empty. And like 20 women went into the men's. Who gives a shit? Who cares? You gotta take a piss so you can get back to your concert. The United Center is full, and there's probably 5% of the audience is male. What are we worried about? What are we freaking out about? But we're like, for example, we had 2 high school boys suspended because they vocalized their discomfort with a transgender classmate who had a vagina being in the boys' locker room. Hold on. If you've got the boys' locker room, and let's just talk about this reasonably. You've got the boys' locker room, and you have 29 boys assigned to a gym class and 1 transgender student, female to male transitioning. This person is a female to male, so they have a female biological shell. If 2 of the boys are uncomfortable with that, guess what that means? That means alternative accommodations need to be made for this person, this individual. Alternative accommodations. Well, they have the right to be in the boys' locker room. Do they have a penis? No. Then no, they don't. Do they have a male biological shell? No. Then if all 29 boys are okay with that individual being in the locker room, then it's okay. But if even one biological shell male, one male biological shell has a problem with a female biological shell sharing his environment, then the individual should be given a private bathroom, an alternative assignment, whatever it is. Because we can't keep talking about what makes one person comfortable or uncomfortable. We have to talk about what makes everybody comfortable. Now, I don't give a shit. Personally, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. When I was in high school, girls would change. I was the Varsity Blues guy. I was James Vanderbeek, right? In Varsity Blues. I had my own car. Girls routinely changed in the front seat of my car when they were on their way somewhere. Girls going to work, girls going to a party, girls going whatever. Now, most of the time they didn't skin. They just changed. They changed out of their uniform skirt into like jeans or their slacks or whatever because they couldn't wear slacks to school. So most of the time it was just going down to their panties and then putting their work pants on. I also had girls next to me while I'm driving that are skinning, changing underwear. Who fucking cares? Guys, it's like I used to say to them, guys, it's a naked female form. It's not a big fucking, it's not a big fucking deal. What are we worried about? Devil's advocate, what if one person agrees, but only because they feel pressure from everyone else and outside influence? Is that fair? Is it fair that they agreed under coercion or influence? No, but then they have to say no. Frankly, I'd have a problem with it, not because of the actual plumbing, but because of the legal risk. I agree with you. We live in a low trust society. I wish that would change. I agree with you. I agree. We're not teaching. Oh, and the other aspect to that, if we're going to keep catering, and I don't want to say catering. Catering's the wrong word. If we're going to keep being indecisive about how we're going to properly accommodate everybody, I would like us to add 2 categories to dating sites. What are you interested? A heterosexual relationship, a bisexual relationship, a gay lesbian relationship. I'm interested in a heterosexual relationship, but I'm interested in a relationship with a hetero relationship with a born female shell. I'm interested in a heterosexual relationship with a born male shell. Those aren't genders. You're right. Those aren't genders. Never said they were. What are you looking for? I'm looking for a relationship that is a heterosexual relationship, but I want to only be matched with people who were born female. And then some people say, well, that's being a bigot. No, it's not. That's my preference. Don't I get a preference? Wait, hold on. Why do sexual relations matter? Because it's a dating site. That's why it matters. It's a dating site. I want my partner. Yes, Puddles. See, I like Puddles. Puddles and I get along great because I say things in advocation of the transgender rights and fairness and equality. But Puddles backs me up and says that's not an unreasonable ask. I want to know that if I'm on a dating site, I don't want to be matched with a Christina who used to be a Christian. So, are we going through all this because of dating site stuff? Yes, a lot of it is. Because remember, if transgender individuals want to advocate for their right to have equality and be accepted, then they have to understand that I have the right as the representative of the opposition, I have the right to not acknowledge you as my taste. Just like this. I've never dated a black woman. Not because I'm against the idea of dating a black woman, because where I'm from, there weren't any black teenagers for me to date. When I was in the military, and when I was in tech school, the only black individual that was available for me to date, I wasn't allowed to date because she was a student squadron leader and we were on the same pier, and we had passed a rule that said student squadron leaders can't date because it consolidates 2/3 of the power into one relationship. Meaning you cover for each other and it creates a problem. They're pushing for more than that, though. Give them a checkbox on a dating site. No. That's not them advocating for it. That's the opposition advocating for it. That's me advocating for it. But as Puddle said, that's not being a bigot. Everyone has preferences. I have two very specific tastes, because everybody has their tastes. I like them between 5 foot and 5'2", 5'3", really petite, really small, like that's preferably Mexican. Or I like them 5'7", 5'8", 5'9", 5'10", but if they're 5'10", they can't wear heels, and European. Well, what about girls that are between 5'4" and 5'6"? Not my taste. I can't believe you're discriminating it because of height. I'm not discriminating. Not my taste. I'm not discriminating against vanilla Coke. I just don't like vanilla Coke. If vanilla Coke is if I end up in vanilla Cokeville and it's the only beverage to drink, I'll drink it. But if there's any other alternative, chances are I'll take the alternative. The people who are outraged are just not living the real world, and they are not doing any favors for the trans community. Dating apps do have checkboxes for people to self-identify as trans, but there are trans people that don't self-identify, which in my opinion is dangerous and dishonest. Yes. You like big butts and you cannot lie. Can you give me another example where sexual orientation matters, though, in society? Anyone can literally have any sexual preference. There are only a few bad ones, but those are already very illegal. Sexual orientation doesn't matter anywhere in society except dating apps. Like, that's it. I was once out with a friend. I was out with a group of friends. And my friend Samantha had a friend. Why is it argued? Because it has to be. It has to be approved. Or it has to be argued. Because we need to make sure that everybody agrees on how we're going to do this. Like, honestly, I was out with a group of people, and this is where my first real run-in with homosexuality came in. I was out with a group of people, and this guy who was a friend of my friend Samantha's said to Samantha, "Your friend Jay is really cute." And Sam starts fucking laughing, one of those belly laughs that everybody turns and looks at. And everybody looks at her. I'm halfway across the party and I'm looking at her. And her friend turns beet red because all the attention is now on her. She can't stop laughing. And so she steps out and he follows her. She tells me later, he said that to her, and he said, "Look," she said, "Hey, look, no. That is the straightest, most heterosexual individual you will ever meet in your life." And so her friend was like 0% chance, and she said -% chance. 0. And she just thought the whole idea was absurd. And so he came, he talked to me, with her to let. I'm like, you don't need to tell me. And I was like, so what made you think that I'm even remotely gay? And what he said was, he's like, well, you know how to dress. That's it. He's like, yeah, I thought you were gay. By the way I dress? Fuck. So what did I do that next weekend? Went out with my friends my female friends, and I was like, okay, I got accused of being gay. Let's fucking change the wardrobe. What's wrong with it? Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I don't know. I can see how offensive we can be, but harassment is already not allowed. What is it they're fighting for? Gender makes more sense. Sexual orientation confuses the hell out of me. Well, they're not fighting for sexual orientation. That's the piece, the connection you're missing. This phrase, trans women equal real women. Gender? Yes. Biological sex? No. My preference? No. This is the piece that has to be counterbalanced to the transgender movement. You don't have to self-identify as a transitioned individual. You don't have to. But you're being disingenuous if you were asked on a question if you are and you don't answer it. Like, for example, we go on 6 dates, assuming we're old school. We go on 6 dates, but we don't ever have sex. And then on the 6th date, you say, oh yeah, I transitioned. What? You marked the box in the dating app that said you were born a female. Well, yeah. There's a problem there. Because if there's a box that asks you the question and you don't answer it honestly, you could say, well, I don't want to self-out myself. Well, then don't answer the question. Then get off the app. Then get off of the app altogether. They're fighting for extra privileges and they put on a pedestal by society, by some ultra-protected class. They're trying to turn legitimate anti-discrimination laws to get themselves extra benefits. In some ways, yes. The people that are outraged are just not living in the real world, and they're not doing any favors by the trans community. Yeah, they have that. I hate these false equivalency peoples get hung up on. I disagree with Jay on something, therefore I must hate Irish people. I like waffles. Oh, so you must hate pancakes. Yeah, that's the problem we have. That's the problem we have. It was Florida State. You don't have to go to Florida State because you have options. Yeah. Where our disconnect comes in is honestly, everybody could have equality. But everybody has to be willing to give equality before they get equality, and nobody wants to give equality first. She basically wasted your time, which isn't right. Some people get violent about that, which is why I say it's dangerous. Trans women can identify as women, and in my opinion, they should walk like a woman and act like a woman. I cannot stand these male-looking people who inject estrogen and expect to be called a woman by society. Yes, see, Puddles, and because you're a member of that community, you can make that statement. And I 100% agree with you that there is a danger to be had there, right? Because what you're doing is you're playing with a live wire that you have no idea which of the person's 5 responses are you going to get to. Like, for those of you that aren't keeping up with modern psychology, you used to have fight or flight. And then we added freeze. And then we added flop and fawn. And the reason why we added these is because some people fight back, some people run away, and some people just shut down. Some people fawn, they agree out of a sense of self-preservation. I can't say how I would react, and I'll put myself in the situation so nobody else is put in it. First of all, I know what an Adam's apple is. Pretty clear. Yeah, play dead is flop. It's where you go into the fetal position, unlike freeze where you just stop moving altogether. If somebody flops, that's pretty much the interpretation of I do not consent. Some people freeze and you think they're consenting and they're really not. The new ones are 100% modern. I don't see someone fawning over a saber-toothed tiger. Correct. They are modern additions to human society. But so I meet what I think is a woman on a blind date. I know what an Adam's apple is. I'm gonna meet them, and I'm gonna say, little confused here. That looks like an Adam's apple. My preferences on the dating app say I only want to be matched with born biological females. I can't believe you're such a bigot. You have in your preference that you only want guys with a 6-inch dick, so preferences are preferences, right? Now, you're with a person, 6 dates, you finally go back to your apartment, you're messing around, and all of a sudden, you get those panties off, and you find a penis. As Puddle says, that's a dangerous situation to be in. You don't know how that person is going to respond. And that person, no, women don't have Adam's apples. You don't know how that person's going to respond. That person may just be utterly disgusted and revolted and leave. That person may also become violent. They may feel violated. And we don't need to be playing that game. What we can't be having is we can't be having people setting each other up for failure. It's kind of like back in my college years, we were reading a criminal case of a gay college student who was raped by his classmates. And the classmates' defense was, well, he's gay, so why did he object? What the fuck was that defense? That was the defense of the 90s. Just because somebody's gay doesn't mean they want to be fucked in the ass, right? Consent's a big kind of deal. But that's what's fucked with our society. Yeah, not to mention you could be extorted by the person. Exactly. It doesn't matter what their history is, if they were trans or not. I'm not going to be attracted to that. I've seen biological women who look like a guy, and I don't have to date those people. It's no different than me posting a picture of myself from 20 years ago and then showing up to the date 20 years older and 100-pound heavier. You misled a potential partner. You started the relationship on a lie. You violated their trust. You're right. You're absolutely right. And the rules in the early 2000s was it's not gay if the balls don't touch. That is also true. And due to genetics, some women do have them stick out, or they do have high testosterone but are still born female. Sure. But that's the world we're living in. What I don't understand is why everybody can't have like one conversation like we do on this show and just move on from that. Like, hey, look, what is it you want? We want to be treated fairly. Great, that's a fucking political talking point. What does that mean? What does that mean? I want to be treated fairly. What does that mean? I want to be treated equally. What does that mean? What do you mean? How aren't you being treated equally? How aren't you being treated fairly? I know somebody got tricked like that and ended up being extorted because they tried to go to the press. It happens. It happens. But everyone that disagrees with me is a paid actor or bot. Also true. You see people make that bullshit defense. I think everybody has the right to be in a loving relationship. Everybody has the right to be in a loving relationship. In order to be in a loving relationship, it has to be a relationship that you walked into with open eyes.
So I have a question.
Well, what do I know? I'm just a jackass, right? Why did I download this one?
Say there's a woman in a room with 10 men.
Oh yeah, watch this one.
Say there's a woman in a room with 10 men, and all 10 men are telling her how beautiful she is and how amazing she is, and they're lighting her cigarette and buying her drinks and just treating her like gold. Then, all of a sudden, in walks the 11th man. He takes one look at her and says, "Hey, how you doing?" Turns his back on her and starts talking to his boys. That's the guy she wants to be with, the 11th man. Not any of the 10 men who were treating her well all night, but the one guy who couldn't care less. And why? Because for some reason, women don't want nice. They don't want real. They don't want to be treated well. I mean, not at first and sometimes not ever. And I think that's crazy. And I refuse to play that game. I mean, you are a master at it, Sal, but it's just not me. It's not who I am. I don't want to have to play that game, get a girl by pretending that I don't like her. I want to be with a woman who's real, who digs it when I'm nice to her, who doesn't see that as weakness or take me for granted when I tell her that I think she's more amazing than anything else in the entire world. But fortunately, most women aren't like that. They say they are, and deep down inside, they want to be, but they're not.
That is, unfortunately, a big giant part of our society. It's a big giant part of the problem of why we're collapsing as a society. Women want something. I talked about it earlier. Young women want the jock. They want Tommy Toolbox. They want Mikey Motorhead. And they are willing to become something they're not in order to get them. Like, I have no problem sharing this story because the only way my community can grow is and feel like they can talk about stuff is if they hear somebody else willing to talk about it. When I was 16, there was a girl I had a crush on. I'd had a crush on her for years. But she was in a different circle than me. She was in a different social circle. So when I finally got into the social circle, she started dating me because she wanted to make my she wanted to make my best friend jealous. She told me this after we dated for 4 months. It's why I became a cold, callous, fucking just horrible individual. Because I'd had a crush on her for years. And she said, she was like, well, I started dating you to make your best friend jealous, but now I really care about you. That fucked me in the head. That fucked me in the head for fucking years. Years. Because 16 years old, yeah, oops, welcome to the real world. That fucked me in the head for years. Talk about trust issues. But that's the problem. Because what I say to people is, here's your brain, and each time something traumatic happens to you, your brain takes a little damage. But unfortunately, sometimes a splinter gets stabbed into your brain. And until the splinter is taken out and resolved, you can't move past it. But your body, but life goes on. So your brain has to make pathways around the splinter. But that splinter becomes your 2 a.m. thought. That splinter becomes your 2 a.m. thought, and it's what you think about. It's what you obsess over. Like, I know you guys are gonna like laugh about this, but I think the Twilight series is utter garbage for the most part. There's some great scenes in the Twilight movies, but for the most part, it's utter garbage. But I had to watch it because I have 5 daughters, and they all want to watch that shit, and I've got to preview the movies they watch. I think the last 2 I subcontracted out to the older kids, and I was like, watch this shit and tell me if the younger ones are ready to watch this. But the one scene in Twilight that I don't think gets enough credit is right at the beginning of the second movie, where the camera is just going around Bella in the room. It's just going around and around in the room, and all she's ever doing is sitting in the chair looking out the window, and that's her life. That right there is is an accurate representation of what can happen to a teenager when they get hurt, because they don't have the life experience to to process it. And it's one of those things, who's a boy, like 16-year-old boy, who's a 16-year-old boy supposed to go to? His older brother doesn't want to get laughed at. His significantly older brother doesn't want to get laughed at. His dad doesn't want to be mocked, doesn't want to be ridiculed. His mom is either going to pat him on the back and give him milk and cookies, or his mom is going to go meddle and try to figure out what the fuck is, like, no. So what do? You internalize that shit. You internalize it. We wonder why society is fucked. We've got girls younger and younger and younger trying to impress boys, and we've got boys that have boys with girls are dogs chasing a car. They have no idea what they're going to do when they catch it. Also, a really fucked up statistic. Did you know that more than 50% of fathers to teen mothers, 13, 14, 15, and 16, are over the age of 20? When I got presented that statistic, I had to go dig into that shit, and what the fuck? 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 teen pregnancies, and yes, I did say 12. The fathers are 20 years old or older. 12. All I gotta say is, if you come around, I don't have a 12-year-old anymore, I've got a 13-year-old. You come around my 13-year-old, there's not gonna be enough left of your face or your dental records for them to make a positive ID on. I honestly can't trust a woman that hides her phone anymore, and I guess people are right, I'm intrusive and all those bad things they call me, but what do I do when 9 times out of 10 they're on their phone cheating? Am I supposed to let them? No, you're not supposed to let them. Well, yeah, you're supposed to let them be by themselves. If a girl is hiding her phone, that's weird, but I don't think privacy should be violated. What I say is this. If you want to have a relationship where all passwords are on a spreadsheet, so either person can go into either account at any time, that's what you want, that's okay. And if you want to be in a situation where your phone and your email and your everything is private, that's okay. And if you want some weird mix of either system, that's okay. Whatever works for you is what works for you. My phone has a password on it so that if I lose it in public, nobody can get into it. If my wife wants to go through my phone, she can go through my phone. But she better find something. Because it becomes, for me, it's a trust issue. If you don't trust me, like Panzini said, if you don't trust me, you shouldn't be with me. So at any given time, my wife can ask me to open my phone. I'll open my phone and I'll hand it to her. And then I'll say, you better find something. You better find a fucking divorceable offense up on this bitch. Because invading my privacy, in my opinion, is a divorceable offense. Because I'm big on trust. But everybody can have whatever they want. Either you trust me or you don't. There is no such thing as halfway trust. You either trust me or you don't. If you want to go through my phone, go through my phone. But you better find something. Or just tell me what you're worried about. Because my wife knows when I'm talking to other women. If I'm there and I'm talking to my friend with the abusive husband, I'd be like, yeah, give me 1 second. The abusive husband, she knows her name, but the abusive husband girl just messaged me. Or the other one messaged me, or my wife knows. And there's people got to be comfortable. Like I had a girlfriend. She I was at work. She said, I went through your computer while you're at work today. I said, what'd you find? She said, nothing. I said, so you went through my AOL, my instant messengers, my emails, my ICQ, everything, my browser history. She said, yeah. I said, you found nothing? She said, found nothing. She's like, I loaded your Windows media player and there's no porn. I said, yeah. She's like, yeah, that makes me feel really good. I said, it does? Yeah. Pack your shit, get out of my house. And she got this like devastated look on her face. She's like, well, why? I went through your stuff and I didn't find anything that would cause a relationship issue. I said, you didn't find anything with me that's a relationship issue. I have a big problem with you not respecting my privacy. Well, then that means that you plan. No, it doesn't mean anything. It means I'm a private person. It means if you had asked me, yeah, oh no, the consequences of my actions. The last few agreed to it at the start and turn it on me and use it against me later in the relationship. Then end the relationship. This is what people are failing to do is people are failing to date for 2 years. Yeah, you and your wife have a system. You and your wife's system wouldn't work for me, but guess what? It doesn't need to work for me, does it? It doesn't need to work for me.
Say there's a woman in a...
It doesn't need to work for me. Let's see. Why did I download this one?
Oh, solar power doesn't work when it's cloudy. Oh, wind doesn't work when it's not windy. Oil doesn't work when the Strait of Hormuz isn't Hormuzing.
Yeah, that one made me laugh. That one made me fucking chuckle. The Strait of Hormuz isn't Hormuzing. Thanks, Donald. Thanks, Donald. Everybody's broke today.
A DoorDash driver was banned by a restaurant for recording a delivery video. The restaurant chain has since been removed from DoorDash. A food delivery driver filmed the process of picking up orders as part of his daily work and uploaded the videos to social media to share his life. However, during one of his trips to pick up an order from the restaurant, he was informed on the spot that he had been banned from all locations because he had filmed employees. Without any prior communication, he was immediately banned from all locations, and DoorDash was asked to assign a different driver. What was even more upsetting was the language used during the conversation, which made him feel as though he was being implied to have ulterior motives. In fact, the restaurant itself operates social media accounts where it regularly posts videos of the interior, and many influencers have even visited the location to film and post about it. Some view this as a necessary measure to protect employees, particularly minors. Others, however, feel it amounts to malicious targeting of the delivery driver.
So, again, we need to balance. Some people don't want to be on social media. Right. Some people don't want to be on social media. No, it's not AI, because I pulled that one down because it was a more neutral version. I have the other guy's video where I have the original video where he was what she told him is, you're filming minors. And for me, it becomes a matter of, it becomes a matter of, I don't do AI. I'm not that guy. I'm not that social media guy. Like, I occasionally post food pics on social media, but I'm not that guy. I wish I was. Like I said, I wish I had Asmongold level following. I wish I had, Ninja or Shroud, because then this woman who's being abused by her husband wouldn't be a deal. It's not a public space. That's the problem. And that's where people confuse this. So, this is your house. This is private. This is the street. This is public. This is a store. This is private. It's private. It's accessible to the public. And that he shouldn't be recording then. And that's where people that don't have any common fucking sense on either end of the equation need to not be decision makers. Hey, look, man, look, my guy. Totally respect your right to record while you're on the bike and you're making your deliveries. However, I can't have you recording in the store. He can record it, but he can't record it. That's the trick. He can't record it. He needs permission to record it. And he never sought that out. Yeah, like the women who film their workouts in the gym. They should ask Planet Fitness or Gold's Gym for permission. The people that record in the gym bathroom, you can't record in the gym bathroom. And what people don't understand is that your state law probably has an expectation of privacy, and a bathroom is a place where there's an expectation of privacy. Yeah, he should have asked first. And then they could have, but again, the manager should have been like, hey, can you turn your camera off real quick? I got to talk to you. If he's like, I'm not going to turn my camera off, then they would have been like, okay, well, then you need to leave. Well, I got to do the pickup. Nope, you can't do the pickup because I've asked you to turn your camera off so we could talk. You refused. Now leave. And now I'm trespassing you. Where I think that somebody should have had a little bit of common sense is, why are you going to turn off? Yeah, DoorDash taking them off their list, though, is the real story. They violated DoorDash's policy by terminating. See, you don't get to decide which DoorDasher picks up the orders. You either accept DoorDash or you don't. It's kind of like this. A little while ago, an individual had a problem with an apartment building, and I gave him a letter because I was a representative for the disabled individual. And then they trespassed me from the property. I said, after the guy trespassed me, the guy realized he was wrong, so we're going back and forth a little bit longer. And I said, hey, since you clearly see that there's some more back and forth that needs to happen, do you want to withdraw my verbal trespass so I'll be able to come back here and talk to you? He's like, no, I prefer to communicate via email or telephone. I said, well, I don't communicate via telephone. And if I have to communicate in writing, then it just starts toting up my billable hours. If I can come and have a face-to-face, I'll do that. He's like, well, I'm not going to withdraw your trespass. So I said, cool, no problem. I said, the next letter you get from me will have punitive damages attached. And so they did. And so that guy gave they resolved it with the disabled vet, but then they reached out to me. And all I responded, they had this big thing, because I told them, if you fuck with me and you don't resolve this today, I'll start contacting all the state agencies about you. And once I start that process, I don't start. I'm a can of fucking Pringles. I'm a fucking honey badger. I waited until he gave the discount, and then I started fucking their business. Fire marshal, FHA violations, Section 8 violations, county violations, all this shit. Well, then the guy emails me. The guy emailed me back. He's like, da-da-da-da. All I emailed back is like, you haven't sent a retainer. My time costs money. This is the address. Send a $2,500 retainer so that we can talk. Guy said, excuse me, I'm not paying that. Cool. Then I can't talk to you. I also can't call off any of these agencies. Don't contact me again. He decided to be a douchebag, and he tried to fleece somebody for $5,000. And now he's incurred over $100,000 in inspections and penalties and corrections and that. Don't be an asshole. Don't verbally trespass somebody off the property if you don't know who the fuck the person is. Hold on. My children are spending my money rapidly. Let's see. I hate that shit, especially when they set up the camera and they grab dumbbells and start doing something literally right in front of your face, like 3 inches away, and then try to use it, and then they try to use, yeah, it's fucking bullshit. If I was doing DoorDash, I'd be filming too, just smart for your own protection. I film every walkthrough with a tenant when I give them keys, just so I have a record of them. Yeah, absolutely. I used to do the same thing when I had rentals. I do the same thing when I rent units. I walk through and I say, we're gonna do, like the current unit my daughter is in, they didn't even do a walkthrough because they know us. They were like, just fill out the form and send it to us. Okay. Stuff like that hurts all women who actually get sexually assaulted. Yeah. Like, I personally believe the punishment for rape should be death. Not accused rape. I'm talking about the rapes where we know there's a rape happening. Like when we know, when there's zero reasonable doubt, when we know there's no alternative explanation, when we know for a fact there was a rape involved, it should be a capital offense. Period. Dot. And it should be a capital offense via public castration and exsanguination. We're just going to cut your dick off and let you bleed to death where your dick used to be. I think that would get a lot of guys' attention that maybe they shouldn't be rapey. Probably rare to have a case with zero doubt. You're right. It's rare to have a case with zero doubt. But we do have, but we do have situations where there's zero doubt. Unfortunately, it would be very. How do you know that though? It would be very rare. Well, because you catch the person doing it while the woman is saying no. Bet your rapes will go down though. Yeah, exactly. I don't need. Here's the thing. I don't need to have very many of them. I don't need to have a lot. I don't need to have a lot. I just need to have a handful. Because I don't think there's very many guys that are on the fringe that are going to take that risk. Now again, I'm not talking about cases where he said, she said, and there's a opportunity for reasonable doubt. I'm talking about when you catch it in progress and the girl is screaming, no, get off, leave me alone, and you break it up. Holy fuck, this one's a no-brainer. Aswell said if you bring back public executions, crime would go down fast. Yes, I agree with that. Like that FedEx driver with that 7-year-old who catches, no, I'm saying when you have multiple people, like, I'll give you a really terrible example. got back from a night of drinking in the dorm parking lot. As we get out of the car, we see a guy with a girl bent over a K-rail, a plastic parking K-rail. He's going to town railing her, and she's saying, no, don't, get off me, leave me alone. There's 5 witnesses that he's going to town on a drunk girl who's saying no. Number 1, you're drunk, you can't consent anyway. Number 2, she's literally saying no. I didn't even know who the fuck she was. I just know she was an airman in my dorm. So the girl that was with us ran around to get the sergeant on duty, and the 4 of us pulled the guy off of her. And we held him until the cops and the sergeant on duty came. It's a pretty clear-cut case of what the fuck are you doing? Now, if there's any reasonable doubt, then we don't get to that level of punishment. I'm talking about when we know we're at that level, here's what we do. That FedEx driver with the 7-year-old, if that was my 7-year-old, the drunk rule is insane, though. That means there are many rapists. Yes, there are many rapists. There are. There absolutely are. There are, because there's a lot of women who wouldn't have consented if she was sober. It's also really easy. I'm going to teach people a really easy trick to get around the drunk consent loophole. Here's the drunk consent loophole, right? If you're a committed couple and you've been in a relationship for a while and you're in an organization like the military that gets pretty particular about consent, his phone, her phone, he sends her a message, are we having sex after the club tonight? She says yes. He sends back, cool, I want to as well. Now we have pre-alcohol consent. Yeah, so they're both yes, they're both rapists. Yes. Now you're fucking getting it. Now you're getting it. Unless you consented prior to consuming alcohol, you're both rapists. How does that work? The same way you charge 2 people that get into a fist fight. You charge them each with battery. You can be the perpetrator and the victim at the same time. You're both the victim and you're both the perpetrator. We already have that in the law. You only need a few displays and proof the punishment. That should start working pretty quick. You're right. Absolutely right. We are fucked if Asmongold becomes our moral compass. So you execute them both? No, because you should tell people that because bars exist. You're right. You're right. But you know what else you shouldn't be doing? You shouldn't be taking a girl home. If you're the guy, if you're a gentleman, you shouldn't be taking a girl home from the bar after you've plied her with 8 drinks. If your charming personality doesn't get the panties to drop and you're using liquid panty remover, you're probably a scumbag anyway. Now, if somebody in here is going to start justifying that they're not a scumbag and they buy girls drinks at the bar to take them home and fuck them, I want to let you know that you're about to walk right into the fact that I'm going to call you a fucking scumbag. If you can't get her panties off when she's sober, she's not that into you. It's real simple to know if it was your idea to have sex or her idea to have sex. If when you get her outer layer off, the bra and the panties match, you didn't decide to have sex, she did. Women ask for the drink. Why are you buying a woman drinks? Be a real man. When she looks at you and she says, are you going to buy me a drink? You turn and you look at her and say, no, I'm a modern man. I live in a cosmopolitan world. You can buy me a drink. Damn. The most you should do is make sure she gets home safe, either personally or call her an Uber. Yeah. Yeah, if the bra and the panties match, you got picked up. You didn't pick up shit. If the bra and the panties match, you're a fuckboy. I was just, oh my God. You can't be serious. I've got, ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry that you are all trapped in my hell loop. What the fuck? What the fuck is this?
AI is going to revolutionize medicine, and it may at some point make FDA even irrelevant. And it's going to give us the capacity to develop new drugs, personalized medicine for every citizen. You know, I just was reading about a dog that had cancer, and his owner used AI to develop a personalized treatment that cured the cancer. We're going to see that now in medicine, across medicine, and we're very excited about it. AI is very dangerous potentially, but it also has the capacity to bring really great things to humanity, particularly in the realm of human health.
Hold on. We're going to test something. Hi, ChatGPT. I have cancer. Please develop a personalized treatment that will cure my cancer. No, because he said, he literally said, I read about it. I read about a case. He said, I read about a case where the owner did this. And this is literally what ChatGPT says back. So no, this guy didn't read about this. Hi, ChatGPT, I have cancer. Please develop a personalized treatment plan to cure my cancer. By the way, they had to use a language model. We don't have AI in any other usable function. Like, the only AI we have is language models right now. I mean, we have supercomputers that can do math problems, but we load the math problem in and we let it do it. Like, we don't have artificial intelligence. We have AI that plays chess because it's been taught every single computation of chess moves. I'm going to be straight with you. There isn't a one-size-fits-all cure plan I can safely build for you. Cancer's not a single disease. Of course you didn't ask ChatGPT or fucking AI. Now, did you know that we have chess AI that know every possible combination of every possible game, but we can't do the same for Go because we still don't know how many. We still haven't factored out every single possible combination of Go games. We figured out every single chess is solved. Chess is solved down. Chess is solved down to, yes, it is. Chess is solved. We know exactly how many possible computations of moves there are. It's an infinitely smaller number than Go. The reason why is chess was easier to solve. No, 6 foot, it is. There's only 12 opening moves for chess. That's why chess is so much easier. Because chess has 8 moves where you move a pawn, or 4 moves where white moves a knight. That's it. There's only 12 starting moves for chess. That's it. Then you could turn around and say, if you want to, you could say there's 16 and 4 for 20. If you want to do 1 up and 2 up, you can do that. You can do that. But yeah. Yes, 6 foot. They are. It's been solved since the 60s. We know every single possible combination of chess moves. The reason why we don't know Go is because Go starts with way too many first moves. Da-da-da. Now, what you're saying is human beings can do things that throw off AI. I'm not saying that an AI can beat every human player. Not saying that at all. The bar of solved is that you know the perfect move from start to end, which we don't. No, that's not the bar. The bar is we know every single outcome of every single combination of every chess game. But where AI isn't infallible yet is that the AI gets stuck on why the fuck did Bobby Fischer just do this? The logical outcome is this, or this, and he did that. That's where the AI gets hung up. The AI doesn't know how to process the human factor. It's kind of like Finding Bobby Fischer with Ben Kingsley, where you're watching Ben Kingsley and he's like, that was a mistake. Who made a mistake? Don't, Josh, it's there. It's 12 moves away, Josh. Don't move till you see it. And then you see Josh with his head down and he's looking. Yeah, it's weakly solved. And that's what I'm talking about. It's weakly solved. I'd love to see you find something that says chess is solved. It's 7. It is fully solved chess with 7 or fewer pieces. And what Wolfgang, yeah, it's 7 or it's not 7 or fewer moves. It's 7 or fewer pieces, because that's what the AI can't do. It can go all the way up to here and all the way back from here, but it can't compensate for the human factor. But when I'm not talking about, what I'm saying is there is only, we could map out every single computation of possible chess games. Listen to what I'm saying. You're arguing one thing that I'm not arguing. In chess, we start with a maximum of 20 starting moves. Okay? There's only 20 starting moves. That's it. Period. We only have to start with 20 branches. That's it. We know every combination of movements in a chess game. Go is radically different. The last time I checked, Go has whatever a billion combinations of moves are. You're talking about mapped completely from here to here. AI has it completely mapped, done. If there's 7 pieces on the board, AI can calculate that. If 7 pieces are on the board or less, that's it. AI will get you. It's in the middle game. You're talking about, can AI beat the player? If you make a human move, you'll fuck up the AI, because the AI doesn't know how to overcome. Why did you do that? The AI can't look 12 moves ahead. But that's not talking about this sheet of paper. Has a game where we start with white moving the bishop out, or white moving the queen out 2 spaces. And this is the same move, but a different starting move by black. And then another one and another one. We know how every combination of games can go, because at every point in the game, there's not an infinite number of moves. For example, no, you won't screw up the algorithm. Go play a chess engine. I have, and okay, let me stop you. I've beaten chess engines many times. Grandmasters have beaten chess many times. The thing is that chess isn't as infinite as Go, because, let me bring up a chessboard. So here's your chessboard, right? rook here, pawn here. 20 opening moves. There's 16 pieces. But I don't have the ability to move every single piece, every single turn. The argument you're making is that we don't know how every single map will go. But it's not factorial this way, because I move this piece out too. Well, now that opens up this piece and this piece to move. It still doesn't mean I can move this piece. I can't move this piece and I can't move this piece. So there's not infinite number of moves in the second turn. What you're talking about is there would be a damn near infinite number of turns if every piece could walk through every other piece. There's 20 opening moves on the first turn. That's it. Not infinite. Until I move this piece, none of the computations deal with that piece. Yeah, chess is a finite equation. Your argument is whether or not AI has it mapped out to win every single time. 7 or less pieces on the board, AI is probably going to get you. Right, but it's not 10 to the 46 possible position chess pieces. So I don't know what you're looking at, because it's not that. Because not every piece is movable. It's not every piece isn't movable. So if somebody's saying 10 to the 46 possible positions, it's not. There's only... The rook can't move on the second turn. Yeah, theoretically, Go can be solved as well. It's just an astronomical number. We can't do it. You are correct. We will eventually be able to solve Go as well. We just can't do it today. But there's only X number of movements. Period. That's it. And when you start to say, oh, well, there's 16 by 6, no, it's not, because not every piece can move at every junction. You also have to remember, when you start playing through games, once you're on a fork, there is only one move. So there's all these other alternatives that get thrown off the board, because if the king is in check and you can't block, from that move on, there's one valid move. Well, you could do... No, you couldn't. You're in check. It's a fork. You have no way to block. That game dumps thousands of potential moves because there's only one valid move. With that,
a DoorDash driver was banned by a
Mayor of Chicago, this fucking guy.
And you just watched an entire city council in transparency try to take wages away from the very people who are part of an industry that has its ties to slavery. Nobody's hiding from that. I am boldly declaring that we need reparations in this city, and that's why I'm funding it.
Well, your chances of getting reelected just went down the shitter. You're gonna fund reparations. You're not gonna get reelected. I give up. He literally probably buys things made by slavery in modern day. Yep. Restaurants in Chicago have ties to slavery. Yep. Sorry, my kids are spending my money. My child, my 20-year-old. Okay, so my 20-year-old is shopping with her sister. Her sister needs a dress and she needs clothes. I'm having her watching this grand indictment play out. Hopefully something will actually be done. Yeah, hopefully. We gotta get past this fucking reparations thing. We've got to get past reparations. We've got to. Look, if we attack poverty, we help all people in poverty. Does your ears tingle when they spend your money the way it does when someone touches the thermostat? Yes. When my family spends my money, I get this tingly spider sense. My children are fucking bougie and have expensive taste. We've got to get past reparations. We've got to. It must happen. I'm not saying that black people haven't had an unfair deal in this country, because black people have had a fucking unfair deal in this country. But you are not going, you are not going to, in the slightest, get racism dealt with if you want to look at the white people who never owned slaves, who are in poverty, and say, you need to pay more so we can give black people who were never slaves reparations. Let's just attack poverty. Let's attack illiteracy. Let's attack homelessness. Let's attack hunger. And let's not give a shit if you're white or you're black or you're brown or you're yellow or you're purple or you're Muslim or you're Catholic or you're Christian or you're Jewish. Let's just decide as a society that we need to have a place that hungry people can go to get a meal. Let's just decide that we're gonna not judge people and we're gonna have a place to go if it's fucking cold or if it's rainy or if it's too hot. Let's just decide as a society that as we drive around and we find a neighborhood that looks like total shit, that we don't need to spend 6 months in planning committees. We're just gonna send a crew out there to clean it up. Let's, instead of having people get unemployment checks to sit on their ass, let's have people that are on unemployment have to report for work every day, and let's have them go clean parks and clean streets, and you know, and let's just keep people busy. If we're gonna give somebody an unemployment check, then let's get a clean street out of it, or a clean park, or raked leaves, or trees knocked down that are dead. Let's be real though, the US idea of attacking poverty would be throwing those in poverty in jail or something. You're right. It would be. That's what we would have. The highest level of stockfish has never been defeated. Oh, whatever. What we have is we have a issue that we're not able to appropriately even let people have pride. We don't even give people the opportunity to have pride. People are stuck with handouts. A rigged election took place last night in the great Commonwealth of Virginia. All day long, Republicans were winning. The spirit was unbelievable until the end when, of course, there was a massive mail-in ballot drop where I have heard that before, and the Democrats eked out another crooked victory. 6-5 goes to 10-1, and yet the presidential election in November was very close to a 50-50 split. Hey, dumb fuck. Maybe people went out and voted Democrat instead of Republican because you fucked the country. In addition to everything else, the language on the referendum was purposely unintelligible and deceptive. As everyone knows, I'm an extraordinarily brilliant person, and even I had no idea what the hell they were talking about in the referendum, and neither do they. Let's see if the courts will fix this travesty of just... Oh my god. Can this guy fucking please just have a massive coronary from one too many Big Macs? We've spent like 40 trillion on the war on poverty. No, we haven't spent anywhere near that much on the war on poverty. The problem with fighting the war on poverty isn't giving people money isn't the same as fighting the war on poverty. Giving me okay, so I'm gonna use my daughter's bills as an example. My daughter's apartment is $975 a month. Her utilities combined are about $300 a month. She needs about $500 a month on food, right? So my daughter needs these 3 things. She needs these 3 things to survive. My daughter needs $1,775 a month to exist. To just exist. Giving people housing money doesn't solve poverty. My daughter's ability to earn money right now is this. That is what my daughter can effectively earn each month. Giving her the basics of survival does nothing to pull her out of poverty. My daughter will never have a life. My daughter will always have an existence. My daughter might, maybe, possibly, through lots of therapy, lots of years of working at it, maybe my daughter goes back to doing art, which she was fairly good at, and maybe she can sell a painting or 2 in her life. Maybe she sits down and writes a book, and maybe she makes some money. My daughter will never, in my opinion, have the ability to have a regular 9-to-5 job where she has to interact with people, especially males. Giving her money for housing and food doesn't affect her poverty because you're giving her an existence. You're making a landlord rich. We're talking about the war on poverty. We need to change. Like, the government should own the apartment building. So the government owns the structure. So the government, one time, buys the unit and then only has to maintain it. Think about think about this. Let's just say we're not going to account for inflation. My daughter is 20 years old, and let's say my daughter lives to 80. And we're in our magical society, we don't have any inflation. Using the Jalonomics, we eliminate inflation. So my daughter's going to live 60 years as an adult. That's 720 months. Times 975. That means in rent alone, society will give my daughter $702,000 to a landlord. One unit of a 4-unit building. They could build the whole fucking 4-unit building for less than $702,000. You're going to have people in a society that, no, not government contracts. No, not government contracts. We don't need to pay money out to anybody because we already organically own all the things that we need to build that building. We have civil engineering inside of the military. We have the Army Corps of Engineers. We're not giving money out to the economy. We're going to build the building. And then we're going to then we're going to manage it. You're going to give my daughter $702,000 over her life instead of building a building and putting her in it and then saving $500,000. But instead, what we want to do is we want to outsource everything. Well, it gets expensive. It's expensive to outsource. Let's see. What did you send me? The rich don't play by the rules, so why should I? When does shoplifting become an act of political protest? The opinion culture editor is calling this micro-looting and describes the phenomenon of people stealing small things from big corporations like Whole Foods.
I'm proposing a new term, micro-looting.
I started going into the grocery store, I would pick up the thing that I wanted, and then I would go.
It's a survival technique. Gotta eat to live, gotta steal to eat.
You're paying for that, right?
No, babe, food is a human right.
People are taking small things.
Food is a human right. Not according to the United States, it's not. They voted against that.
From big corporations. And they're feeling justified.
Like, look, everyone's shoplifting from Whole Foods when you're shopping there.
You're not gonna steal from a deli like that. But Whole Foods, fuck Whole Foods. Fuck Bezos, fuck Amazon, all that.
We should be rioting, but we're tired, so I'm gonna take these bagels.
But is it a slippery slope? What's going on with our moral code? To find out, I'm talking to political commentator Hassan Piker and New Yorker writer Gia Tolentino. Thank you both so much for being here with me today to talk about this. Hi, Gia.
Hi.
Hi, Hassan.
Hi.
I want to start with a little exercise just about our own morals. Would you share your Netflix password?
No. I would not share my Netflix password. Why? Because every time anybody shares their Netflix password, Netflix doesn't make their targeted goals, so they raise the fucking price.
I do.
I also do. Well,
with anyone.
For the longest time, I actually had someone else's Netflix password. That was my primary access to Netflix.
And now you share your own?
Yeah.
Would you get around a paywall on an article you're trying to read?
Would I get around on a paywall article I'm trying to read? No. I would, if I can't read the article I'm trying to read, I would search the headline and try to find the AP or the NPR news source that the author probably cited when they wrote their bullshit dribble anyway.
Do it every day on my stream.
Yes,
every
and
day.
I support it when people do it for my own work. I say, go off. Use the Wayback Machine.
Would you pirate music from an indie band?
No, I would never pirate music from an indie band, specifically because I own PGN Music, which is an independent record label, which, by the way, for the first time, we have a vocal artist working on our this year's Christmas music. So no, I wouldn't pirate music from an indie band, because I wouldn't pirate music from any band, because that would make me a hypocrite, and I hate being a hypocrite.
Is it 2005 and I'm using LimeWire? Because yes.
I feel like every millennial has at some point done this.
I feel like fundamentally Spotify is kind of like deleterious to the musician livelihood, and I use that. But then I go to the shows.
Yeah, no, I'm pro piracy all the way, like across the board.
Okay, deleterious, something that causes harm. Okay, Spotify is in no fucking way harmful to the artists. Ladies and gentlemen, PGN Music has made about $10,000 on Spotify. I make the majority of my money through the record label through Spotify.
Would you pirate a car? Yes. You know, if you could, if
What would it
one
mean to
could
pirate a car?
It was just a classic thing back in the day. The government-funded anti-piracy initiatives would be like, "Dude, would you steal a car?" I'm like, yeah, sure. If I could get away with it, if it was as easy as pirating IP, I would do it. Yeah.
Would you dine and dash from your local diner?
No, because these are all stupid fucking questions. Would I dine and dash from my local diner? No. As I told you guys yesterday, after when I got back from lunch, because somebody did a real douchebag move, the stir fry place that I really, really enjoy, they're closing and they're becoming an all-you-can-eat sushi bar, which, let me stop you on something. Don't ever get sushi at an all-you-can-eat sushi bar. Sushi has to be prepared exquisitely, and your sushi chef has to be using the UV light to check each cut to make sure there's no worms in it. You do not want to eat contaminated raw fish. The problem is another individual saw that they opened a stir-fry place, so they opened a stir-fry place. The stir-fry place they opened is in a better location. And when it comes to restaurants, location, location, location. Location, location, location. So this awesome place to eat isn't more convenient, so it doesn't get the foot traffic.
Never. Tip 35%. Mike's, come on.
No, I wouldn't do that. And if I saw somebody doing that, I'd probably pay for their meal.
Yeah. Would you steal a book from the library?
No, I wouldn't steal a book from the library. If I really, really needed the book, I would buy the fucking book.
Never.
No.
Would you steal from the Louvre?
What the fuck are these questions? No, I wouldn't. I would not steal from the Louvre because whatever it is something to be enjoyed by everybody.
Yes.
I would not be logistically capable of executing such a fact, but would I cheer on every news story of people that I see doing it? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's cool. We gotta get back to cool crimes like that. Like, bank robberies, right? Stealing priceless artifacts, things of that nature. I feel like that's way cooler than the 7,000th new cryptocurrency scheme that people are engaging in.
What the fuck? Okay, guys, are okay. I'm actually upset right now. I'm upset right now because doesn't this motherfucker have a huge following? Doesn't he make a fuck ton of money as an influencer? And he's promoting crime and bullshit. I won't move the video, but I want to say how fucking disappointed I am in society. A couple of weeks ago, I wrote an article called "It would cost me $40,539.69 to save 7 lives, and I can't get there." I want you to notice. I have the dollar amount that I need down to the fucking penny to save 7 lives. And this is on my website. And as you can see, there's a veteran out there who should be on disability. They should be home getting serious psychological care for what they've been through. Instead, they've bounced between 9 jobs in 7 years trying to survive. The amount of money that it would take to stabilize their situation is $6,500. $6,500. If I had $6,500 spare, I could save a veteran's life because that veteran would have months of not needing to go to work and just be able to go to treatment. There's another veteran who got screwed by the system. 15 years ago, they were denied a proper medical retirement. Now the VA says they owe money because of a miscalculation back in 2011. The VA solution is to stop their disability pay for March, April, May, and part of June. That's how we say thank you to your service. No, they can't appeal it because I've done the math, I've done the numbers. This is literally money they owe. $9,039.69. And then there's this mother of 4. Mother of 4 in an abusive situation, verbal, physical, psychological, and recently rape. She gets raped every night by her husband. No assets, destroyed credit, utilities not even an option because the debt's left behind. For all the talk about systems that are supposed to help people like this, we can't get her any help. Getting her kids in somewhere safe would cost about $25,000. I want you to hear this because this is why I do my show. This person, this is a human being who, this is hard to say. This is a human being who contacted me yesterday to tell me the night before her husband raped her in the ass. And there is nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do. For that fact alone, if I had no other fact to tell you about what's wrong with America, that fact should be it. He text messaged his wife today to complain his feet hurt. Meanwhile, he raped her in the ass. Here's the thing. The cops don't always go with the right answer. What the cops are going to take a statement. He said, she said. And then what? So he gets arrested, maybe. Gets taken to the station, maybe. Orders of protection and restraining orders are just pieces of paper. Record it. And what? Let me see. Let me check something real quick. She could potentially record it. She could potentially record it. She can't leave. That's what she needs the $25,000 for. Because she needs to be, remember, she needs to leave, right? She needs to leave, but she has no functional vehicle. So we'd have to get her a rental so that she can get here, obviously. If she got to my local area, I could help her out. But she needs a vehicle. That was blocked by Automod, not by me. Just so you know, DZ, I didn't block that. Twitch did. So she doesn't have a functional vehicle. When she does get somewhere, think about this. She's gonna have the clothes on her kid's back and what she can easily grab and gather, and if she can even get a vehicle. If she can even get a vehicle, the only thing she's going to be able to leave with is the clothes on her kids' backs and whatever she can gather. Wherever she gets, she's going to need beds, dressers, clothes, food, a down payment. She's going to need first month, last month rent. There is literally, without $25,000, there's like no way to transplant her, because again, he made great money when he had his career and then he stopped doing it. He just one day decided to quit his career and do nothing. Yeah, too bad CPS can't be trusted. As Faye Lynn said, call the cops. She might be dead in 5 days, and then the dad be able to do the same thing to all the girls and the boy. The scary part about America is that we have case study after case study after case study. Moms who are basically raped for the entire marriage because they're afraid if they don't give in, dad will start raping the daughter. And people say, I don't think dads would do that. Well, really, there's a whole book on my shelf called Reviving Ophelia of girls that have been sexually assaulted, the majority by their dad. I'd put in hidden cameras. Great. Here's the problem. You put in hidden cameras. Yeah, you can't tell her to get a gun. That makes it premeditated. You put in hidden cameras. Ponzini, you put in hidden cameras. Then what becomes the issue? Then what becomes the issue? Even if the dude goes to jail, they're still married, which means any debt he incurs, yeah, he could find one. And then his legal team could make the argument she faked it because she installed hidden cameras. Now, if they had cameras already there. And we already ran this through a lawyer. The lawyer's like, no, you can't just suddenly put hidden cameras in your house because you haven't contacted the police. But the problem is you contact the police, you have no evidence. You have to be able to afford them. She can't even afford food. She can't afford groceries. That's what, and then she contacts, like, so I brought her up earlier. Somebody said, well, go to a women's shelter. She can't. She has either a 12 or a 13-year-old boy, but either way, most of the shelters, she can't bring the boy. Her job also requires her to be on the internet. She can't stay at the shelter during the day. She's supposed to take her kids to school. Take her kids to school in what? She doesn't have a functional vehicle. I like what Midnight Rose says. It's really sad there are so many people in our society that can't believe that can't be something that happens within a marriage. Right. That's the like, if Hassan makes millions of dollars a year and he's saying all this stupid shit, then I want to make millions of dollars. Well, yeah, but what you have to remember is CPS half the time gets it wrong. I'll get back to Hassan's video in a second. I was doing a domestic violence interview with a guy. Now, I can't share details, but I'm going to share some details, but I can't share names and stuff. This guy, his paperwork comes across my boss's desk. It gets kicked to me. He's applying for pretrial diversion for domestic violence. And I pull out, I print his file, and I didn't look. And I hit print. I went to make a cup of coffee, and my printer is going donkey balls. And I'm like, what the fuck did I print, yo? And it's his history. And my printer is like page number 41 of 200. Double-sided. Motherfucker has a 400-page CPS file. And criminal file. Arrest records. All of it. I was like, well, shit. So I let it finish printing. And I get on my highlighter. I'm going down the list. I get to a line, and I have to get up out of the kitchen chair, lift the trash can lid, and I vomit into my trash can after reading a line on this guy's file. The line is, he still takes baths with his 8-year-old daughter. It caught me so out of the blue, vomited. I called the caseworker. I said to the caseworker, because I was a subcontractor for DCFS. Called the caseworker, and I said, I was really good, on really good terms with this one caseworker. I said, what in the balls of Christ did you send me this morning? I just vomited up my breakfast reading this piece of shit's file. And she's like, oh, you must be on the blank file. I was like, what the fuck am I reading? She's like, yeah. And you're okay with this cocksmith getting pretrial diversion? She's like, there's nothing we can do. I was like, the fuck you mean there's nothing you can do? She's like, there's technically no law against what he's doing. What? What the fuck are you talking about? She's like, Jay, look up the code. There's no law against what he's doing. I was like, okay, so I know you can't specifically ask me to write anything in my recommendation reports, but are you gonna buy me a Barks if I recommend in my recommendation report that he immediately ceases taking baths with his 8-year-old daughter or being in the room whenever she's in a state of undress or changing? And she's like, I'll bring you a whole fucking case if you write that. So I call this guy I always did all of my interviews on Zoom. And so I would tell people, just so you're aware, this interview has to be recorded. And the guy's like, well, then I want a different evaluator. I said, well, I just want to let you know, you can link it. I'll take a quick peek at it and then I'll share it if I can. But yeah, you're always allowed to share links in the chat. I just won't always necessarily put them up on the screen. So I said to the guy, just so you're aware, I'm going to be putting in your file that any interview with you needs to be recorded. And he's like, well, why is that? I said, because you have a 400-page file and you have an awful long history of saying, I didn't say that. So I've annotated that whoever does your interview will record it. I also want to let you know that you have every right to ask for a different evaluator, but I'm the only male evaluator at my company, and you are required to be evaluated by the judge's order by a male evaluator. So it's me, or you're gonna go to jail, because this isn't gonna get done in time. Make your call. He's like, I guess I'll have to do it. I said, okay, good. My very first question: when you say you bathe with your daughter, do you get in the water with her? He's like, oh yeah. I said, and you think that's acceptable? He's like, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it. Okay, next question. And I went through his interview. He gets to the end, and what this motherfucker says to me is, he says, so are you going to be recommending the 26-week class? No. I was on a VTC. If I had been across from him, I would have broken all his fingers. So I said, nope, not recommending the 26-week class. He's like, oh, that's great. He's like, what are you recommending? I'm recommending that you do the 26-week parenting class, the 10-week substance abuse class, and the 52-week domestic violence class. He lost his shit while being recorded. He called me every fucking name in the book. That's the best, that's the most I can recommend. So he's throwing a fit. He's throwing shit around the room. I got it all recorded. I don't give a fuck. So I said, all right, well, is there anything else I can do for you today? I took that video. All I did was clip out the last bit of him throwing shit around, clipped it off to his caseworker, and I said, now you see why we do these via VTC. Because I am recommending more than 1 year of treatment for this individual, my recommendation is that the mother have full custody. He only have supervised visitations at the church until he is completed. I had to go to court because of my recommendations. Because anger management, parenting class, substance abuse, domestic violence, and none could be done concurrently. Just so you guys are aware, you can't do DV class at the same time as anger management because they're two different skill sets. This guy found out that he was going to be without his kids for like 19 months. He wasn't going to be allowed in the marital home. He start fucking screaming at the judge, and the judge was a black woman. He called her every fucking which way name that you can insult a black woman, a judge, a human being. By the time he was said and done, he was going to jail for 6 months for contempt of court. And sure as shit, the caseworker said, hey, I'll walk out with you. I got your case of Parks. That's our fucking society. Our society does, we have laws about everything in the world except child abuse. When a clearly abusive situation isn't spelled out. And yet this guy makes millions of dollars and he's anti-American, misogynistic. I know that one. Fuck that. Let me look at this one real quick. Sweden says no to rape convicts deportation as crime wasn't long enough. The Court of Appeal for Upper Norland ruled that the man will not be deported after serving his 3-year prison sentence due to the duration of the incident. What? Rape in many cases considered an exceptionally serious offense that could lead to deportation, but an assessment must be made on all circumstances in the individual case. Given the nature and duration of the offense in question, the Court of Appeals finds that while the crime is serious, it does not constitute an exceptionally serious offense that would warrant deportation order. The request for deportation is rejected. I have to walk away for a second. I'm gonna leave that on the screen, but I gotta walk away. I don't even want to start to begin. No, it wasn't a 16-year-old rapist in your country. He raped a 16-year-old girl. A Swedish court decision not to deport a refugee convicted of raping a 16-year-old girl has sparked global outrage, with Donald Trump Jr., the son of President Donald Trump, asking what the hell is going on in this world. Walking away is a healthy anger management coping technique. Yes, I had to walk away because we were about to blow the fuck up. She was an 18-year-old. He was an 18-year-old. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know that I might be a little radical in some of my views, but you know what I want to do with rapists that are convicted? I want to put them into jail. And I want to put them with all the other rapists. I want to put them all together. I want to put them all together so that they can just rape each other. We're not talking. See, I'm not talking about some of like the fringe cases. Okay, I'm not talking about some of the reasonable doubt cases, and I'm definitely not talking about some of like the Romeo and Juliet cases. I'm not talking about like I don't have a buddy. He's not my buddy. I want to make sure that I say a buddy, but we were assigned to the hotel at the same time. We were living in the hotel. He asked me for a ride. He asked me for a ride back and forth to work because he didn't get on base billeting. I told him, yeah, but you be ready in the morning. I'm not coming to your room. I'm not chasing you down. I said, I will leave at 6:25 every morning. If you're in the lobby, I'll take you. And every morning he was in the lobby at 6:25. I drove, so he wasn't a buddy. He wasn't a friend. I didn't know him. We didn't hang out. What I did was I just drove him to work. And then one Friday, he said, are you doing anything tonight? I said, yeah, I'm going to the bar, but let me say this. I'm going to the bar, and if I pick up a girl, I'm coming back to the hotel and I'm not waiting for you. I'm not driving you, nothing. You're not, none of that shit. Said, I'll get you to the bar. You get yourself back. He was like, no problem. So I went to the bar, met a cute girl. I did my license trick. Like, hey, let me see your license real quick. And I showed her that where your birth date is in your license. In Illinois, your birth date is hidden in your license, your birth year. And so I said, let me see your license real quick. I said, oh yeah, we're same birth year. Yeah, so we're having a good time. And like, you know, we went back back to the hotel. Next morning we got up, we were gonna go to the Six Flags that's down here. So we got up, I said, hey, what are you doing this weekend? She's like, nothing. I said, you wanna go to Six Flags, ride some roller coasters, hang out? She's like, yeah, sounds fun. And so we went back to my hotel room. The next morning we got up, there's security forces at the hotel, there's local cops at the hotel, and there's homeboy. I'm like, I don't want to fucking know. Got in the car, drove away. Turns out, he took a 16-year-old back to the hotel. She had an ID that said she was 18. My comment is, because I got questioned, I said, I don't know none about this shit. Hold on. My dinner order. I said, if you're at a bar, you shouldn't be picking up anything under 21. That's just my rule. You pick up game from the game range, not from game that stumbled into the game range. But he was only like 21, I think, on the number, so he picked up an 18-year-old. Turns out she was 16. That's not one of the situations where I'm talking about straight to the fucking gulag. What really fucked him over is it was the general's daughter. One of the generals. There's like 21 of them here at this base. But his whole defense was, I saw her ID. Her ID says she's 18. How am I supposed to know she's not 18? Because in Illinois, you can go into establishments like karaoke bars at 18. That needs to be an offense that she gets charged for. Yes. She needs to get charged for that as well. Now, that's the Romeo and Juliet shit I'm talking about. The other one I'm talking about is you got a boy, he's 16 and she's 14. And then she turns 15 and he turns 17, right? She turns 16, he turns 18. And you're in one of the states where they're like, throw in the big X. Well, if they've been together for 2 years at this point, right? And then the parents make the call. This is precisely why they passed Romeo and Juliet laws. Because he's not 2 years older than her. She will turn 17 and then he will turn 19. And they've been together since they were 16 and 14. It looks like a butt. The problem we have here is we got to have a decent society, right? Let's go back to Hassan.
Mm-hmm. Would you steal from Whole Foods?
No, I would not steal from Whole Foods because stealing is wrong.
You want to go first?
Yes. And I have, under very specific circumstances. I think that stealing from a big box store, I'll just state my platform. Mm-hmm. It's neither very significant as a moral wrong, nor is it significant in any way as protest or direct action. But I did steal from Whole Foods on several occasions, like... I've been involved in like a neighborhood mutual aid group since 2021. And so every week I would go get groceries for Miss Nancy, my now family friend who lived nearby, and she wanted to go to Whole Foods. She wanted food from Whole Foods. So I was like, okay, great. And so I'd be getting Miss Nancy all her groceries, and then I would finish and I'd be like, oh my God, 4 lemons. I forgot 4 lemons. And on several occasions I was like, I'm just going to go back, grab those 4 lemons and get the hell out. And
you should go to prison.
I know. You think they're going to ban me?
They should throw you in jail.
But I didn't feel bad about it at all.
Mm-hmm. And was part of it because of how you feel about Whole Foods as a corporation?
Yeah, it already felt like a bit of a compromise. Like at the time, I was like, I had not been to Whole Foods. I had a bit more sort of consumer discipline about where I was spending my money then, and I already felt like I was in the hole even by shopping there, and it certainly felt in a utilitarian sense. I was like, this is not a big deal.
Well,
right, guys?
I'm pro stealing from big corporations because they steal quite a bit more from their own workers. However, one thing that might even help your ethical...
Hold on. He said because they steal from the workers. No.
And I already felt like I was in the hole even by shopping there. And it certainly felt in a utilitarian sense. I was like, this is not a big deal.
Well...
right, guys?
I'm pro stealing from big corporations because they steal quite a bit more from their own workers.
Big corporations do not steal from their own workers. We've already proven this with the Walmart example. And I am not a big corpo guy. I hate big corpo. But Walmart could afford to give their employees about $1.50 more an hour. But remember, it's not the corporations that are responsible for why the law is how it is. It's the courts are responsible for it's Dodge versus Ford Motor Company. And this is, if you've not seen this, you need to read Dodge versus Ford. Dodge versus Ford shareholder primary decision were three industrial organization structures that put Ford in a difficult business position. Ford Motor had a highly profitable monopoly and needed much cash for the just begun construction of the River Road factory. To stymie union organization and to motivate newly assembly line workers, Henry Ford raised worker pay greatly. Ford could not maintain his monopoly without sufficient worker buy-in. If Ford explicitly justified his actions as pursuit of the monopoly, profit, and litigation, the Ford brand would have been damaged with both its workforce and the car buyers. Dodge versus Ford, as much as I hate Wikipedia, is a landmark Michigan Supreme Court case establishing that corporations must operate primarily for the shareholder profit rather than the employee or public benefit. The Dodge brothers sued to stop Henry Ford from cutting special dividends to fund massive plant expansions and to lower car prices. The problem here is, if our courts say companies must make decisions that benefit the shareholders because the shareholders are the owners, then that's the end of the story. If you work for a publicly traded company, you have every ability to become a partial owner of your company by buying shares of stock. Do you think you can track eventually the decline of America to Dodge versus Ford? No. I don't think you can deliberately track the decline of America to to Dodge versus Ford, because then because what you're doing is you're trying to fit a hypothesis to the facts. And you don't do that. I think Dodge versus Ford plays an important part of why our economy is the way it is. But it also has to do with FDR's policies. Several of FDR's good policies being struck down by the Supreme Court is unconstitutional. It has to do with the transition from a hard currency to a fiat currency. It has to do with post-World War II and Rosie the Riveter and women in the workforce. And it has to do with all the way back to the ending of slavery and 40 acres and a mule and reparations and then taking those away. It has to do with 350,000 union families being disrupted, with all of a sudden now former slaves could move north and fill in the gaps created by the white men who died. I mean, there's a lot going on. There's no one singular thing that caused America's decline. Truthfully, America was fine in about 2007, and then the fucking housing, the junk mortgage bonds collapsed.
However, one thing that might even help your ethical dilemma is the fact that the automated process that they design, these companies know will increase shrink, right? So it's actually factored in. The lemons that you stole are factored into the bottom line of these mega corporations regardless, and they still end up having increased profit margins because they no longer have to pay the cashiers that they used to hire, as opposed to this automated system, knowing full well that people are still going to be able to still steal a lot more efficiently, as a matter of fact, through the automated process.
Totally. Well, I was looking things up, and shrinkage is roughly equal internally as externally. Like, they expect it from their employees that they are sort of disenfranchising constantly.
No, this stupid fucking pendeja. No, when I owned my store, I didn't expect shrinkage. Okay, I didn't expect shrinkage. I expect my employees to not fucking steal, because I expect my employees to come to work and work hard because I'm paying them. Now, yes, at my bar, when I had a manager, when I left for the military, she ran that shit perfectly. Fucking money just stacked up. When I left, I told her, I was like, yeah, I'm going down to Scott Air Force Base. I'm going to be living down there. You've got the ball. And then every quarter, when I would take my owner's draw, I would pay the person who was doing the day-to-day shit. I would kick her a bonus of half my owner's draw. Why? Because the building was paid for, the kitchen equipment was paid for, the bar stuff was paid for. So my owner's draw was basically my allowance for being smart and running this business for years. But she was the one doing it, so I gave her half the owner's draw as a bonus. Did I know that my bartender occasionally gave people drinks above and beyond what I authorized? Yeah, at my bar, if you're closing, everybody gets a drink at the end of the night. We also, because we did cream-based soups in the kitchen, I didn't store that shit because it's a nightmare. Look, if you're hungry, once the kitchen closes at 10, on your break, you can get a bowl of soup, but don't be a greedy fucking hog. Have a bowl of soup, have a bit of bread. At the end of the night, if there's extra soup left, then divvy it out among yourselves respectfully. Respectfully. Like, if Jenny started at 4 and her break was at 6, Jenny's not going to be able to dive into the free food. Well, yes, she is, because that's bullshit. We know every fucking night we serve soup, we know we're going to have extra. Jenny, get a bowl of soup if you want a bowl of soup. Just because your break is before when the kitchen is closed, get yourself your meal. One person was like, it's really nice because, you know, it saves me a couple of bucks. That's all. It's what it's all about. But I don't expect people to steal from me. That's bullshit. Shrinkage is the shipping damage. Some dude lifting a box of Hershey's every month is not expected. Yeah. Shrinkage is when a TV breaks on the truck. It's not because somebody walks a TV out the back door.
Yeah. But what about the argument that if everyone just starts stealing wantonly from the self-checkout machines, Whole Foods will eventually raise the prices?
Yeah, chaos, full chaos. Let's go. I mean, look, I'm in favor. I'm in favor of fast and free buses and also government-owned storefronts. And, two of those policies, the mayor of this beautiful city is currently working on.
Yeah, you fucknut. Let me explain government-owned storefronts to you. It's fucking communism. You know what the problem with communism is? Communism penalizes mistakes. If I have a distribution center, I have 3 stores, right? I have 3 stores, and I send all of the bread to this store by mistake. Now, these 2 stores don't have any bread. I have, in capitalism, a really big motivation to incur a little bit of cost to move that bread to the other 2 stores because I got to get it sold. In communism, nobody has an incentive to move that bread to where the hungry people are because I didn't load the truck, I unloaded it. It's my job is to unload trucks, not load trucks. So who puts the bread back on the truck? Not me, not my job. Not me. We don't even have a mechanism for loading trucks. I don't know how. I haven't been taught. I don't know how to load trucks. Not trying to be flippant, not trying to be an asshole, but I don't know how to load trucks. Because in communism, I have a job. I do that job. My job isn't loading trucks, it's emptying trucks. The guy at the bread factory has a motivation to come here and get this bread because it's his fuck up. The hungry people have motivation to get the bread to them. They're hungry. State-run stores are great. Have you seen how the government of America runs anything? My state owns and operates liquor stores. They still keep prices lower than surrounding states without state-owned liquor stores. Right, but what you've done right there is you've given anecdotal, plucked evidence without giving me the rest of the details that I need. What state? Government-owned storefronts are good depending on what you want to achieve. In Sweden, for example, essentially all alcohol is sold by a state-owned company at quite a high price. This was intentionally done to decrease drinking since the average Swede drank several bottles of vodka every month. So New Hampshire. Okay. Okay, so let me see something real quick. Well, so and I wanted to make sure, New Hampshire can keep their liquor prices lower because they're a monopoly. See, this is where the problem comes, where people say the monopoly. First of all, a really big reason why New Hampshire can keep their liquor prices low is you guys don't have state sales tax. So right off the bat, 5 to 7% of your price piece is because you don't have taxes. Also, a lot of from what I'm seeing, a lot of your state liquor stores are placed right off the highway or near the state borders. Yeah, but you don't have a state sales tax, which your neighboring states have a liquor tax and a state sales tax. So you have a 5 to 7% cheaper number. Like here, we pay a liquor tax and a sales tax because it's a luxury item. Monopolies are great. Monopolies are great if they're run by the government because the goal is to keep the price low. Government-run stores in America are bad for a multitude of reasons. No, government-run stores are great. Government-run stores are great as long as there's no civilian competition, as long as there's no private competition. The problem is government-run anything in America is probably going to open itself up to corruption. But I love the idea of government-run liquor stores. I love it. Government-run liquor stores. Have a monopoly on it. Good. All the money should funnel back to the state. Great. Yes, absolutely. The government should have, I wish the state of Illinois had done a monopoly on weed. I'm a New Yorker, and I think the government grocery stores is not benefiting anyone. Costs need to come down. Groceries are so expensive. People are stealing. Let's address that. I do like what Mandami is doing with housing here, though. Bad landlords and corrupt brokers make getting good, safe housing difficult, and most of the time way overpriced. Here's the other side of that coin. I wasn't a slumlord, but I don't think people ever give fair consideration to the costs that good landlords go through. Good landlords. As I told you, I owned a bunch of single-family units and multi-unit apartment buildings. When I sold my single-family units, I retroactively owned to rent a lot of those people. I bent over backwards to let those people get the units that they'd been living in. Now, I couldn't help everybody. And what I said to some people was, look, man, I cannot help you because your credit is just shit. There's nothing I can do. But I wouldn't have a problem if the government, if the government said we're going to be selling all of the liquor. The government's going to be responsible for selling all the liquor. Please don't carry on in other languages in my chat. My chat is clearly marked English. China is beating you all. China's not beating me. But what we have is no, I can't. That's why here, let me help you out. Because apparently things are difficult for some people. And I hate to have to be an asshole, but you see you see that? You see that fucking thing right there? That's why I can't speak Hebrew. Because the channel is marked in, I communicate in English. I thought Americans spoke Hebrew. That's strike 2 for you already. Look, man, I'm just gonna tell you, I'm not the guy. I have a very low tolerance for retards. You're already classified F-73. If you want to hate America, go hate America on somebody else. It's been a long show, and I don't want to have to bitch slap somebody. Then why do you support Israel so much? Motherfucker, did you ask me? Did you fucking ask me? Did you ask me if I support Israel? You came on my show. You didn't even fucking ask me if I support Israel. You just made a stupid, dumb fuck assumption. Do I speak for my fucking country? Shit, motherfuckers! Dipstick, hey, look, retard. You came on a channel, you act like a retard, I'm gonna treat you like a retard. I didn't know I got named King of America in the last 6 hours. Okay? I didn't get named king of this fucking shithole in the last 6 hours. Why don't you just be an adult and say, do I support America supporting Israel? And then why don't you just be a human being, ask a question, and let me roll with it, and maybe my answer will fucking shock you. Also, why the motherfuck do you naturally assume I'm American? Just because I say English, English is spoken in a lot of countries around the fucking world. So why don't you be a fucking human being instead of being a mouthpiece? Why don't you actually ask a question and have an IQ above your shoe size? Or why don't you go and find your dad, if you can find him wherever he is, or your mom, and say, since you were in Scrubs, I'm in Scrubs? These aren't Scrubs. This is a t-shirt. These are fucking blue jeans. I used to wear Scrubs. I'm not in Scrubs. I'm not in medical gear. Hold on, we gotta check something. No, my name isn't Zach. one more stupid comment and it'll just guys, I'm sad to say we won't get a full show today without a ban, but we're gonna be right there. See, the problem is when you have an open platform, you're gonna have fucking retards roll in, and the problem is they come in, they pull down their pants, they show their ass. Just ban them. And the reason why I just ban them is because there's no fucking point. There's no fucking point with fucking retards. There's no fucking point. And this is what's so wrong. Yeah, you missed it. Not even a good SmackDown. It's kind of like fucking Temu level fucking troll. But no, so this whole shenanigans with these two.
Would you encourage stealing in the same way from a Mamdani run city-owned grocery store with lower prices? And
if you're this fucking guy, I wish I had his money so that I could help all these people that need help. Listening to his fucking answers so far in this interview, I can't believe that this fucking guy has a platform. But you know what the problem is? He has a platform because he's a shitbird. So he is the poster child for the shitbirds. It's like Steven Sharif at Intrepid Studios got his ass kicked in court again, and yet he still has a sycophant following on the Discord. No, him and Asmongold are different people. Asmongold at least is sometimes reasonable. Although Asmongold can be absurd, I think Asmongold can sometimes be reasonable. Internet has a tendency of making weird people famous. I agree. Asmongold doesn't pretend like he cares about people. That I'll give you. That is true. Steven hasn't told them his motion got denied. They are totally in the dark because they only get their updates from him. Yeah. He has a very successful platform. You're right. See, the issue here is somebody got mad at me. I'm going to show you a video that I made.
And you just watched it.
I made this video, and this video offended somebody. This video offended a user. That's it. That's all this video is. Somebody said, you're baselessly negative. Asmongold is the one with the dirty room. Yes. You're not Kash Patel of the FBI. Please go away. Please go away. Your account was made 3 days ago. Please go away. Do we know if someone higher up at Intrepid Studios have made a statement? No, because the chairman of the board isn't going to make any statements because the chairman of the board knows that we litigate things in courtrooms. Robert Dawson isn't interested in... Robert Dawson is the type of businessman, he doesn't give a fuck if anybody likes him. I like a businessman who doesn't give a fuck if anybody likes him. Now, I don't like a businessman that fucks over his employees. So I don't like Robert Dawson as a person. I like a businessman who goes in and makes money. I also can't believe you're 80 million deep and you're dumb. I understand what Steven's narrative is. What about the chick, Karen Boyenko? Margaret was never a higher up at the company. Margaret wasn't an executive at the company. She was the director of communications. She never had any decision-making power. She wasn't even, she wasn't important. Asmongold just says his opinion. He doesn't act like he hasn't answered all the world's problems. Hassan does. Hassan is richer than Asmongold. I don't think Hassan is richer than Asmongold. I really don't think so. I would have to significantly challenge that idea. I'd have to significantly challenge the idea. Well, yeah, but he has his uncle's empire too, but then it's not his. Is it his uncle's or is it his? And I'm just saying that Asmongold legitimately has potentially hundreds of millions of dollars. Let me see something real quick. So Asmongold hasn't streamed on his Asmongold channel for 2 years now. And Asmongold hasn't streamed on his Asmongold channel in 2 years. I know it's his Zach Rar channel, but he has been making money. He has 16 subs on a channel. He apparently said yesterday it was a mistake. He got word from his accountant. But there were months that Asmongold had 36,000 subs. That's quite a lot. Let me check his other channel. I don't know if he has his other channel. I don't know if he has subs on his other channel. So on his current channel, he is averaging 6,000 to 8,000 subs per month. That's quite a few. That's quite a bit. But yeah, I would have to see their numbers lined up. The two most famous streamers are both radical. All the decent political views, middle of the road, no bullshit, are the least watched. I think the problem is Asmongold and Hassan both are popular, but I don't think in a head-to-head debate with anybody with any sort of knowledge base, they would be able to gain any traction. And what I mean by that is 10-word answers are easy, but give me the 10 after that. Give me another 10. It's easy for somebody to say, I think this, but why? Why do you think that? I'm never going to be popular because if you say I got to 100 viewers in the politics category and I talked about 3 issues that day, I could conceivably, by talking about 3 issues, where I could go from 100 viewers to 12 viewers by having an opinion on 3 things. So I start the show with 100 viewers and I come out with an opinion on guns. Well, I lost 50. And then I come out on an abortion and I lost 25. And then Social Security and I lose another 12. Yeah, Asmongold and Hassan say something spicy. Asmongold can be okay, but that doesn't take away from the insane things he has said. And you're right. And I'm not forgiving Asmongold. I'm not promoting Asmongold. I'm not promoting Hassan. I never would. I think Hassan in that interview we're just watching said a lot of stupid shit. I think if you have a following and you're encouraging them to steal, that makes you a shitty human being, because stealing's against the law. Is he going to pay the bail money for every single person that gets arrested? No. It bothers me how many people idolize both of them. Like, why are people even arguing about who has more money? Why do we care about them? Should we? We should care. Here's why we should care. Let me give you. This girl right here.
Okay.
No, I don't want to sign in to anything.
So I know it's not.
Okay, so this girl right here, her name is Kit. She goes by Kit the Beefcake. She started doing OnlyFans to make money for college. She tells a story where people found out that she had an OnlyFans while her last semester in college. And somebody started like bad-mouthing her to the other math majors, and the other math majors shut the person the fuck down, and they said, what does it matter? She's got 3 math degrees. She is in the top 0.1% of OnlyFans. Hold on.
Dance.
They're all expecting him to be done. So she is a very nice human being. She's a very, I commented on one of her videos once and she commented back. It's not a matter of, I don't give a fuck that she does porn. I don't give a shit that she does OnlyFans. I don't give a shit that she has a male actor. I don't have her OnlyFans. I don't give a shit. I think her shorts are unique, but she didn't find out that the entire department knew until last semester. That's true. But the problem here is people want to shut down OnlyFans because why? They're jealous that she can make $300,000 a month on OnlyFans? What does it matter? What the fuck does it matter? I mean, it's worth it, Tara, but it's a different story the day you want to have kids. Why? I want to shut down OnlyFans. I do. I want to know why anybody would want to shut down OnlyFans. I would like to know why anybody would want to shut down OnlyFans, because to me, it seems like a way for individuals to make money and that doesn't hurt anybody. Now, there is the part about the pseudo relationship that people believe they're having with the individual. But that's going to happen with everything. People are really prude. We live in a prudential society. I don't think we do. I think we live in a decadent society that has a vocal minority of prudes. Shit, man. I can't even, like, there's parts of this country when I'm driving through, we allow billboards for the Lion's Den everywhere we go. Like, I remember my kid was like 7 years old and we were driving to see my dad, and there's a strip club sign that says we have 47 hot strippers and 3 ugly ones. Well, my kid saw that sign and now I'm busy explaining the fucking sign to my kids. But yeah, if you have a good argument for why you want to shut down OnlyFans, that's cool. No problem. I'd love to hear it. I genuinely dislike how our society has normalized online prostitution. For decades, society have worked to reduce the exploitation of people who feel pressure to sell their bodies for very little, often because of financial hardships, coercion, or lack of better options. Presenting it as empowerment or just another form of content creation ignores the deeper issues behind it. I'm going to throw out your entire premise that says for decades, societies have worked to reduce the exploitation of people who feel pressured. That's not correct. Prostitution is the first profession, and it's the profession that you can find in every single society. By the way, marriage is a form of prostitution. It's just codified. By the way, joining the military is just a form of prostitution. Being a construction worker is the same as prostitution. You're just selling your body in a different way. So you're saying societies in modern history are not working against prostitution? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Brothels are now legal in Nevada. Brothels have been legal in Europe since I was born. I don't remember exactly when red light districts all around Europe became legal, but yeah. We have legal prostitution in America now. What society do you live in? My headphones are doing the cha-cha. Yeah, prostitution is 100% legal. You're from Sweden. Hold on a second. You said you're from Sweden, but selling sex is legal in your society. It's illegal here to buy. Yep, right. As of last year. As of last year, but it's legal to sell. How can it be legal to sell but be illegal to buy? Also, and I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to diminish your state or your country or anything, but I do want to kind of clue you into something. You're talking about Western society. Your whole fucking country is got the population of an American state. You're not really relevant on the. You're not really relevant on the fucking world stage. I'm not trying to diminish Sweden's contributions to anything, but you got a population of 10.6 million people. We have cities with more than that. Also, didn't you guys used to have the Swedish bikini team? Like, it's great that in the last year you found some morality, right? But I don't really grasp the concept of taking away an avenue for, especially because you're taking away an avenue for women to make money online. Like, I get the mentality, I get the understanding, the slippery slope that if you allow people to do it online, it might translate over into the real world. But honestly, how is a live webcam show exploitive of a woman who volunteers to do it? Listen, I've got a daughter. Hey, listen, back your shit down, because I got 5 of them. Hey, listen, back your shit down. One of my 5 became a stripper. Okay? So I would highly suggest that you back your shit down, because although I don't read all the comments in order, I read your whole comment before I started speaking it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Yeah, the fuck you motherfucker are when you start your thing with listen, comma. No, you fucking listen. I don't want a society where we normalize selling bodies for pennies. Then raise your daughter to not be a stripper, but don't take away an opportunity from a woman who might not have any other opportunities to make money. I want you to think of it this way. Come up with an idea that you guarantee your child to make $3.6 million a year. Because that's what that math major makes in a year. $3.6 million in 1 year. To videotape what she wants to make with a partner she chooses. I don't see a problem in that. Okay? What we have to remember here is what you've done is your country, your laws, what they did is it limited options. Yeah, legal. Take a chick out, pay for dinner, have a nice night, and get a piece of ass for it. Illegal. Give that chick money directly without dinner and get a piece. That's my problem with it. If we're really being legitimate, this is why we need to start with education. Because dating is prostitution. Marriage is a form of prostitution. Pay her in the birthday card, like I said the other day, because it don't open till your birthday. Did you pay that woman for sex? No. I didn't pay her for sex. Well, what's with the birthday card? Well, why the fuck did you open her birthday card? It's not her birthday. Because everybody has a birthday. Look, I think at some point we have to recognize we can't dial back depravity in one turn of the dial. I'm not happy. It's like, I'm not ecstatic that my daughter grew up to be a stripper. Now, she's not anymore. Now she's a stay-at-home mom. Great. Awesome. But my daughter stripped for a piece to pay her bills. I also think that we need to change a way. We need to change this perception. My daughter worked in a club where she could touch you, but you can't touch her. That's not prostitution, that's stripping. What's the difference between that and nude photography? My daughter wasn't a hoe. She wasn't turning tricks. She was making $2,500 a night being a stripper. I said to her, we're never going to take dad to work day. I can't be proud of what you're doing. Isn't that the general rules? That is the general rule of a strip club. The only place you may generally touch the stripper is if you're tucking money into her G-string. Yeah, you can go ahead and it's not a bother, but you gotta remember to frame your argument. You gotta be like, I want to, just a little thing about conversating. When you say, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, that means you analyzed your own statement and you know it was inherently disrespectful. Everything before the word but in an argument is a lie. I'm not trying to be offensive, but fuck, I am trying to be offensive. See, I know myself. You can put as many as you want. You ain't gonna offend me. You're not gonna offend me. I'm hard to offend. But have an opinion and stick to it. You don't want your daughter to grow up to be a stripper. I don't want your daughter to grow up to be a stripper either. I don't want any daughter to grow up to be a stripper. But let's be honest. There's been strippers on this planet since we created nakedness. Yeah, I'm not racist, but proceeds to say the most racist thing of all time. We have different opinions. I respect that. Here's my point. I can do the best parenting in the world. Still, eventually, she's old enough to be on social media and seeing all the posts about how barely illegal adults are selling their bodies. Right. You're right. Because you can be the best parent of all time. And I'm going to guess that you're a first-time parent. You only have one kid. You're worried about would've, could've, should've's. Don't. Let me tell you. You can raise your kid to the very best of your ability but your kid is still a free individual. You can raise your kid with the best morals, values, ethics, religion, purity, devoutness, and all that shit, and she's gonna be putting her ass in some boy's face at 15. The stricter you make the rules, the looser she is when she's got freedom. Period. Dot. It's the rebelliousness and self of autonomy. Period. Dot. My daughter just sent me a picture. All this show, they've been sending me clothing. Is this okay? Is this okay? Is this okay? 20-year-old saying, is this okay to buy? Is this okay? Yeah, that's because she's being respectful. She's spending my money. I'm super fortunate. I know how hard being a parent before I became one, and I knew I wasn't about that life. I respect all the parents. You signed up for a ride. I will never board. Yeah, Karthos, I think Karthos would have been a great dad. My personal belief, Karthos would have been a great dad. But if the dad doesn't believe he'd be a great dad, then put on a party hat or get snippy. The problem is, my daughters have done shit that has pissed me off and shocked me. You can't change that. Recognize your kid is going to grow up to do what your kid is going to do. One of my kids fucking failed out of college being an alcoholic. Yeah, she will do what she wants no matter how good of a parenting you do. But so now watch this. Ready? Watch this. If you keep the guardrails like this and everything out here is taboo, the more taboo shit your kid's gonna go explore. Me? This is my kid's guardrails. Sex isn't taboo. When they're of the right age, they get to talk from their mom because they're girls. Moms handle the daughter sex talk. Dads handle the boys. I don't give a shit about sex and the guardrails are big. I care about pregnancy. I care about sexually transmitted infections. I care about nude photos on Snapchat. That's what I care about. That's what I care about. Make sure your kids have all the information so their fuck-ups are tiny. I know I'd be a shit dad, no thanks. I'm glad to help others become parents. I donated money and material for others to have the opportunity. Yeah. Yeah. Why is my hair so long? My hair is because you asked. My aunt and my uncle died within 2 weeks of each other. When my own mother died, I wasn't able to mourn my mom's passing because I was a professional. I had to maintain a professional haircut. For those of you that haven't been around, I follow 2 sets of cultural and religious beliefs. I'm an American Catholic and I'm an Irish pagan. How I balance that is because I believe Yahweh is the God who created all the other gods. The commandment doesn't say I can't worship other gods. It says I can't worship any other gods before him. Because I wasn't able to make the mourning period for my mother's older sister died. And I had always said, when my mother's older sister died, I will do the mourning period for my aunt because it will be in conjunction with the time. I couldn't do it for my mom. I was in the middle of doing my student teaching. I couldn't grow my hair out. I had to maintain appearance. So that's why my hair is crazy. My little cousin, who is basically like a little sister to me, is having a very difficult time. She lost her mom and her dad within 2 weeks. Her dad died of a stroke and her mom fell, broke her arm, broke her leg, and there was just too much trauma, and her hip. Too much trauma, she died. When my little cousin starts to come around and she knows she's not alone in the world, then I'll cut my hair again and I'll look good. I'm married, but I don't want all the ladies coming after me because some of you guys in this community can't get a date without chloroform. In a rag, in candy, in the van candy. I don't know what the fuck van candy is, but you know, I'm just saying when you have an entry in your company ledger, right? When you put an entry in your company ledger and it says van candy, what the fuck is going on here? My hair is pretty long. My hair is crazy long. You got to remember, this is the third longest my hair has ever been in my life. This is the third longest it's ever been. Your hair is down past your shoulders. It gives you the crazy scientist look. 6 foot. It does. In the ledger, it literally says van candy as a shareholder distribution. That's got to be code for like cocaine. Anyway, I want to let you guys know something because now I can close the loop. I was like 3 minutes late starting this morning because I had to deal with the food stamps people, and I won that appeal. The lady called my daughter this morning and said, because you're a full-time student, you can't get food stamps. And I said, ma'am, I've read your manual and there's an exception to that. She says, we need a letter from the provider. Provided the letter, and the lady has already reviewed it. You know why she's reviewed it? Because she doesn't want me going to the appeal in person and then her looking stupid. Always remember, my Discord is open to you, my personal Discord or the server or me. I'm Jalan on Discord. I may not be able to help you with every single problem you have, but I can A, listen, and B, more often than not, I'll be able to drive you in a direction. I am desperately trying to, I want to bump Hassan and Zach off of the top of the political charts. I want all their money because I want to do good things for people. I don't want millions of dollars for myself. I have everything I want. I mean, look at this shit. I have everything I want. I have everything I want. I want to help people. I don't want people to be cold in their cars. I don't want people to be out of food. Paganism, I follow mostly Druid customs. But I don't want to have 3 friends that are fucked in their lives. I am not aware of invisible people, but I will look it up after the show. I also don't want to sit here. You remember that scene in Con Air where Cameron Poe is chained to the floor and he wants to get up and stop the hijacking? That's how I feel every single day that my lifelong friend messages me in the morning and she says, yeah, my husband raped me again last night. My friend is afraid that if she goes to the police, a rape charge automatically spawns a CPS visit because they have to make sure the kids are safe. Knowing what you know about CPS in this country, I before I go, because I'm way over time today, I want to give you a story about why people don't trust CPS. Once upon a time in a land far away, my friend had a house that had a basement apartment. From the basement apartment, you could go up into the other living quarters if the people upstairs opened the door. You couldn't, from the basement, you could not force your way into the upstairs. So my friend is on the second floor. They have the second and third floor of the house. They have a renter down here. The renter has never interfaced with my friend's kids. One day, my friend gets home, has her kids in the van, and there's cops at her house. And she gets there and she's with the kids and she says, holy shit, what the fuck is going on? And they said, are you so-and-so? And she said, yes. She said, we have a warrant for the downstairs apartment. And she's like, go right ahead. Go right in. She's like, I'm the landlord. You have a warrant. I'm not getting in your way. They went in and they found child porn. She thought, okay, well, about an hour later, CPS shows up and took her fucking kids because the tenant in the basement apartment had child porn. It took her 18 months to get her fucking kids back. And that is why people don't trust CPS. Because once your kids are in CPS, it's a matter of doing whatever the fuck CPS tells you to do by the dates that come up. I've seen CPS working with DCFS in Illinois. I've seen DCFS know full well that a woman's last class is on the 24th. And yet they make her hearing the 23rd with a 90-day kick. So when she goes on the 23rd, she has to tell the judge, I have one class left. And the judge says, okay, well then at your next check-in in 90 days, you'll be able to get your kids back. And the person says, well, Your Honor, I only have the one class left to do. It's the only thing I have. Is there any way that we can put this on the schedule for 7 days from now so that I can get my kids back 83 days sooner? And the judge will say, no, I'm sorry, my docket is full. But the CPS worker knew that. So, I'm going to get out of here tomorrow. Unless the earth falls apart, I'm going to try to cover Soul Frame because I'm really excited for it. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos?